Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. How are you?
I'm doing good, Prabhuji. How are you?
Thank you. Fine, Prabhuji.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you
just,
sent me the link again for YouTube?
yes, Prabhuji. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure. So once you send that to me, I'll send it out to everybody. Prabhuji, I'll be back in a minute, okay?
Sure, Prabhuji. No problem.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare.
Prabhuji, I shared the links with you.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you, bro. I'll
Yeah.
send it out now.
Sure. So till 6 p.m. I will show the altar, and then at 6 I'll stop, and I'll make you co-host.
Okay. And I'll welcome everybody.
Yes, Prabhuji, sure.
Wonderful.
And the volunteer devotee, Pranav Prabhuji, will be joining at 6, and he will be here to just monitor the Zoom if somebody mutes, unmutes that thing,
Oh, okay.
just as a support.
Okay.
And I have shared the link, one of the link which you shared to run. Whenever you say, they will just play that video.
Okay.
Yeah. And at 8 p.m., Vignesh Prabhu will be joining, and he will be just, it will be, everything will be in the background, Prabhuji. So they
All right.
will join. Yeah.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
No, he can.
Hare
No, he's good.
Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
हाँ सब कर ले हाँ I am still in live right now so anyway आज मैं 7 बजे उसके बाद आपके हाँ
Hare Krishna,
ये जो वो लोग गाले नहीं निकालेंगे अभी क्या होना 7 बजे के बाद निकाल के पता नहीं
Krishna,
I want you to
Hare
see it.
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama.
Welcome everybody who is joining so far. We can get started at 6 o'clock. Another few minutes, we'll get started. Thank you all for being.
Hare Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, welcome Malati Prabhu. Yeah. We'll start in 1 minute and just sending the message out to some other places right now. And welcome to everybody who's actually joined on. I see Krishna Priya Prabhu on as well. And we have Guru Bhakti Mataji there. Kalchanji Prabhu is on. Chakri Prabhu and Vishnu Priya Prabhu. Somebody whose name is RC. I'm not able to figure out who, and somebody's name is Maha. Thank you. And here comes Rita Bhaja Maharaj Ki Jai. And now somebody else has joined on. More people join on as we go. Okay, so it is now 6 o'clock. This is the official start of this evening session. We had a wonderful session this morning that went We actually started at 7:30 and went all the way to about 1:30. So there was also like a 6-hour session. But in that session, we also had in-person celebration at the temple as well. So broke up into 2 parts, whereas tonight's will just be online. And this is actually being broadcast also on YouTube and Facebook. This morning, at the height of the numbers that we had a little over 800 people watching. But most of them were on YouTube and Facebook. There were, I think, like 60 people, 50 or 60 people at the height on Zoom. So don't let the Zoom numbers lull you into thinking there's not many people watching right now, because a lot of people prefer to watch on YouTube and Facebook. It allows them not to put their video on to see what they're doing while they're watching, etc. but they're listening nonetheless. But thank you all so very much for joining in. Vanchakalpatarvischa kripasindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I'm hoping the volume is good enough. If you're okay, okay, great. Thank you all so very much. Thank you all so much. Welcome again, Kalachandji Prabhu. From the morning session, he was there this morning as well. So thank you. Chakri Prabhu was there this morning. Some of us were there this morning. All right. And so we have a number of speakers that we scheduled at this part, and others, what I'd like you to do is just raise your hand, etc., and then we'll have you speak, because this is a session in which the disciples will also be speaking. The morning sessions, none of the disciples spoke, because there were so many speakers from around the world who were Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj's god siblings, Srila Prabhupada's disciples, and we wanted to hear from them. The program is such that because there are so many people who want to speak, and often what we do in these programs is we limit people to 5 minutes of speaking, and it's really too short. It's too short for somebody to express their love for the spiritual master, for their god brother, god sister, like that. So we decided we'll do the same today on the actual day, but then from the following weekend onwards, we'll be having either a 1 hour or 2 hour program each day on the Saturday and Sunday. And there we will be giving people latitude to speak longer, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes even. Some may even speak for a whole hour. We might interview them because they're such a important personality in our movement, like some of you who are right now on here. And the interviews dive deeper into what happened and all the wonderful stories about Srila Prabhupada, because everything is linked to Srila Prabhupada, actually. Everyone is so much in love with Srila Prabhupada, and everybody sees each other in connection with Srila Prabhupada. So naturally, the pastimes of Srila Prabhupada come up, and Srila Prabhupada had, I would say, unlimited pastimes, even though it happened in 12 years. They were like unlimited pastimes that happened. If we just tell the stories of what happened to Srila Prabhupada, I think we'd be sitting here for years and years and years and years, listening and churning that ocean, of nectar. So that'll go on for, we think, about 3 months, like that. And we'll have enough recordings that way. All of them are being archived. Everything that's happening now is going to be archived. So people in posterity can also look back and see that this was the movement, part of the movement earlier on, the earlier days, like the first 100 years of the movement, the first 50 years of the movement, like that, depending on, when the archived program is found. So please know that each and every one of you is most important and most dear to Srila Prabhupada, most dear, of course, Lord Krishna, Lord Gauranga. So we treasure everything you say, and we're very happy that you're here and very happy to hear from you. Having said that, we'll get started with Mother Malki Prabhu. She will be our first speaker. So please unmute yourself. And Mother Malki Prabhu, as we all know, for those of you, I don't think there's anybody here who may not know Mother Malki Prabhu well enough, but in case that is not true, and first for posterity, Mother Malki Prabhu is one of the senior most disciples of Srila Prabhupada on the planet today, and an amazingly exalted devotee. Famously, Srila Prabhupada said something that actually describes her in complete, in complete glory, and that is that Prabhupada said that I would gladly slit my throat for Mother Malati, and she would do the same for me. This is how much love.
It was the other way around.
The other way around, yes. Okay.
It was on the occasion of the first visit of his godbrothers to our Mayapur project.
Yes.
And 72. And there had been criticism, actually. I mean, a lot of criticism, but one of the criticism was that he had a lady cooking for him. Of course, my husband Shamsundar was serving as his servant. It wasn't like I was, floating untethered. But it was a difficult situation, nonetheless, for many reasons. And when I brought the prasadam in that day, put it before him with his godbrothers sitting on each side, he said, "Yes, she cooks for me." And I criticize her, which the whole story into itself, but that really corrected my faulty mentality. And then he said, "But she would slit her throat for me, and I would do the same for her." And I always understood this to mean all of us. I was the person, seemingly, but he was expressing what his relationship was to all of us. And that was the mood. We would gladly do anything for him. And it wasn't out of blind following or some madness.
Yes.
It was
Thank you.
complete love and gratitude.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. She also is a most senior member of the governing body commission and untiring service personality. At her age, I'm amazed that at this age, she does so much service all over the world. It's not just like she sits in one place. She gets called everywhere. Many, many thousands, I would say millions of people love her very much because of her dedication to Srila Prabhupada and her sincerity in her relationships that she has with everybody. Very caring personality for the children in our movement, the Matajis in our movement, the Prabhujis in our movement, everybody. And so obviously, as a result, a very beloved personality. And we're honored to have you today with us to hear some more from us as we have in the past. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Nityananda Prabhu, my obeisance. Also to Kalachandji and Chandal, and others who I met. Oh, there's Brahmacharita. Hare Krishna. And I have probably the least of anyone to say, but you've mentioned you wanted it short, so this is perfect. But I was so happy that you did ask me, because it's an opportunity to remember a person who made a difference in your life and also made a difference in the lives of so many people, and as such, this entire Hare Krishna movement. In fact, the other day, in conversing with one GBC member, that person happened to comment, if TKG, we all call him that. So if TKG were here today, things would be a lot different, to which I said, yes. In a positive sense. So, in the Vajulila, Chaitanya Chaitanya 19. That according to the karma, all living entities are wandering throughout the entire universe. Some of them are being elevated to the upper planetary system, some to lower. And out of millions of wandering souls, one who is fortunate gets an opportunity to associate with a bona fide spiritual master. By the combined mercy of both Guru and Krishna, such a person receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service. So, what I'm going to recount is relief from my pitiful memory, which is getting more pitiful as the days go by. And this is in celebration of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami, 75th birthday. And I'm also 75, although at the end of this month, I'll be 76, so I'm a little tiny bit older. But I remember his entry into the San Francisco temple. And that was in 67, late. And what I remember, we talked to each other in those days. It doesn't happen as much now that we actually sit and talk to each other and find out things about each other. But I remember him mentioning that he was raised without any religious training. And in fact, he was even discouraged from any form of practice. So he told us that he would pray secretly at night, although his parents were fairly moral by American standards, but the religious part wasn't part of the picture. He was inclined towards intellectual and artistic pursuits. And actually, right now I'm in Cleveland, and was a program going on here. And I happened to mention to one of the Cleveland stalwarts, Dayal Nitai Prabhu, that I had to leave a little early for this reason. And he was like so happy. And he said, Tamal Krishna Goswami is one of my eternal heroes. Now, Dayal is he's 50 now, I guess, but he was like one of the original punk rockers, and he still is in his own way. And, the punk rockers were the hardcores, and the hardcores got right in with Krishna consciousness, which was kind of interesting. But they actually believed in the four rules and regulations, unlike the other musicians of the era. So he said that one time, during that period of his life, he happened to hear a lecture by Tamal Krishna Goswami. And it was a lecture that after the lecture, you get the questions. And it was largely an Indian audience. So we all know how the Indians, they know everything. They know Krishna, it's their God, they know it all. They don't have anything to learn from us. So he would ask, this one person asked a question. I think he said it was like, Sai Baba, I follow Sai Baba, and Sai Baba can make gold appear and dust appear and ashes and time. Well, Krishna was just listening to this, and he goes, who wants some dust? Who wants some ashes? You can get gold anywhere. Can he do anything useful? Can he stop death? And the man was, well, I don't think so. And then Tamal Krishna just, had him by the throat. Srila Prabhupada, of course. And so there was a series of questions, and each time he was just like, beating the person on and then going for the jugular vein, as we like to say. And it really impressed Dayal. He said, because actually, he was defeating them, but he really felt that it was for their own good, and it wasn't to make Tamal Krishna look bigger and better. It was for the good of the person that was being defeated. So, just throwing that in there. So at the age of 19, he left home to search out his own path. Hopefully, he was hoping to find a path that would not have any objections to it. And he did go to college, but I don't remember the college. Probably his brother would. But from what I remember is he studied literature and philosophy. And at the time, he was arguing against the existence of God, in other words, atheism. Maybe some of you have read Vishaka Devi's book, 5 months and 11 years. Mm-hmm. Same thing, from a Jewish background, but a non-religious family, don't practice. And her family was staunchly atheist. So she was preaching atheism to her classmates at a young age, as Prahlad Maharaj was preaching Krishna consciousness, but in the other direction, So he was also having that habit at one point. But what he felt impressed by, and again, this is from what I remember hearing from him, he was most impressed by men with mystical vision, but he wanted his own vision. And to that extent, he was trying to induce a vision, like many of us were at that era, with the aid of intoxications, but he was left unfulfilled, as most of us were. So then he was trying macrobiotic practices and yoga, alternative ideas that were filtering into the predominantly hippie counterculture of the area. But, you know, just was not something of substance. Then in October of 1966, I think 66, October, the Lower East Side, you know, it was just bursting at the seams with poets and musicians and philosophers and so-called spiritualists, and people were dropping in, they were dropping out. There was a cosmic love-in, great vibration, but the chanting of Hare Krishna was actually beginning to emerge. And sometimes Tamal Krishna would play a flute, he would attempt to sing and even dance unknowingly to the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. He just saw people dancing and singing, you know, not realizing what the actual import was. But in that way, Krishna was present through his holy names, through the Prabhupada, Swamiji, as you know, he was called, and his disciples. So some of his friends began to attend the early morning meditations in 26 Second Avenue in New York. And at that time, the morning program began at the ungodly hour of 7 a.m. And even then, people were finding it hard to like be on time, you know. At that point, 7 a.m. in the morning, all the all-nighters, they were just starting to crash, fall asleep. But Tom wasn't part of that. He preferred to pursue his own practices privately at his own place. And he saw a photo of Srila Prabhupada, and he mentioned to us that he felt his eyes, the eyes of Prabhupada, were urging surrender, but he was just unwilling to give up his false independence. So he suffered through the winter of 66. And then in spring of 67, that's when he left New York for San Francisco. And thinking, you know, the old, it's got to be better over there, you know, but it wasn't. So he was keenly disappointed, and he was finding the same old tired scene, you know, the chewing the chewed. It was, so he left San Francisco and he went up to Morning Star Ranch, which was a hippie commune north of San Francisco, about 101 miles to the north. And as the lifestyle there was quite unstructured in many ways. So he was living in a tree. There was another devotee, fellow who became a devotee. He was also living in a tree. And one of the things about Morning Star were, according to the weather, clothes were optional, which means not everybody wore them. TKG wasn't one of those, but the other person was. And actually before, just, you know, I think maybe it was like a month earlier, Prabhupada had gone to Morning Star. The person in charge, Lou Gottlieb, had an inclination towards the Maha Mantra. So he invited Prabhupada, and Prabhupada agreed to go. And when he got out of the car and he starts walking up the path to towards their meeting area, this fellow jumps out of a tree, and it's like a big bushy hair and big bushy beard and nothing else. It was like, and Prabhupada just, you know, good morning, good afternoon, whatever, and kept going. Later, that person came back down to San Francisco to the temple. After 3 days, the devotee said, well, you know, if you want to stay, you have to shave. So he shaved his head, but he kept the beard. And he became Madhuvisa, or he became Swami. And another fellow, Devananda, also became a Swami. So there was a little, you know, parampara of the Morning Star Ranch. So Tamal Krishna was up there, but he missed Prabhupada. He came later, and he was a month too late. But what was happening when he arrived was spontaneous kirtans. Prabhupada had planted that seed well into Morning Star. So they became part of the Morning Star daily life, you know. people might be out in the field doing whatever they were doing and suddenly drop their hose or rakes, whatever, and they would just start a kirtan. So he entered into that mood. But again, there was no structure. There was no solution to the problems of life. So he returned to San Francisco in the winter of '67. And at that time, he was kind of living like a nomad. He rented a room for $10 a month. And the reason it was so cheap that there was no bathroom or kitchen. And to get money to pay the rent and feed yourself, he was selling this underground newspaper called the Berkeley Barb. Actually, I don't know if it's still going on or not, but you just go on the street and sell whatever he could get. That was his maintenance. So he met a friend. I was selling the paper. He met a friend from Morningstar, and oh, you're here too, yeah. And his friend gave him an invitation to the Love Feast. And actually, I found out years later, I always wondered about that Love Feast. Well, Prabhupada, he would be very curious about the life of his students, his early students. He would ask questions, And so he asked this one person who later on founded New Vrindavan. He asked her, well, what do you do on Sundays? What do the American people do? And they go, well, they have dinner together. And Prabhupada liked that idea. So I said, yes, we should have a feast on Sundays. And then that person said, we can call it a love feast. And Prabhupada also liked that idea. Hence the Sunday Love Feast. So he got that invitation and he was actually eager to attend it. And he was telling me, like, when he first entered that temple, that it was another world. And Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra. And at that point, they weren't dressed in anything but their painting. The actual sewn garments began in '68. And for the Rath Yatra, that was their first time they were put on sewn clothes. For '67, the first Rath Yatra, they were just wearing their painted garments. So, you walk in and you just see these, you don't even know what you're seeing. Sometimes you don't even see them. Ravinder Swarup saying the first time he came to the temple, he didn't even see the deities. It was just like the smell, the sounds, and he remembered so many flowers. It's like you're just kind of bewildered. But he liked it, so he came again, and then he saw the deities. Where did they come from? And he asked the person who was the temple president, where did they come from? When did they get here? They've been here, So it was, you can, coming into the temple, yes, it was like another world. Classic mixture of young people from the Haight were there. And by that, I just mean, the hippies, the not hippies, and, people would dress up in different outfits according to who they thought they wanted to be. I mean, right now in history, it's so ripe for Krishna consciousness because some of the madness and confusion that's going on nowadays, same thing, different buzz points maybe, but the same thing, this madness and confusion, ripe for Krishna consciousness. So he started coming. And his first meeting with Srila Prabhupada, he heard the Chintamani prayers, heard Prabhupada say, Jayam, Vishnupad, Paramahansa, and saw him sitting on a raised dais because we didn't know the word Vyasa sign. And we hadn't gotten into that area yet. So we just call it a dais, it's like a flat platform. And there was an Arabic tapestry behind him. So you might have seen that in some of the pictures. That Arabic tapestry was put there by Shamsunder, who had brought it back from Morocco. He had been in Morocco learning some herbal arts, and but the kind of herbal arts he was learning in Morocco, you couldn't practice in America. So he brought back a tapestry instead. And right before the temple was going to open, and in those days, temple was really simple. In fact, when I asked Mukunda, at the time, Adhikari, like, well, what is a temple? Because he was telling us about this temple. He goes very soberly, it's a storefront painted white. So that's basically what it was. And we didn't have any pictures yet. So he brought that tapestry. It was like a prayer mat for Muslims, and that was there. And Prabhupada sitting on the dais, he sang the opening prayers and Mahamantra. Everybody joined in, they danced. But when it came time for the lecture, unfortunately, Tom, he didn't stay. And the reason he didn't stay for the lecture is that he had this self-styled Western spiritualist psychic, not a psychic, physicist guru, this fellow named Ram Lamarick. I kind of looked him up recently, but he kind of seemed to have evaporated along with so many other people of the era. But this so-called guru blended science with Christianity, and he had attracted diverse followers. And he had tailored separate meetings for both Tom and Mark. Mark was his good friend who became Vishnu Janan. And the two of them were his main assistants that night. So they felt they had to be there that night. So, left Prabhupada. But that night, he just didn't feel any satisfaction with Ron's lectures. So he decided to attend Swamiji's Friday lecture. And he found that, Prabhupada's presentation was authoritative, with deference to ancient texts, reference and deference to ancient texts. And one thing he could understand, it was clear we were all suffering. Chanting Hare Krishna was an easy method, and one could have a practical experience of transcendental effects. And Tom had felt this. And he became aware of sinful activities and the adverse effect on spiritual life. And he understood Prabhupada was not a bogus cheater. And after that one lecture, he accepted the 4 regulated principles and started to follow them. So then he was coming every morning to the temple, mainly for prasadam, which wasn't unusual in those days. But then he started to spend the day and read Srimad Bhagavatam. And then he started to chant on we had guest beads in those days. So he was chanting on the guest beads. And he noticed that this japa chanting seemed to resolve conflicts and problems. So then he started taking it to the next step, was to do some service. And his first service was washing pots. Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's just I find it kind of amusing, how people like, oh, you can't ask them, he's a lawyer, or he's a PhD, or they're going to school, whatever, you don't want to give him any service like that. Not realizing service like that is what connects you so much deeper to Krishna and Prabhupada. So he started washing pots, especially the big dal pot, which was notorious for just, burnt inside and out. And, our standard at that time, taught by Prabhupada, was nothing could remain on the pot. So we really scrubbed the pots in those days, And he also would clean the floor. And actually this cleaning, he was impressed by the cleanliness, and he understood this. The devotees would tell him, cleansing the temple cleanses the heart. But he was having that practical experience. And another thing he was doing, he joined the chapati team. He was making 150 chapatis a day. So like more and more, the temple was becoming his home. Then he got his own beads. He got a picture of the disciplic succession that he put on cardboard. And he appreciated that this chanting could make you Krishna conscious anytime, anywhere. It's not like, the regular meditators, like they had to have their perfect place and perfect time. You could chant Hare Krishna anytime, anywhere. And one time on a morning walk, he was walking Tamal Krishna on the left side, and I think Upendra was on the right side. And he asked a question to Prabhupada, are there any other pure devotees like you on the planet? So Prabhupada turned to Upendra and he goes, how many of us are there? Upendra said something like, I thought he said something like about, maybe it was like about 75. It wasn't so many. Like, and Prabhupada turns to TKG, Tamal Krishna, and he goes, 75 at least. And so suddenly we're all, wow, we're all pure devotees. I think this was the beginning of PDS, pure devotee syndrome. We didn't understand the degrees of purity at that time, you know. Actually, Prabhupada explained that anyone who follows the instructions of the Guru is a pure devotee. And of course, now we understand there's degrees of purity, just like, you know, you may be a student, but there's kindergarten, there's preschool, kindergarten, you know, the grade school, the middle school, high school, and, you know, college and PhD, all the rest. Everybody's a student, but not all on the same level. You know? So on another time, we held a big program, and I mean, we were used to holding programs and bringing Swamiji with us, but in general, many of the programs were not at very esteemed places because we were quite connected with the hippie culture. And, you know, even among the hippies, there were layers and degrees. So we knew some of the upper layers of the hippies, and the upper layers would maybe, you know, have assets that the street hippies didn't have. And this one fellow had a shop, you know, we would go to a shop with Prabhupada. In the back of the shop was like what we used to call a head shop, if you know what that means. It means basically, I mean, there would be incense and you know, essential oils, but there would also be bongs, things to smoke stuff with, you know. So we brought Prabhupada there in the back of the shop. He would have people come and speak. And so there was, you know, a kirtan, and Prabhupada tried speaking, but, you know, people weren't of the predisposition to hear heavy duty philosophy. So then we were understanding we really needed to aim for a more substantial audience. And we made a big effort. We rented a place from the Universalist Unitarian Church. They're very liberal people. They're so liberal, you don't even have to believe in God at all. You can believe whatever you want. But they're, you know, always have nice spaces, and they'll rent them, you know, at reasonable prices. I mean, I personally did one program for 3 years in Ohio at a Universalist Unitarian Church, and it was a great space. So we had this place, but it was like really nice. They had an auditorium, and you know, a sloping floor with padded seats. There was a small balcony, a proper stage. So we were advertising this to the best of our ability at the time, and we were thinking we'd done a great job, and there was going to be so many people there, and you know, high level people. So we arrived with Srila Prabhupada. The other devotees had gone ahead. We arrived with Srila Prabhupada, and we walk in, and those of us who were accompanying him feeling very confident, except when the door opened up and we went in, there was vast rows of empty chairs. Most of whoever was there was in the front few rows, and out of those people, it was mainly the devotees. So just right away, there was this like sinking feeling in the heart, you know, like, but Prabhupada didn't act like anything was strange at all. And he was introduced and he spoke to the entire room full of chairs. That's what we saw. And after speaking, he said, "Are there any questions?" So Bhakta Tom raises his hand and he asked, you know, what if one's unable to complete his Krishna consciousness? And Prabhupada was obviously pleased with that question. So he smiled and he was explaining how as eternal souls, we do not die at the time of passing from one body to the next. Krishna consciousness is our eternal original consciousness. It cannot be lost. He said, it's a permanent asset. If 1% is gained, next time we begin at 2%. And he looked directly at Tom and he said, is that all right? And he was asserting, yes, that was good, you know. So
Madhamalti? Sorry. I know we'd love to keep hearing what you're saying, but we've got other speakers as well, so we don't mind.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I didn't have.
We lose time, we lose, when he's speaking, we lose the sense of time. Sorry about that, please.
Don't be sorry. I am also mindful.
No, thank you. Sorry about
Anyways, one of our great early pioneers, and he was just one sentence. He was initiated on Easter in 1968, along with Mr. Young. And Prabhupada said, "Your name is Tamal Krishna Das. Tamal Krishna is the name of a tree that grows in Vrindavan. Because it's blackish like Krishna, gopis sometimes mistake the tree to be Krishna. Radharani embraces the tree and rests in its shade." Tamal Krishna Goswami ki jai.
Jai. Thank you so very much. Jai. Mother Malti Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you so very much, Mataji.
No, there's no sorry. I should be apologizing.
I was thanking you. I was thanking you. Brahmatirtha Prabhu, you're up next. Please unmute. Brahmatirtha Prabhu also.
Muted.
Thank you. Well-known devotee, but for those who in the future will be watching this program, Brahmatirtha Prabhu also met with Srila Prabhupada. I had a very nice relationship with him. In fact, the famous book that we have, Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, is a book that actually is about his questions and answers from Srila Prabhupada. And it does a lot of service and some of the most difficult service, because he deals a lot with resolutions when there are difficult situations. And of course, ISKCON is no exception, has so many difficulties, and sometimes so difficult that there's no way we can resolve this. And we turn to Brahmatirtha Prabhu and his team. And he comes out and sorts things out. And at one program, I even know that he got into some people became a little violent with him. I mean, he puts himself at risk, you might say, to resolve these differences. But we so much appreciate the service, Prabhu, and of course, that of your wonderful wife, Mother Bhakti Prabhu. And please enlighten us. Please speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First, I want to greet my friends and colleagues, Ratavaja Swami and Malati, and especially Kalatanji and his wife. I see you all there, and Guru Bhakti and Yudhisthira, and I see a few other names. At least that's what I can fit on my page. And it's so, Sri Rupa's there. So I'm very happy to see you all. And it's a big honor to be here. And there's Kunti. Okay. Kunti and I go way back to the 70s. And I gave her and her mother their first japa beads. So all of this, it's really happy to be here. I feel like when I am with all of you, I am with my very own family. And I feel that way very strongly. I lament I can't visit Dallas more often. Just circumstances are as they are. Bhakti would have liked to have joined us, but she had surgery recently. She's much better now, but talking, she needs to rest her voice a lot until the full recovery is in place. So you get the worst half tonight. Okay. I have two main services in ISKCON, ISKCON Resolve and the director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute. And in both those services, I often ask this question. I meditate on it. I think about it. What would TKG do? My feeble attempt to channel him. But I ask the question frequently, because I come across very complex. The GBC has kind of put me in the position of dealing with complex dispute resolution. not simple matters. And TKG had this, as we all refer to him as, had the amazing ability to see the big picture. Now, I'll give you evidences of this. He could understand the unity and diversity. And I don't think anyone I've met in my half a century of devotional service understood these three principles or three factors better than he did. And that's time, place, and circumstance. And with Tamal Krishna Maharaj, you have to say, which Tamal Krishna Maharaj do I have? Is it the Radha Damodar one in the, as we used to call it then, the Women Haters Club? No. Or was it Tamal Krishna Maharaj, the scholar? Or was it Tamal Krishna Maharaj, the Prabhupada's most trusted secretary? Which Tamal Krishna Maharaj were we dealing with? Because he adjusted to the times. So we're going to go back to the Radha Damodar for a moment. Radha Damodar was one of the most important parties ever to happen in America. And it was the Peter Pan of ISKCON. They would travel on the buses and take all these men to Never Never Land. And for those of you that know Peter Pan, you know what I'm talking about. Those of you that don't know Peter Pan are culturally deprived. What can I do? So I went to Houston. I spent a long time on the Radha Damodar party, precisely one day. And they invited me to go on the bus for a day. So I did, to watch how they do it. And we went to the University of Houston at the end of this trip from Dallas, and he sets up the festival. And Vishnu John Swami would cast the web, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj was known as the spider. So Vishnu John's singing was so melodic that people couldn't help but just stop. And then Tamal Krishna Maharaj would walk up to people. So I was following him. He'd walk up to the first person and say, "What do you do?" "Well, I'm a biology major. My father's a doctor. I'm going to be a doctor. And I have my whole life laid out in front of me." And he'd say, "That's really good. Now over there, we have this amazing, healthy prasadam food, and you ought to take a lunch plate." Go up to the next person. "What do you do?" "Well, I'm a political science major, and my father is a politician, and I'm going to run for office and be famous." And "That's really good. Now there's the prasadam line." You go up to the next person. "Well, I'm on my 5th major. I don't know what I want to do. I just don't know it." He put his arm around their shoulder. And next thing you know, they join the bus and go to Never Never Land. And I watched it. I was just amazed at that ability. And at that time in the movement, we joke around, we say that the Women Hater Club, but it really wasn't like that. What it really was, these are young, enthusiastic brahmacharis, and they needed something, and he saw it. They needed brahmachari association, and he gave it to them. And he gave it to them very well. In fact, he gave it so well that the temples emptied out of brahmacharis, but that's another story. And we won't go into that detail, but he was so brilliant at it. Now, one of the issues I deal with in ISKCON is unity in diversity. How do we be a unified ISKCON with diversity? We have conservatives and liberals and people of different ethnicities and backgrounds. And how do we deal with this? Prabhupada wanted unity and diversity. And that's where TKG excelled in understanding how to adapt to the circumstances. When he was overly successful in his Radha Damodar and other preaching. Prabhupada said, maybe time for a break. And of course, you all know that story. Tamal Krishna Maharaj says, what do you want me to do? Go to China? And then he wished, like on a cartoon strip, he could erase those words because he knew what would happen next. And of course, Prabhupada said, you're going to China the next day. And there was no erasing those words. So he was so practical when he went to China. He told me this story, and some of you may know this. He went to Hong Kong where Americans could go, but getting in Red China was very, very difficult. So he set up a business and he would go to the border and bring these heavy bags over the border to drop off merchandise and bring back merchandise. And he would do this every day till the guards knew him and would not ask him anymore what was in the trunks. And then he would start just filling them up with books and pretending they weren't so heavy and carry the books across and then come back with an empty truck. And he kept doing this because the guards knew him and stopped asking. So practical and creative. And it was very difficult, very austere. As some of you may know the story, he went to one Chinaman's house and they said, we made you a vegetarian dinner, a vegetarian dessert. Oh, good, good. Thank you. But I need to know the ingredients. Don't worry, it's vegetarian. I said, but I have to know. It's just, I have to know. He said, it's vegetarian, but I really have to know. He said, there's nothing in it but insects. So it was such a tremendous austerity, but he just did it. To this day, the China preaching, I've given a few classes, some classes in China, and not even a word for God in the language. And it's such nice people to speak to. Vyasa-puja Swami can go on and on about what it's like speaking in China. I don't want to go on too long, but I want to circle back to Radha Damodar, 1978. I think it was the Radha Damodar temple. The Radha Damodar bus party took over the Houston temple where I was vice president and life membership director. And that we were like members of a baseball team. If you were in an ISKCON temple, you could be traded to another center, but you belong to that temple. It's kind of like modern baseball. That was just, we were an ashram society then. So everyone was given a chance to leave the zone and bail out, and the zone was divided and go to Balavanta was a GBC, go to Florida. So everyone went to Florida. And I thought, Radha Damodar's coming. Hell, I'm going to Florida too. Because, you know, you worry being a grahasta in that environment. And Tamal Krishna says, you can't go. The whole temple is supported by the Indians. They trust you. You can't leave. And then he made it so pleasant. And I won't go into these stories, but so pleasant for Bhakti and for me and all the young brahmacharis. Radha Damodar started seeing Bhakti, as we often talk, his mother. She would fix their boo-boos and take care of them. It's a whole mystical story how he made that happen. But he could shift gears because he understood unity and diversity, time, place, circumstances, in ways that none of us could quite understand. I'm not going to go on much longer. I have many more things to say and stories to tell, but we'll go one little small one. I was headmaster of a Gurukula in 1979 at Murari Sevak. And there was a big controversy about what books we should teach our kids. I look back at it, I think, what a silly controversy, but we had it. And the books we gave our kids were only Amish books that we tried to Krishnaize because they had no color pictures, nothing to agitate their senses. Now, okay, we were in a cult, what can I say? And it was this kind of, and then Tamal Krishna Maharaj at a school in Dallas, and when he got back to Dallas, he took down all the fences between the properties. We're going to make a sense of community, had a school. I think Bhakta Rupa ran the school then, got a school going, and they started using regular, excuse my word, Karmi textbooks. And it was very successful. Yet we were stuck in this mood that we're more Amish than the Amish. And so we called a meeting of the headmasters. And this went on for a decade, the headmasters meeting. And we had this debate, what's better to do? And of course, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was correct. But he wasn't never stuck in a groove. He knew how to adjust time, place, and circumstances. So I'll end here. There's a Yamuna story that worth telling, but I think that will wait for another time. And I want to conclude with, again, my meditation. So many issues that come across, especially my desk, considering just the things on my seva, that I always have to go back to, what would Tamal Krishna Maharaj do? And that thought gives me great inspiration and comfort. I might add, I can never say he would do this. We don't know for sure. I can never go to, oh, Tamal Krishna Maharaj would have done that. That I can't say, but I can in my own meditation say what he would do. And when I do, I get great, great inspiration. Thank you very much for having me be part of the family. Nityananda, I can't say how much I miss seeing you in person, but someday soon, Krishna will arrange.
Thank you so very much, Prabhuji, and same here. We're so honored to have you with us. Thank you so much for your words. It was a little short because you were speaking for both yourself and Bhakti Prabhu, so you had more time available. But thank you so very much. Hearing from you, very encouraged. I'm sure everybody feels really happy hearing from you anytime we can. Such wit, such humor, at the same time, the deepest message brought out simultaneously. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna. We look forward to seeing you too. Thank you, Prabhu. And now I'll ask Rita Dwaja Maharaj if he can speak. Maharaj, if you can unmute yourself. And as Maharaj unmutes himself, I'd like to introduce him for posterity again. All of us here, of course, we know him quite well, or supposedly. But amazing spiritual master, many wonderful disciples, and spends, for us, embarrassingly large amount of time in Dallas. We don't really deserve this, but his presence here makes a huge difference to our community, to the stability of our community, to the growth of our community. And he deals with everybody. At one time, he was more known for dealing with the youth. He deals with everybody anytime any situation arises in Dallas. Even if there is no situation, he himself takes the initiative to call people, talk to them, and even express becoming unhappy that people don't call him back and don't actually take advantage of his presence here. But we've had a great experience every way that he goes. People have had a great experience. And like Brahmatirtha Prabhu just said, he's been to China as well, of course, India, many countries of the world. And we're so fortunate to have you with us, Maharaj. Please, please enlighten us.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Tamal Krishna Maharaj ki jai. So many wonderful devotees have spoken today. And as Brahmatirtha said, that this has become an adopted family. I used to be a Floridian, and now I became a Texan. I got converted by COVID, and so Krishna, gave me another home. Actually, Tamal Krishna Maharaj said that after I took care of him for a while when he had cancer, he said, "I'll pay you back." And I always figure that having this hospitality that I get in Texas is his way of paying me back. So I deeply appreciate that. And the devotees here are very wonderful, both in Dallas and Houston, and cared for me. And they carry on the mood of Tamal Krishna Maharaj as far as hospitality goes. Actually, Brahmatirtha can tell you a funny story where Tamal Krishna, where he and his good wife Bhakti got a better room at the American Academy or Religious Scholar, whatever that thing is called. Brahmatirtha ended up getting a better room than Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and he couldn't figure out how that could possibly happen. But that's another funny story that Brahmatirtha can relate someday. I think he's already related it before. But one of the things that stood out today was Grace Yogeshwar's talk this morning, where he was describing when Tamal Krishna Maharaj had sent him a little bit of I guess a snippet or a section of his dissertation, how Yogeshwar was like very, very, like, I don't know if the word was shocked, but very, very impressed that such scholarly language. And he just, it was like a whole new ISKCON for him. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj said that we need to turn our movement upside down. And when I think of that, it's kind of like something that he talked about over 20, 25 years ago. I know His Holiness Giridhari Swami told me one time that, years before, maybe in the 90s, I don't even remember when it was, but he says, we have to revamp the morning program. You can imagine, if you're going to revamp the morning program, that's like something that was like etched in stone, in a tabernacle or something like that. And these things are done by visionaries. I remember one time I was walking with Goswami Maharaj, and I was kind of like, it was a muddy path, and I was looking down, and he was looking up, and he said, people that are into details look down. People that look into or see in the future, they look to the horizon. And so he was very visionary in that way. He would tease me a little bit. I said, Mars, I've never been. We're like on a mud path over here. And actually, even today, when I was leaving, I took my dhoti and kurta and I don't remember what you call this, but the top piece, I took it out, and it happened to be in my suitcase, and it was all wrinkled. And I remember one time we were in Cambridge together, and I'd come from India, and he said, let's go for a walk. And I took my dhoti and stuff out of the suitcase and put it on. And he said, I'm not going outside with you dressed like that. It's too wrinkled. You have to you have to press your clothes. And I said, they are pressed. He said, suitcase pressing doesn't count. And he went to his closet, and he gave me a set of his clothes. Of course, it was the ones that were about to be rejected, but that's another funny story. What he used to do, he used to send me care packages when I was an ashram teacher, all those old clothes, saying that you have a rough and tumble service that doesn't need nice clothes. I have to go to the university, so I need to have nice new clothes all the time. But getting back to Yogeshwar's statement, and also Malati Prabhu mentioned this also, the same thing that Yogeshwar did. And I can't remember exactly how Yogeshwar stated it, but it's almost like we need like a Tamal Krishna Maharaj like mantra or something, or like, and Brahmatirtha also emphasized this in his ability to deal with situations. So many situations in our movement now would really utilize the intelligence that Tamal Krishna Maharaj had, and his ability to be practical and at the same time visionary, again, as I was saying, and to command the respect of enough people to turn the ship around, to turn the ship around in a positive, with a positive influence, stern, convinced, but in a positive way that, would get people on his team. He would get people on his team. And I also remember, just kind of like a little side memory that's not on my notes, is that something that I do, and I did, and he really trained me up even more, was make a schedule to have the association that you want that makes a difference in your life, where he actually would schedule his travel, go this way, go that way, do this, do that, and to have a certain godbrother or even senior members, be they first, second, third generation. He actually planned his schedule out to get good association. And this is an important factor in our movement, to have always have the type of association that doesn't always agree with us, but inspires us. It may not be just confrontational type of association, but a type of association that helps us think and see the different issues or different sides of the issues. And then another thing that this brings up is that during my four or 5 months, whatever it was with him during his cancer care, I mean, we took meals together every day, every meal. That's another funny story because I could only eat like that much and he could eat like that. But every conversation that we had, we would come up with certain topics, and we kept the topics at lunch light. That was a rule, keep the topics at lunch light. But they would always, what would you say, carry on the couches after the lunch and stuff like that, where they would become a little more in depth. And he always brought everything back to remembrances of occasions where Prabhupada would be in a similar, maybe not exact situation, but a similar situation. And it really got my attention how he would focus on, Prabhupada, what Prabhupada did in particular cases. And it seems like he really knew, and this is one thing, I don't know if it was with Brahmatirtha I was talking to, where I was saying it would really be nice to have like every single lecture of Prabhupada in chronological, what would you say, is it chronological, day by day? Is that what that word means? Yeah, day by day. So like say from the first lecture in 1966 or 65 all the way up to the last lecture, just each one listed, and then where Srila Prabhupada was at, what was happening in ISKCON at the time, what was happening in the world at that time, so we can get a perspective of Prabhupada would deliver the lecture and find out where he was translating in the books at that time, so we can make a, like a in-depth study of why certain things are in the purports at certain places because of world events or ISKCON events, or for me it'd just be like it would be a really great read. I don't know if I would have the ability to do that, but maybe Krishna will bless me with that. But the idea is that it really caught my attention how he'd always relate things like that to Srila Prabhupada, the circumstances he was with Srila Prabhupada. And I know His Holiness Giriraj Swami is in similar, he does it similar in that way, But another thing is that this is my 25th Vyasa-puja for Tamal Krishna. I don't know if you know that. This was my 25th year because the first one I attended was 1997. I think we have one young man here present with us that attended that one with me. Sri Rupa, we were present there. Is that true?
Yes, Maharaj, I was there.
Yeah. I was an ashram teacher and in Alachua, had very many wonderful experiences there. I hope the boys also had wonderful experiences. And in Alachua at 1997 was a little bit sheltered from Vyasa-pujas. And so I wanted the boys to experience like an in-temple Vyasa-puja. Most of the Vyasa-pujas in Alachua were done by disciples in their homes or something like that. It wasn't like broadcasting. It wasn't like, something like that. I don't want to make it a positive reflection. And so I actually wrote to Mal Krishna Maharaj. I said, is it okay if I bring the Gurukul boys and attend Vyasa-puja? And he said, why? And I said, because I don't think they've ever been to one. I don't think they've ever been to an actual Vyasa-puja, and I'd really like to have them have that experience. And of course, he let us attend the Vyasa-puja, and we stayed in the Prasadam Hall, at the old little Prasadam Hall building that was next to the temple. I don't even know what they call it. It was the kitchen. It was the main devotee kitchen and Prasadam Hall. And Tamal Krishna had a little room in the back, little room in the back. And so I remember at that Vyasa-puja, Maharaj gave class, and then I remember Urjasvat was there, I was there, another sannyasi was there, few devotees, few Prabhupada initiated devotees, and and Tamal Krishna Maharaj wanted to share the class. In other words, we were all sitting on chairs and he was sitting on the Vyasa-san. And then he said to me, like, what do you think? And I said, well, in my opinion, you're like one of the pillars of ISKCON, which were completely off topic. You know, I mentioned a little thing about the verse, but then I started talking about him. And then he goes, we're going to go that direction now at this time of the day. And so then all of us started talking about him. And I said, you're like one of the pillars of ISKCON. And he said, yes, Prabhupada told me. And then he started talking about how Prabhupada told him how this was this and why he was that and why different things like that. And I know he was actually open to, like, one of the things, just to go back to Brahmatirtha's thing, time, place, and circumstance, very, very good. And he didn't want to hide from the time, place, and circumstance, because we all know there was some discussion of His Holiness Bhakti Narayan Maharaj and Tamal Krishna Maharaj had gained some of his association over the years. There was a little controversy, let's say it in a polite way. And I remember right in the beginning of it, I was in Vrindavan and Tamal Krishna Maharaj saw me walking towards the Parkham path, which goes right past his house. And he said, would you like to come for lunch? And I was fasting. Back in my zany, what would you call it? Do more austerities than I possibly can. I think I was eating a half a cup of mixed raisins and nuts every day, half a cup of mixed raisins and almonds every day for Kartik, and as much water as I wanted. And then the last 5 days, I would take 1 cup of milk and mix it with 3 cups of water, and that's all I would eat. That was back in the days where austerities were the way, the truth, and the light. And so I thought, well, it's better to have sadhu sangha than to have a half a cup of raisins and nuts mixed. So I said, sure, I'll come over. And good move, actually, very, very good move. And so I go to his place and he takes me into his quarters and he said, have you heard about the Narayan Maharaj issue? It was just like out of the blue. I had no idea that this was going to happen. And I said, yeah, I've heard about him. He says, what do you think? And I said, my relationship with you is with you. It's not with him or with anyone or through any institution. I said, we're just friends. He goes, okay, let's take lunch. It was like the end of the topic. It was so matter of fact, And so, and of course, just to keep the program on par here, because I've told this part of this many times that I ended up in, I don't remember what year it was historically. I can't categorize my life very well. So whatever year it was, 73, 74, maybe 75, must have been later, maybe 74, 70, 73, 74, the Rao Damodar bus came to our hometown in North Dakota, because that's where the state fair was, and they would set up the bus and they would open up a trailer and they would have a stage and they'd have Vishnu John would be chanting. And I lived quite close to the fairgrounds, and one of the brahmacharis came and asked me for flowers. I think 99% of the people here know that. And so I just said, yeah, just take whatever you want. And so when I got out of the house, everything was missing. They took every single flower out of my yard. And I had sprinkled flower seeds all over my yard. So there were literally hundreds of flowers. And when I was taking care of Tamal Krishna Maharaj, somebody just said you. Oh, when I was taking care of Tamal Krishna Maharaj, we were discussing that story, and he was trying to remember the name of the brahmachari. I kept asking, what did he look like? What did he look like? So I said he had a pink cap, pink shirt, pink sweatshirt, pink socks, pink pants, pink bead bag. Everything was pink on the guy. And so I was trying to figure out who it was. And then all of a sudden he said, oh, I also made you a devotee. I also made you, because of me, you did your first. So he tried to like get one more, bhakta on his what was that, 108 roses, that story of the 108 roses. One Prabhupada said you have to like do something practical and stuff like that. So that's my 25th Vyasa-puja celebration with His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. And, you know, I miss him. I mean, I really do. I mean, as Brahma Tirtha will concur that whenever we talk, which we used to talk almost several times a day, but now we're down to several times a month due to certain circumstances in our lives. And but every time we do a talk, it's somehow or another weekly, the need for Tamal Krishna Maharaj's presence comes up. I mean, you can nod Brahma Tirtha if it's true. I mean, literally, especially with Brahma Tirtha Prabhu's service, so demanding, and the need to make a, what would you say, confident decision and have unity and diversity according to the time, place, and circumstance was, as BT said, Brahma Tirtha Prabhu said, we got so many nicknames in Hare Krishna, was one of his expertise. And I walk over to his samadhi, Pushpa Samadhi daily, and offer my respects. And I offer my respects to all of you, and thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit of my life with Tamal Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so very much, Maharaj. You also spoke for less time than we thought that you might speak. But thank you so very much for all the words that you gave us.
I like to keep it on schedule, and I heard that His Holiness Giri Raj Swami was supposed to speak next, and I don't like to make him wait. So
yes,
I planned it out so it's concluded. You know, so I already concluded. I can't spontaneously do something more.
He actually is coming on at 8 o'clock, so we're going to have the 48 minutes.
Oh, I have my phone set for Brahma Tirtha's time, so I don't disrupt it.
Thank you, Maharaj.
It was 8:15 over there.
Thank you, Maharaj.
So nice to see so many of the devotees, like Sri Kalachandji, Shraddhanjali, Kunti, Nandini, Mitra Kishori, Lavangla. I'm just trying to see, I can't see faces now. Sarvabhauma, Chakri Prabhu, Radha Charan, I think is RC. I'm amazed that it's like, oh, it's 8 o'clock. No, he's in Mayapur, so it's like 4:30. Anyway, Saivya is there from Singapore. So many nice devotees are present. Ujesh, oh yeah, that's she's from here. And 44 devotees, and I'm sure there's dozens and dozens of more on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you all very much. Tamal Krishna Goswami.
Yeah, so very much. I had actually tried to reach Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu because he's also on, but I've not been able to contact him. I tried texting, I tried the chat method as well. Sri Rupa Prabhu, if you are anywhere close to him, you might ask him whether he'd like to say something. In the meantime, I'm sorry, but I did ask if anybody would like to speak, if they would, raise their hand, whatever method you want to use, but nobody's done that. So I'm going to embarrass some of you by starting to call on people, and please forgive me for doing that. But Radha Charan Prabhu, if you can hear me, can you please unmute and say something, please? Radha Charan Prabhu, because that's the RC. I was thinking RC on that. I was thinking that must be Radha Charan.
Hare Krishna, Radhacharan Prabhu is at the moment away for 1 or 2 minutes. He will come back.
No problem, no problem. When he comes back, he can speak.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Margie. We also have one of the leaders from the Australian Yatra with us at the present time, and that is, his name is Bhaja Govinda Prabhu. He looks after the Australian Yatra. He's a very important player in Australia right now. Well, has been for some time. Originally from Fiji as well, so I know him from very young days of him being in the movement prior to taking initiation like that. So if Prabhuji, you can speak, coming in from Australia, we'd like to hear from you. Please unmute yourself.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Goswami Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Tinam Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Goswami Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinam Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharineri Vishesha Shunnavadi Pasharadaya Starine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Vaita Garadada Saraswati Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Shri Gurudev Vyasa-puja Titi Ki Jai. So thank you, Nityananda Prabhu, and thank you for all the devotees who are online and attending it. It's nice. Last night I've been hearing it till like about 2:30 our morning time, because we are like at the moment it's 10:15 here. So
you were listening to the early morning one that we did.
Yeah, last.
That was 2:30 in the morning your time. Okay.
Yeah, all night I was hearing, and I was just lying in the bed and I was still listening. I wanted to sleep, but the mind was so active that I couldn't, so I just kept on hearing it. We had a day Vyasa-puja celebration in online through Brisbane, which we did it yesterday. So it was nice, and unfortunately we couldn't go because of a lockdown situation happened in Sydney now, and we are now 14 days lockdown because of the outstrain now. So okay, so just going back to the past tense with Shri Gurudev is, I first initially saw Shri Gurudev in back in 1984 when I used to come to Krishna Kali temple in Fiji. I was basically introduced to Krishna consciousness through my uncle, which is Dr. Raju. He used to be in Lotoka, and we used to come and meet him with my parents. At that time, I was like about 8 years old. So I was very young, and then I used to come to temple, and there used to be like, back in those days, we used to have two asanas. One was for Srila Prabhupada and one was for Srila Gurudev. The big asana back in those days where the zonal acharya system was happening. So whenever we used to come to temple, we used to pay obeisance to Srila Gurudev's asana, then Srila Prabhupada, and then to the deities, and then, attend the programs. I was very young, and I used to attend and always see him, thinking, when will I meet him? Because he used to come in the school time, so I used to always miss out. And we were staying a little bit far away. So the thing was, I kept on admiring him. And whenever I used to see him, I used to always think the Guru with the black dot on his head. So anyone who ever would say the Gurudev is coming, then I used to always see him, because as a kid at that age, what do you think? You just think him as you look into your level of perspective of understanding this, sannyasi. So I used to see him. He used to mostly come with the shawl on, like even on these old photos we see, normally he didn't have kurtas on. So it used to be normally, and Shri Gurudev was very hairy. So I used to think, oh, the hairy Maharaj, the mold Maharaj. And this is how my concept used to be. So whenever I used to see him, he used to wear glasses, similar to what you're wearing, Nityananda Prabhu. So he had a black frame glass, and my father used to wear black frame glass. So I used to relate him to my father. Oh, the one who wears the glass, which is similar to my father, So I didn't get that. I just related to it. And then 1985, I used to see him in the temple giving class and initiation ceremony. Then 86, it happened back in the Janmashtami time. Srila Gurudev came to Fiji. And that time Srila Gurudev was attending Janmashtami personally. And that year, all the devotees in Krishna Kaliya temple, they wanted to present Srila Gurudev a nice, wonderful program. So we were there from the beginning of the program, and Srila Gurudev was witnessing all that. And there was a nice drama being done. And that was the Krishna Sudama drama, the most famous drama. It happened in Fiji. And the drama was basically where Nityananda Prabhu, you were Sudama, Vipra, and Nandkishore Prabhu was Krishna, and a lot of like queens of Radharani Radharani was, I think, Krishna Lila Mataji, and then Gandharvika, Manjulali Mataji, and few others, like all those nice devotees whom I used to always see. Ramachandra Prabhu was the Dwarpal. So I used to sit down and watch, and Srila Gurudev was basically watching and entertained and laughing. And I was just probably about 3 meters away from Srila Gurudev. That time I was 10 years old. So I was just in my father's lap and just putting my hand like this on his leg. And I was just watching him and looking at the crowd, looking at him, looking at the crowd and looking at the drama. So I used to see how all the devotees were like so much attention to detail to serve Srila Gurudev to the maximum potency of how Gurudev would have been so pleased. And, like they were like paying so much consciousness of every word. And I remember in one of the initiation ceremonies, Srila Gurudev called, someone came and offered him a garland. And Srila Gurudev took the garland with his neck down, and then the devotee offered him garland. And a few minutes later, Srila Gurudev started to move around like this. He was feeling uncomfortable. So the devotee who offered him the garland, Srila Gurudev called him, "Come here." So Srila Gurudev told him to sit next to him. And the devotee just sat. And Gurudev took the garland off him and offered it to that devotee. And everyone was thinking, Jai, so nice. He offered a garland. Gurudev was so pleased with his service. And now he has asked him to sit next to him. So Srila Gurudev told him not to move, just sit down here. And that devotee, a few minutes later, started feeling the movement. The movement was, there was a lot of ants. And in Fiji, like they have black, small, tiny ants. And they just crawl out of the garlands, the marigold garlands or the frangipani, they just come out. You don't see them, but all of a sudden they just come out from somewhere. So the class happened. And towards the end of the class, the Gurudev said to the devotee that, how was the garland? and the devotee says, so the devotee knew by that time that what offense he has done. So Gurudev said that before bringing the garland, make sure check it. And this is the reason I told you to sit down and observe how the ants come out. So something like that Srila Gurudev said, and the devotee got the lesson. And then one time Srila Gurudev was supposed to get a glass of water in his Vyasa-asana stand. So those times I was like a kid and I used to observe and watch and like just attend the program, never had a contact with Srila Gurudev face to face, just attending the class or his darshan times and be in the kirtans or in the harinams, come and attend. So I was observing, and like all the senior devotees, like yourself, Nityananda Prabhu, and like lot other devotees like Parshuram Prabhu and Ramchandra Prabhu, Nandkishore Prabhu, Rishabh Dev. There's so many of the senior devotees whom I always admired, and they were all like the leaders in the yatra. So I basically was watching and how they were all serving Srila Gurudev to the maximum extent and trying to, like one time the glass of water passed them and someone didn't bring the glass of water warm, and Gurudev just took the glass of water and drank, and that glass of water was very cold and had a little bit of lemon in it. So Sri Gurudev said, "Who brought this water?" And someone replied that they put the hand up, and then Sri Gurudev said that why have you put some lemon in it? And that devotee said, "Sri Gurudev, I didn't. It's from the Charnamrita of the Lordship, so it had a lemon." So Gurudev then separated it and he drank it. So moving forward, the pastimes as the years went from 96, 87, I kept on associating that time. Few other, lot of pastimes happened. 88, I used to see Sri Gurudev. Then 1990, when Sri Gurudev came to Fiji with a big lot of Mayapur devotees, Atma Tattva Prabhu, and when the temple reopened, and that time I used to watch everything, how she really encouraged devotees that he always had a positive vision of the negative problems. So the temple was banned down, local natives, and Sri Gurudev was so positive about it. He said that instead of creating, negative talks about it, Gurudev said that time when this temple was originally have missed out. Krishna has arranged you another opportunity to build this temple, So he said that like you all are now so fortunate that in mid 70s when this temple was built, you couldn't do it. So now Krishna has given this chance for your Lakshmi to be used, for your energy to be used, and to reopen the temple. So this is how he used to always create positive environment. So in 1992, then after that, moving ahead, then 1992, Shri Gurudev was coming to Fiji again, and we had the Vyasa-puja celebration of him in 93. And he gave a lot of instructions during those Vyasa-puja. And that is the year when he had a personal interview. He gave me his blessings, he touched me, and he gave me a lot of, like kind of blessings. And he gave from that 90, like in early 90s, I used to come and to listen to his class. And one of the very important things struck to me back in those early years of my time. The Shri Gurudev, once he was giving a class and he took his japa, like he took his mala out like this, and he said, like, if anyone chants this holy name, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and he chanted the full Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and he said that if anyone chants this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, I can guarantee you today and bet you that any problem in your life will be solved. Any issues you have will be solved. And that word of Shri Gurudev, I can't remember, was it 1986, 87 or 88? One of those classes he said that. And that time, when I heard that, it just really struck me. And from that time, I started chanting constantly. I was not chanting on the beats, but I was starting to chant a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 rounds. But every day during the daytime, I'll be chanting Mahamantra. If anything happens, because I always had the faith that the Swami has said it. My favorite hero has said it. He used to be my favorite hero back in those childhood and still now. But that time I used to admire him through his boldness and, like Antaraj kind of feeling. He comes, everyone just, goes with him. So, but in 93, the instruction moment started because officially from that time, he accepted us as a disciple, but he didn't do the formal ceremony because I was still in the teenage category. And those days, there was a lot of problems with the, in Dallas and other places, they had this problem of child abuse and gurukuls and other things happened. So Gurudev didn't want me to take initiation till I was 18. So I had to wait because I was still underage. I was, I think, 16 or 15 or something like that. No, 93 was, 17. I was just not 17, the 16 that time. So Shri Gurudev said that we wait for the next trip. I will come. By then you'll be 18 and then you can take initiation. So then in 94, Shri Gurudev, but in that year, he gave us very prime instruction. He said, how far do you live from the temple? And he interviewed us in Jagannath Prabhu's house, and the Krishna Prabhu was there at that time. And Nankishore Prabhu, Parshuram, and others were there. So Shri Gurudev said that how close you are to the temple, how far do you live from the temple? So we said we are only a few minutes, like maybe 5 minutes away from the temple. And then Gurudev gave us instruction that try and attend the temple every day as much as possible. If you can't, then attend at least the weekends. Saturdays and Sundays, dedicate your life for the temple, mornings and evenings. So save in the temple and contribute your assistance to the temple through money and physical way, whatever services. So that's when we started to really make ourselves that, okay, we have to go to temple every day, as Shri Gurudev said. And then that was the instruction he gave us in 93, and 94, 95, 96 happened that we got initiated. I got initiation by Gurudev's mercy at that time. And then 90, 97, 96, one of the other instructions he gave was, I asked about deity worship and if I could install deities at home. And Gurudev said, no, you are living close to the temple, you don't have to install deities, you come and serve in Krishna Kala temple. So Shri Gurudev was always against the idea that, like devotees, they're close by to the temples, they have all their Archa Vigras installed and they become very busy with that. And Gurudev never wanted that to happen. He wanted always the temple to be center focus and devotees can do their own offerings and other things at home. But 97, when that was the prime year of my lot of questions and answers. So one of the questions I asked Srila Gurudev that how can I increase my Guru Nistha? And I asked him personally. I used to save him as assistants, and like I was saving the assistant, I was saving his secretary. So secretaries used to be like next to Srila Gurudev, so I used to save the secretaries. So whenever there was opportunities to ask questions, I used to ask a question to Srila Gurudev, and then Srila Gurudev said that that question which I asked, how can I increase my Guru Nistha? And Gurudev said, you need to listen to your Guru Maharaj, your spiritual master's classes regularly, daily, and read his books and associate with the devotees who have got similar mood or like-minded mood. There, your fight to your Guru will increase. And that time, he also said that, and then I asked the next day, so the next day I asked another question was, Srila Gurudev, how can I know the mood of my spiritual master? So Srila Gurudev said that for that, you need to go to Dallas, because in Dallas, the mood is very, very good. And the devotees over there have got very high Guru Nistha, and the devotees will be able to guide you that how you can increase the mood to serve Srila Gurudev. But then 2 days later, he had another gathering at another devotee's house. And then Srila Gurudev said that someone asked me this question 2 days back, how can I increase the mood? How can I know the mood of the spiritual master? And he looked at everyone in the crowd and he said, who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Because he was a bit too angry at that moment, because he was watching that not many devotees were going out from preaching. So Gurudev looked around, and then he looked at me and he said, was it you? Then I said, yes, Srila Gurudev. And then Gurudev looked at me directly and I said, you asked me this question, now listen to the answer. This is exactly the word Srila Gurudev said. You want to know the mood of your spiritual master? Then go and preach this Krishna consciousness in every town and village. That is my mood. Go and do Sankirtan. Go and do Harinam. That is my mood. And that is what please Srila Prabhupada. That is what will please me. So from those times, Srila Gurudev's instructions struck me, and then I started to see opportunities of how I could increase preaching and Harinam. So we started doing a lot of Harinams in Sydney. I was in Fiji, so I was doing a lot of Harinam festivals, and then we started Festival of Fiji for the pleasure of Srila Gurudev. So there are many other instructions Srila Gurudev gave, and there's a lot of things, but in constraint with time, I don't want to hold on to others to speak. But one day, and I remember speaking to Nityanand Prabhu about 3 years back about the 75th anniversary. I called him and I said, Prabhu, I think it was 2019. And I called him and I said, Prabhu, it's 2 years time, we'll have 75th. Let's make a big event. Let's make Dallas as the main place. And I was planning to come, but then COVID has all, stopped us. And then unfortunately, but maybe one day I will come, because they wanted me to come to Dallas for some time. So I have to fulfill his desire before I leave this body. So, and I want to see all my God brothers and God family there. So to serve together. Thank you very much for allowing me.
Thank you.
Shri Gurudev ki jai.
Thank you, Bhaja Govinda Prabhu. Bhaja Govinda Prabhu ki jai. Shri Gurudev ki jai. Wonderful, Prabhu. Yes, we look forward to seeing you in Dallas at some point, or at least somewhere else, if not in Dallas sooner. Thank you so very much. Radhacharan Prabhu, I can see you now. Your bright face, effulgent face. Radhacharan Prabhu is a very senior disciple of Srila Gurudev, God brother, currently in Mayapur. Just an amazingly wonderful devotee who's written nice books and is writing more. And we're hoping very soon to become a spiritual master, so that we can have the parampara of Srila Gurudev also continue nicely. Just so much love for us, and we have so much love for you too, Prabhuji. So please speak. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Nityananda Prabhu, for having me, and it's a privilege and an honor to be with my family that I feel so much separation from. Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Well, it's bright 6 o'clock in the morning here in Mayapur Dham. there are two things that I'd like to speak about. One is that someone mentioned previously that it may take many, many years to understand really who is the spiritual master and what is the weight of the instruction and the guidance that he gives to the disciples. Just like we have in the history of Srila Prabhupada that he met his spiritual master in 1922, but everything really came to life in 1965. Not everybody will take that many years. Some people take it up in an instant, but we each have our own timing when we know this is the time now. Now I surrender. Now I do everything that he told me to do. So, for example, when Srila Gurudev took me with him to China the first time in 1993, we traveled all around China, and I got to see a completely different person than the person that everybody knows in ISKCON in general. For many reasons, the safety reason and the way we dressed and the places we went and how we were hiding and doing everything that you don't do in other places. And then in all the cities that we were, there was one city which we all know about, which is Wuhan, you know, where everything started last year. And walking down the streets of Wuhan with Srila Gurudev, one day we were walking casually and he turned to me and he said two things. He said, "Do you see this place? It's a sleeping tiger. But the day this sleeping tiger wakes up, you watch out what's going to happen to the Krishna consciousness movement." And then the next thing that he said to me, he said, "You should make this place your Prabhudatta Desh. You should settle here." And it hit me so hard. I was really not prepared to hear this. And it took me many years to take this to heart. But when I did, and I moved to China in 2010, 2011, practically speaking, every single day and every single moment, I feel his hand and his eyes and his voice always behind me, telling me, turn left, turn right, go straight, don't do this, don't do that, constantly. And I refer to him all the time. What should I do next? And it's been one program after another, one service after another, one situation after another, where I just see Gurudev's hands in everything. And this has been my guiding light and my saving grace for the last 11 years now. The Chinese Yatra, you know, it's a whole presentation on its own. There's certain things we can't talk about. There's certain things that we would be excited to talk about. It's truly something very, very special. And it is all born out of Srila Gurudev's own surrender to his Guru Maharaj. We all know the story. And it's interesting because every time that there is a get together for Vyasa-puja or for disappearance celebration, and the disciples and the senior devotees get together and they are asked to speak, practically speaking, except for some exception, everyone will tell the same stories. And you think to yourself, oh yeah, I heard this before so many times. But every time you hear that story, it's a different story. Because the person who tells the story has matured so much with love, has so much more realization that even though it's the same story, the same narrative, it's a totally different story, and you relish it every time even more. So these stories that we hear, how Srila Gurudev surrendered to Prabhupada on so many occasions, and that surrender was planted in China. And anyone who followed Srila Gurudev there tested that what it means to actually surrender to the Guru and surrender to the mission. And to this day, it's exactly the way it works. So, you know, I'm not going to speak, I don't want to speak about China now. I just want to give some sort of a frame of reference. The other thing that I want to speak about is because we've been so busy for the last 11 years in China, constantly on the move, constantly doing programs. It's very, very difficult to actually have your own mind to sit down and reflect on your life and to reflect on really what's been happening until now. And this lockdown situation has definitely brought the devotees together so strongly than ever before, even though I'll be honest with you, I'm really zoomed out. You know, I'm so tired of Zoom. I want to touch people. I want to hear them. I want to, you know, you want to have this human contact. Enough is enough. But it is just amazing. You know, they said the Haris are the one who've taken the most advantage of this Zoom technology, and for a good purpose, because spiritual life is based on sadhu sangha. Without sadhu sangha, there's no life. So we're here now for 16 months in Mayapur, and you know, lockdown means you can't get through the gate, or very occasionally, sometimes you can, sometimes you cannot. But we sit at home most of the time. Occasionally we go to Gurudev Samadhi. And when we go to Gurudev Samadhi, I always go there and I have a conversation. And I report to him everything that goes on, our aspiration, our desires, our shortcomings, our stress, everything. And then I wait for the voice. And the voice always says, be patient. Just be patient. If you wait, you'll get more than you can ever expect. So just wait. And while I'm waiting, I'm sitting at home. And then, you know, there are two devotees, one God brother, one God sister, who've been pushing me for so many years to go back into the newsletters and publish them. One is Bhaja Govinda Prabhu, and the other one is Rati Manjari Mata. I mean, Rati Manjari was literally following me wherever I walk, you know, trying to get a commitment and a deadline. And I get so tired of it because I don't have the space in my head. It just doesn't fit in there. It's too big for me to fit it in. But this lockdown told me, do it now. Otherwise, back in China, it's not going to happen. So I decided to open my files and start reading again. And believe me, my dear God brothers and God sisters, what I have discovered just took me to a complete different space of Shira Gurudev's life and those who loved him so much. Because we all know these newsletters, you know, they manifested when I began serving Gurudev in 1994 in September, and we arrived in Vrindavan and we started setting down into a routine. I thought maybe I should keep a journal. And I started taking notes. You know, I would go to his room, he'd talk to me, something happened, and I would just write it down. And by the end of September 94, I had a newsletter ready to publish. And I started sending it out. But he didn't know about it. Then I did October, and a lot of things happened in October, which I won't go over here. But then he started getting letters from disciples. Oh, by the way, Shiragurudev, thank you very much for the newsletter. It's so inspiring to know what you're doing every day. So the bell rings and say, what is this newsletter all about? I say, well, you know, I'm just keeping a journal. He said, you can't do this. Stop doing this. I said, okay. An hour later, the ring bells again. He goes, maybe it's not a bad idea after all. And then he himself began to take up the task to make sure the newsletter was published every month. So I did this for the time that I was with him from 94 September to March 95. And then my service was to make sure that those who are with him, wherever they are in the world, they would write a report and then they would send it to me and I would collate everything and then have a newsletter ready every month. And Gurudev would call me and say, is it ready? Is it ready? And I even recall during this very, very difficult time during his second surgery and convalescing, when he was suffering so much, physically speaking, and we were all around his bed because he couldn't even get back into his bedroom. He went from the bathroom into the guest room and lied on the bed there. And we were all, Maturana Prabhu was there, Dr. Jailal was there. There were different devotees there. And he took my hand, and his hand was stone cold because he was in so much pain. And he looked at me and he goes, "Is this going into the newsletter?" And I said, "Oh, no, 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 not this." He said, "Yes, everybody should know what's going on." Okay, so I just kept writing. So different devotees wrote a different part of his lives. And I began to go through this manuscript recently. And what I discovered touched me so deeply on two aspects. One aspect was the disciples' eyewitness. And I was just overwhelmed, wondering where all this devotion coming from, especially during the academic time. The report mostly were written by Dhananjay Prabhu. And his writing was just so sincere, so honest, so precise. You know, it's like you are with Gurudev and you live that moment with him all over again. Then you had the most amazing report from Madan Mohan, which was hilarious to read. You know, I mean, his narrative is just like watching a movie. You know, when they met in Mexico the first time and Gurudev was there to convince them to shift to the UK. I mean, Gurudev had a plan, and the way he unfolded this, nobody could see it coming. And then the second report he wrote, that's when he settled down in Cambridge. And the way he writes this is so sincere, and there's so much love and respect and admiration for the spiritual master that every time you read this, you think, wow, I'm so far away from that standard. I better start catching up. And there were other wonderful reports that the Sarvabhauma Prabhu, when he wrote, he was such a long time with Gurudev, and he wrote amazing reports about, especially about Kirtida Mataji, and the reports from Fiji, the reports from India. And I started going through all this, and I'm thinking, wow, this is an amazing narrative. There is a story unfolding here. And you discover the person through the eyes of other people, how they think about him, what they understand about him, how he's expressing himself to them, what he likes, what he doesn't like, his visions, his moods. Everything is written down. And I thought, wow, this is history. So I decided to do some editing, because in those days, devotees used to write, and each writer has a different mood, different English, different way of expression. So I tried to formalize everything so it turns into a story. And we have almost finished. Now, what struck me the most is as I go from year to year, so there's 94 all the way to 2002, and then I go through the newsletters for 2001, and what do I discover? The last three reports are Kirtida Mataji passing away. What's his name? Namacharya in China passing away, and then Gurudev passing away. This is the end of the book. And I'm thinking, this is the biggest lesson, how three different devotees live this world with pure Krishna consciousness. And of course, I don't want to finish the book that way. I think we'll have to, you know, smooth things out, to upbeat the thing and make Gurudev stay with us all the time, that he actually has never left. But with Sri Rupa Mataji, we are working on this project. Now we're doing editing and proofreading. We're going to do the layout, the book cover, and it will be 2 big volumes of approximately 700 pages each book that we plan to offer for Srila Gurudev's 22nd disappearance anniversary. So that will be on March the 3rd, 2022. And the way we're going to do it, and I'll finish with this, is, you know, when I did the big Gurudev book, you know, I had to literally make sure that the devotees get the books to their doors. You know, each book is 6 kilos. And I mentioned it, you know, when you say Guru is heavy, well, that book is heavy. And I don't want to do that system again. We're going to do book printing on demand. In other words, we'll collect all the orders from America, all the orders from Europe, and then we'll get Amazon to print them and drop them to your door. So it will be pre-orders, pay in advance. We're going to put the price as low as possible, zero profit, just as a service to the Vaishnav community. So this will be an offering to Srila Gurudev for his Tirobhav in 2022. So with the blessing of all the devotees who are so dear to us, with your mercy, we'll be able to complete this project so we can, you know, this is a legacy. This is history in the making. The future generation must read these books. You know, Servant of the Servant is still very popular reading. Devotees hearing Srila Gurudev's lectures all the time. It's a very powerful legacy. And we need to perpetuate that legacy, because when we are all gone, we want Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, all the senior devotees to stay alive forever and ever. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so very much, Radhacharan Prabhu. And my apologies, Radhacharan Prabhu is already initiating spiritual master. And I'm really sorry that I misspoke there, but I was corrected. Congratulations, Prabhu. And we're so happy to have you in our association and hearing such pristine words from your mouth. Thank you so very much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna to Giriraj Maharaj.
Yeah.
Kartikeya. Haribo. Alachanji. Sharanjali.
Hare Krishna. So, thank you, Prabhu. Thank you very much. So, Prabhu, so actually we're thinking that because some people had asked to speak, and those who asked to speak, I'm putting them up first. And Maharaj will be speaking from 8 o'clock, so we have 8 minutes. Mother Nandini Prabhu, you wanted to speak. I'm wondering if you can speak within those 8 minutes, or if you need longer time, I'll schedule you later.
Hare Krishna, Nityananda Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Radhacharan, Hare Krishna, all glories. So wonderful to see you, dear. So I will be very brief, but I wanted to offer my humble obeisance the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev. Namam Vishnuvadaya, Krishna Vasaya Bhutale, Shrimate Namal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane. And this whole theme of this year's celebration, such a wonderful celebration, the 75th, we certainly won't be here for the 100th Nityananda Prabhu, was very glorious, and the whole theme was prasadam. So Radhacharan's big kilo heavy book, my son Jai Ram, we were serving in Puerto Rico with Tamal Krishna's Veggie Garden Cafe, sent that book to me from Denver to Puerto Rico, that big heavy book. And so I selected very wonderful pictures of Srila Gurudev taking prasadam, distributing prasadam, and we had those framed in the decorations in our Kalachandji temple. And with Prabhupada on the way to Mayapur, sitting, taking prasadam. So I had prasadam memories with Srila Gurudev. And many serving up in his quarters, cooking for him, assisting from the very beginning. When I just wanted to be there, when all the people were cooking, I just wanted to be there. I would clean and whatever, just to be up there in Srila Gurudev's quarters. Am I unmuted?
No. Did you mute yourself? Please unmute yourself. Somehow you got.
Okay, is that good? All right. So yes, I just wanted to be up there with Srila Gurudev when, in the very beginning, I remember we lived in North Dallas. I get up and come to the temple very early. Bhakti, Nancy, and Srila Gurudev would just be smiling so much when I walked into that temple room. I was done with that smile. So we would sit after we served Srila Gurudev up in his quarters, and we would all sit there after, we would all serve him. Many times when I was cooking, he would say, you offer everything to Prabhupada. And then all the cooks, we would sit after Gurudev took, and he would come out to make sure everybody was taking nicely prasadam. So my husband and I moved with his blessings to Tiburon, California. My husband got a position with an investment firm there. And, you know, Srila Gurudev, like a loving father, came to our home and stayed in our home. My husband would make him milk, hot milk, and tuck him into bed. Massage him. I remember before he was coming, because he told us he was coming, I scrubbed every wall, every baseboard, everything. And he brought his Radha Damodar deities there. I have pictures of him in our home worshiping those deities. It was a very beautiful time. And so a few prasadam pastimes quickly. One morning he asked me to make khichdi and chapatis, and you know, I was just a fool, as I still am, fool number one. And so I had some organic whole wheat bread, and the chapatis blooped, the khichdi blooped, the potatoes wouldn't cook, and Gurudev was saying, Nandini from the other room, what's happening? So he put on an apron, came into the kitchen, and started seeing what was going on with everything. And somehow or another, the potatoes weren't cooking. So at that moment, he said, okay, so what did he tell you to do, Kartikeya?
He said, I want you to go to the market and get some Velveeta cheese and some pickles.
I had organic whole wheat bread.
Because he wanted to have a grilled cheese sandwich just the way his mother made it for him.
That's right. So I made him these grilled cheese sandwiches. And then Kartikeya, Gurudev, and my son Jairam, who was very young, sat at the table. And Gurudev took one bite and said, oh, just like my mother used to make. He was relishing. And then Jairam, he asked, why are you not, what's happening? You're not eating, you're not taking anything. And he looked at Gurudev and said, my mother says that cheese is plastic. So it was, and then Srila Gurudev said, okay, I'm going to tell all the devotees in Dallas that you've served me kami bread and plastic cheese. And true to his word, he went back to Dallas and made an announcement in Bhagavatam class. So yeah, many beautiful prasadam memories with Srila Gurudev. And Radhacharan, I had selected many beautiful pictures from that giant weighted book, so magnificent, of Gurudev taking prasadam, and photoshopped them, and we had them beautifully framed in decorations today in his honor. So Srila Gurudev was an ocean of mercy to us. He was a loving father. And just one short note that isn't a prasadam note, but it's a very funny thing, real quick. He was going to do an interview, a radio interview, and actually Drishta Prabhu was going to be the interviewer. And Gurudev said, no. Nandini is going, Bhakti Nancy, I was Bhakti Nancy, she's going to do the interview. And so I was home, I was listening to a lecture with Gurudev. My son was like 8. I had a bandana on my head, I was cleaning, and Mathuranath knocks on the door and says, Srila Gurudev wants you to do this interview with him. And I went, oh, really? and he said, I said, when? And he said, oh, in about 40 minutes. So I put on my business, I put on a red skirt, a white blouse, a black jacket. I looked like the professional interviewer, and off we went. Drishta was coaching me in the car. Gurudev was in the front, kind of looking back and smiling. And we got to the studio, and Gurudev said to me, are you nervous, Nandini? And so I said, well, and so he said, oh, don't worry, there'll only be about 1 million people listening to this. He was, so I had a pen in my hand, and when I stood up, I had the pen had leaked on my skirt. I had a big black ink mark on my skirt. Gurudev laughed and he handed me his bead bag to hold. And we did this interview, and as Srila Gurudev is so expert in orchestrating, he had Maturna and Jivananda call in and ask.
Well, because he started talking about the restaurant, about Kalachanchis.
Right.
And he will tell Nandini, have you ever been in the restaurants?
And in those days, I was he had appointed me as a manager to the restaurant. So it was all tongue in cheek, very, very.
He said, you maybe want to try it. I think you may like it. Gurudev would say to me.
So anyway, many, I don't want to take more time, but many very.
That was about prasadam.
It was prasadam. It was about Kalachandji's restaurant. Yes. And I may share this with some of our god brothers and god sisters, but Sunanda recently sent a video to us about the original days in Dallas, and it is just spectacular. It's beautiful. Radhachan, I'll try and share it with you. I think you'll really love this. So anyway, all glories to our beloved spiritual master, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
Thank you, Prabhu and Kartikeya Prabhu. Thank you so very much. Very beloved disciples of Gurudev, very beloved to us all as well. We're so fortunate to have you in our midst. There's so much enthusiasm even at this age that you're all exuding. It makes such a huge difference to all of us, especially those of us getting a little older.
Yes, Hare Krishna.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Nityananda. Hare Krishna. Hare
Krishna. Now we have His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj with us. This is the time that we allotted for him to speak. So please, Maharaj, Giriraj Maharaj, please take the floor. And again, because these recordings are going to posterity, for those in the future who are listening to this and hearing this, Giriraj Swami Maharaj, if you have not heard about him, is a preeminent spiritual master on the planet at the present time, and hopefully stays with us for a very long period of time, because by his association, all of us are benefiting tremendously. We can't even say enough about how much we're benefiting and how many people have actually become so much more Krishna conscious, or even become Krishna conscious because of you, Maharaj. And Maharaj was at one time, of course, also on the Governing Body Commission, and now is emeritus. Written this wonderful, so many wonderful books, but the last one that came out, I Will Build You a Temple. It's just such a classic that this is going to be a game changer for anybody who reads this book, to understand what happened in our movement in terms of all the seismic shifts that happened in our movement. This was one of the greatest ones that happened when Srila Prabhupada decided to build his office in this world, and that was in Mumbai, in Juhu. And of course, I can say a lot more, but really this program is about Srila Gurudev. So Maharaj, please speak to us. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chaksunamidhitam Yena Tasmai Sri Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavari Paschatya Deshatarine Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama. Seeing our dear godbrother Brahmatirtha Prabhu put on his camera made me think to request the other devotees on Zoom, as far as possible, to put on their cameras so we can see their moon-like faces. when Nityananda Prabhu mentioned me being around for a long time, I thought of an incident that involved Srila Gurudev in Dallas. It involved him, but it was after his departure. So I was in Dallas upstairs, and I was thinking that I'm really going slow, and I'm going to need a long time to complete what I have to do. I mean, I'll need to live longer. So these days were just leading up to Tamal Krishna Goswami's Vyasa-puja, his appearance day. And so for a couple of days before the Vyasa-puja, devotees were reading from the books called, I think, TKG Memories, compiled by Sarvabhauma Prabhu. So just when I was having this thought that I need more time, I'm going so slowly, someone who was reading from the TKG Memories read an item called, I think, Purveyor of Good News, that Tamal Krishna Goswami was always eager to share good news from Srila Prabhupada. And in this entry, Tamal Krishna Goswami says, hey Prabhus, I have good news. Srila Prabhupada said that Krishna wants us to go back to Godhead in this very lifetime. And if we need more time, if we're not ready, Krishna will extend the duration of our life beyond what it's meant to be so that we can finish up and go back home, back to Godhead in this lifetime. So that was good news. That was good news. I'll probably need a lot of time. So maybe I'll be around for a while. I have so many memories of Tamal Krishna Goswami, so many interactions with him that were significant for not only for me, but I would say instructive for others. One that comes to mind was, this was after Srila Prabhupada left. And, there were zonal acharyas. And at one stage, some of them started to fall down. And there was a lot of chaos in the movement. And I was serving in Mauritius and South Africa, which were out of the way. And I wasn't getting much association of peers, and I felt deprived of senior association. But it was hard to get away because everyone was struggling in their own zones, just trying to keep things intact. And nobody was traveling, so I couldn't get any relief. But somehow or other, I managed to make it to Dallas eventually. And I had this significant conversation with Tamal Krishna Goswami in his bedroom, the two of us sitting on the floor. And he told me that with all of his association with Srila Prabhupada and his 3 initiations from Srila Prabhupada, first initiation, second initiation, and sannyas initiation, he still felt the need for Shiksha gurus in his life. And he named some devotees who he considered to be his Shiksha gurus. He even included me in the list. But anyway, I have my own interpretation of that. And at that time, because of the fall downs of so many senior devotees in whom I had placed my trust, I'd resolved I'm never going to put my faith in anyone else except Srila Prabhupada. But I took seriously whatever Goswami Maharaj said, and I certainly took seriously what he said about Shiksha Guru. But still, I was reluctant to place any faith in anyone else. So the next morning, during japa in the Dallas Temple Room, and at that time the japa was very intense. There were a lot of devotees, and the atmosphere was charged with spiritual energy. And Tamal Krishna Goswami would like walk around the perimeter of the temple room. And I was also walking around. And suddenly the thought came in my mind, or maybe I should say the resolution formed in my heart, that I should accept him as my Shiksha Guru. But we were chanting japa, and I didn't want to interrupt his japa, but I was overwhelmed with this determination. So I did sort of interrupt his japa, and I said, you know, I thought about what you were saying about Shiksha Guru, and actually I agree. And I want to accept you as my Shiksha Guru. And he looked at me in that sort of knowing way and sort of like nodded his head, and I, you know, I offered my obeisances to him on the floor of the temple room. And that was a very significant moment for me. And he remained as such, you know. I feel very fortunate because I had a long conversation with him before he went to India for the last time. And in the conversation, I basically went over every aspect of my life. It's like I presented every aspect of my life in devotional service to him. And he guided me. He confirmed, you know, many of the things I said, and he advised me. And when I mentioned Bhaktivedanta Hospice in Vrindavan, he said, oh, that's a very important project. I would like to help you with it. And I felt very gratified in retrospect after he left that that I could like go over, give him like an overview of all of my plans and activities and get his comments. Then came that fatal accident. And soon afterwards, Srila Gurudev's disciple Agavit Prabhu, who was with him on that car ride from Mayapur to Calcutta. Agavit Prabhu came to my ashram in Carpinteria and spent time with me. And, you know, I asked him about what had happened. And I determined that the next time I went to India, I wanted to visit that tree into which the car had collided. And so it happened. I was driving with Agabit Prabhu from Calcutta to Mayapur, and we stopped at the tree. When we got to the tree, I felt very angry at the tree because I felt that the tree was the instrument for Tamal Krishna Goswami's leaving. But then I felt I felt Tamal Krishna Goswami manifest himself, and he said, Srila Prabhupada called me, and that didn't particularly pacify me. And then he said, and you'll be joining us too. So when I heard that, I felt, oh, well, that's okay. That's good. That's fine. And then he said, but before then, you have to do 3 things. One, you have to help devotees improve their japa, which to me also meant improving my japa, because as Burijan Prabhu says, the best way to learn something is to teach it. And then he said, 2, you have to write your books. And 3, you have to give shelter to more souls. So I took that as my direction from him, in a way from Srila Prabhupada. And so, yeah, I'm working on those 3 areas. And the reason I say from Srila Prabhupada is because, Tamal Krishna Goswami really was Srila Prabhupada's representative. And there was one incident that took place that really convinced me of that. And that took place in Srila Prabhupada's last year with us in 1977 in Juhu in April. So I went up to Prabhupada's quarters to see Tamal Krishna Goswami. And we were always mindful not to disturb Srila Prabhupada. His health was not good. So we met in the furthest outside room where Tamal Krishna had his desk. The desk is still there. And we spoke in whispers with 2 sets of closed doors between us and Prabhupada. Tamal greeted me with a warm embrace and then asked me to go to the bank to make a deposit. I hesitated. I thought, I'm the temple president. I have so much important work to do that nobody else can do. Why me? Why do I have to go to the bank? Anyone can go to the bank and make a deposit. So I told Tamal Krishna Goswami, there are so many devotees who can make a bank deposit, but there are many things that only I can do. So better I do those things and let someone else make the deposit. Perhaps on some deeper level, based on envy and false ego, I may have been considering, who are you to tell me to go to the bank? Anyway, we were discussing it all in hushed tones so as not to disturb Srila Prabhupada. Suddenly, Prabhupada's bell rang, and Tamal Krishna Goswami and I raced around the outside hallway to his room. Especially then it was a rare treat to be summoned into Prabhupada's presence. Prabhupada said to me straight away, chuckling, "Now you have so many things to do. Again, another burden. You have to do all these things. So, how is your preaching?" I wasn't sure exactly what he meant, but he knew that sometimes I felt burdened by management and preferred to preach. I gave him a report about our recent preaching successes, and he spoke about the mood of a Vaishnava and the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then he asked, if one does not present Bhagavad Gita as it is, then where is the authority? And then, apparently to illustrate his point, he said, if I say, Giriraj, you go there to the bank, and no, I cannot do this. I can do only this. Then where is my authority? And he laughed. Just see. I didn't think Prabhupada could possibly have heard my exchange with Tamal Krishna Goswami. We had been separated by a room and 2 closed doors. Krishna, I thought, must have inspired Prabhupada from within. And further, he had pointed out a defect in my mentality, that I was seeing Tamal Krishna Goswami independent of him, thinking he was just my godbrother and that I should have seen him as Prabhupada's representative, and that it was Prabhupada's order coming to me through him. I thought of Prabhupada's opening words. Now you have to do so many things. Again, another burden. You have to do all these things. He had spoken with emphasis. You have to do all these things. And I understood that if I saw the service as coming from Prabhupada, I wouldn't feel it a burden. And so this was, to me, a very vivid incident that illustrated that Tamal Krishna Goswami was Srila Prabhupada's representative and that his instructions to me were coming ultimately from Srila Prabhupada. Now, I have the advantage, you could say, of having Tamal Krishna Goswami as my sannyas guru. And I would like to speak about that for a few minutes. Around 1971, Tamal Krishna Goswami asked Srila Prabhupada about my taking sannyas. And Srila Prabhupada said yes, that I should take sannyas. At Juhu in 1975, a wave of devotees wanted to take sannyas and did. Navyogendra Swami, Lokanath Swami, Sridhar Swami. I was senior to them, and so devotees suggested that I should take sannyas too. Somehow within my heart, I felt reluctant. But Gopal Krishna Prabhu, the GBC for Bombay then, mentioned the idea to me and then took the initiative to speak to Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada called for me. So, you want to take sannyas? Gopal Krishna says you want to take sannyas. I was stunned. I had never said I wanted to take sannyas, and I never expected that Gopal Krishna would ask him. But I didn't want to contradict my authority, so I said, yes. Why? I gave the standard answer, so I can have more facility to preach. I looked at Srila Prabhupada with nervous anticipation. Srila Prabhupada asked, you cannot preach as a brahmachari? I can. Srila Prabhupada peered back at me. Is there any other reason you want to take sannyas? The only other reasons that passed through my mind were that devotees would offer me obeisances and that I would get Mahaprasad. But I could not present those reasons to Srila Prabhupada. So I said no. Somehow, Srila Prabhupada did not seem to want me to take sannyas. I left to go to the city to preach. In the evening, when I returned to Juhu and went upstairs to Srila Prabhupada's quarters, one of Prabhupada's servants approached me. Boy, Srila Prabhupada really didn't like your idea of taking sannyas. He said, what does Giriraj think? That by taking sannyas, he will sprout 4 arms for preaching? Then Prabhupada said, Giriraj can never leave Bombay. I could understand that Srila Prabhupada was concerned that if I took sannyas, I might prefer to travel and preach and leave the management in Bombay. I wondered why I had gone along with Gopal Krishna's proposal. Within my heart, I didn't even really want to ask for sannyas. I vowed never to bring up the subject again. So on November 14th, 1977, at 7:26 p.m. in his room at the Krishna Balaram Temple in Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada left this mortal world to go back to Godhead. Before he left, Srila Prabhupada had expressed his desire to go to Govardhan, but his loving disciples, fearful for his health and of his imminent departure, appealed to him not to go. First recover and become a little stronger, then you can go. And Srila Prabhupada submitted to the love of his disciples. I shall not put you into anxiety. And Srila Prabhupada commented, just see how much affection they have for me. Still, as Srila Prabhupada's devoted servants, we wanted to fulfill his last desire to go to Govardhan Hill. So Tamal Krishna Goswami and other leaders arranged for a small deity of Srila Prabhupada to be taken on parikrama to Govardhan 4 days after Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. Before the Govardhan parikrama, the devotees did Vrindavan parikrama, joining thousands of other pilgrims in the auspicious Kartik month, walking together barefoot around Vrindavan. As usual, I walked near Tamal Krishna Goswami and the other sannyasis who had been close to Srila Prabhupada. At one point, Achyutananda turned to the others and spoke in such a way as if for me to hear. So, when will our Giriraj take sannyas? Because of Srila Prabhupada's previous instruction to me, I decided never to even think of the idea of sannyas. But somehow when Achyutananda asked his question, something within my heart inspired me to reply, maybe quite soon. I was surprised at myself. I looked at the faces of the others for their response, and they too were taken aback. One of them said, but Giriraj, Srila Prabhupada didn't want you to take sannyas. Later, another sannyasi made the same point. Prabhupada didn't want you to take sannyas. Why are you so eager? Although I had never expected the desire to take sannyas to manifest in my heart, even when the senior devotees discouraged the idea, the desire still remained. Then one devotee approached me in confidence. Actually, it is a tradition that when a disciple asks the guru for sannyas, the guru will refuse 3 times to test the disciple. Then I understood what was happening. The sannyasis were discouraging me, not really to change my determination, but to test me. So the 3rd time when one of the sannyasis attempted to dissuade me, I confidently upheld my determination. And somehow or the other, the idea of my taking sannyas was accepted. From Vrindavan, Tamal Krishna Goswami Bhavananda Maharaj and some other devotees and I went to Mayapur for the Pushpa Samadhi ceremony. From Mayapur, after Mayapur, we stopped in Calcutta. There, Srila Prabhupada's former family members came to meet us. One of them inquired, now that Prabhupada is gone, who will speak to people about Krishna? Tamal Krishna Goswami looked at me and in a telling way said, that is the question. From Calcutta, we proceeded to Bombay to prepare for the grand opening of the Sri Sri Radharasa Bihari temple. After the grand opening in January, as Srila Prabhupada desired, we all returned to Mayapur for the annual GBC meetings and Gaur Purnima festival. And there, on the auspicious day of Gaur Purnima, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami gave me my sannyas danda and name, Giriraj Swami. The next to take sannyas was Jayadvaita. After Goswami Maharaj gave me my danda, Satsvarupa Maharaj gave Jayadvaita his. And Tamal Krishna Goswami commented, an era has ended. Giriraj and Jayadvaita were known as the original brahmacharis in ISKCON. Now they have taken sannyas. As is the custom, after the ceremony, I happily went from door to door, person to person, to beg donations to give to my sannyas guru. And the devotees I approached, who had been waiting so long for me to take sannyas, were happy to give. Initially, I felt some regret that Srila Prabhupada had not personally given me my danda and name, but I felt happy that my relationship with Tamal Krishna Goswami had been solidified by my accepting him as sannyas guru. Although Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj gave me my name and danda, the original instruction for me to take sannyas had come from Srila Prabhupada. Still, Srila Prabhupada's desire was fulfilled through his beloved son and my dear godbrother, Tamal Krishna Goswami. And I felt very happy to have that additional relationship with him as his sannyas disciple. And yeah, so of course I could say so much. I'm not sure how much time I have or who else is waiting to speak. Or maybe I'll take it. Yes.
You have more time. You have five, 6, 7 more minutes.
All right, I'll tell one more story. I actually wrote about it in my book, Many Moons. So I'll just read it from there, just to So anyway, in November of 1977, the last weeks of Srila Prabhupada's manifest presence on earth, Prabhupada wanted to form the Bhaktivedanta Swami Charity Trust to create goodwill amongst the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, especially the followers of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. He wanted to invest some money in the trust so that the trust could finance the completion of different projects in Gaudamandala Bhumi. And he specifically mentioned some of his godbrothers' projects that they were unable to complete on their own. I was based in Bombay, where I dealt with a lot of Srila Prabhupada's financial and legal affairs. So when I was in Vrindavan, he sent me with his friend Bhagaji, who was a local devotee, an experienced vanaprastha, to Mathura to register the new trust. So we went. It was very hot and the whole situation was very difficult. After hours and hours, we finally returned with the registered document. I brought it to Srila Prabhupada's house and left it there. And then I went to take rest because I was exhausted. I had a very small room in the Vrindavan Temple guest house. I felt completely drained and wanted to forget the whole experience of dealing with the Indian lawyers and courts and rickshaw drivers and heat and everything else. So I was lying on my bed, and after about 10 minutes, I was startled by a loud banging on my door. I thought, who could be banging like that? There was only one person it could be. So I opened the door, and there was His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. He was furious. He came in and said, "You have made such a blunder. Srila Prabhupada is furious. You have registered, quote, Bhaktivedanta Charitable Trust. That is not the name of the trust. It is Bhaktivedanta Swami Charity Trust. There could be so many Bhaktivedantas, but there is only one Bhaktivedanta Swami. You blew it." So what do I have to do? I asked. You have to go to Mathura tomorrow and redo the whole thing right. Apart from feeling chastened by the correction and apprehensive about the next trip to Mathura, I felt elated. Why? Tamal Krishna Goswami and I were very close. We had become very close friends over the years. His interest was so closely aligned with Srila Prabhupada's that I just tried to be in harmony with the two of them. In my mind, my relationship with him and my service to Srila Prabhupada went together. But this incident made it absolutely clear that the center of our relationship was Srila Prabhupada. And that when it came to Prabhupada's service, Goswami Maharaj would not compromise. He wouldn't be nice to me in a mundane way for the sake of a mundane friendship, at the expense of Srila Prabhupada's service. And that made me so happy that our relationship was spiritual. It was based only on Prabhupada's service. If I made a mistake that was detrimental to Prabhupada's service, he would let me know in no uncertain terms. And that made me very happy. I had known it, but this incident confirmed it. So I don't know, in this meeting, devotees have spoken about getting the sauce from Tamal Krishna Goswami. But on that occasion, I got the sauce. And I was glad I got the sauce because, again, it was, Goswami Maharaj gave it to me in the line of service to Srila Prabhupada. And that really encouraged me that although we were very close friends, he didn't hold back when it came to Srila Prabhupada's service and telling me what was necessary for Srila Prabhupada's service. He didn't hold back for the sake of preserving peace in the family, so to speak. So yeah, I'm eternally indebted to him. I have a picture of him and me on my altar. In fact, can you hand me that picture? Yeah. I have many pictures of Goswami Maharaj and me in my quarters, but I like this one. It's the two of us together in Kamyavan, in Vrindavan, in Yogasura's cave, which is that was a pastime of Sakyaras, friendly relationship. So I have this picture. Then there's another one that was not only one of my favorites, but also one of Goswami Maharaj's favorites. It was taken in Vrindavan on Radhastami. And he was holding a small deity of Krishna, and I was holding a small deity of Radharani. And I was in front. Usually I followed him. But in this case, I was in front with Radharani, and Krishna was following Radharani, which we like. We like that. and Goswami Maharaj appreciated that photo so much that he distributed copies of it to devotees, and it's also a great favorite of mine. So we miss him. Yes, that's it. Nandini has it. So yeah, we miss him dearly, but we also feel his presence and are guided by his mercy. Burijan Prabhu, who's very perceptive and wise, he said that Tamal Krishna Goswami had blessed Giridhari Swami by giving him the Orient, and he had blessed Keshava Bharati Maharaj by giving him Govardhan, and that he had blessed Ritatmata Swami and me by giving us Texas. So that was his way of phrasing it, but I would say I feel more like he gave us to Texas. But yeah, it's very encouraging and relishable to serve him, even in separation. And serving him means serving his servants, serving all of you. So yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to remember and glorify His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj on this auspicious occasion. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so very much. A wonderful picture. Nandini Prabhu, thank you for bringing it up. And Radhacharan Prabhu was saying that he is the one who took that picture in Radhastami of September 1994.
Hi, voice of service.
Nandini Prabhu, you wanted to say something? You're holding the picture up. Go ahead. You have to unmute, Prabhu.
Well, it was a very, very busy day, and the temple room was really completely full. And I recall that Giriraj Swami and Tamal Krishna Maharaj and other devotees, they sat, the devotees created, the Gurukul devotees created a little kunj under the Tamal tree. And there the senior devotees sat down and began to speak different pastimes about Srimati Radharani. And then came the time to bring the deities back on the altar for the Abhishek. And naturally Maharaj took one deity, Gurudev took another deity, and they began to walk. And I had my camera with me and I said, I gotta take that shot because it's history in the making.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Hi, wonderful.
Nandini Prabhu, you're still muted. You have to unmute. Looks like you're not able to unmute, Nandini Prabhu.
Well, one of the hosts can ask her to unmute.
I did.
So here we go.
There
I
she is.
just wanted to tell Hare Krishna Giriraj Swami that Srila Gurudev personally gave me this picture. And he said it was so very dear to him, I should put it on my altar where it sits.
Nice.
Oh, God,
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much.
very
Thank you,
touching.
Maharaj. Thank you so
Hare
much.
Krishna Maharaj.
You're talking about the sauce. We all got the sauce many times. They're sometimes known as the hot tamale. The tamale itself was very relishable, but the sauce sometimes had too many habaneros in them.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Hare
Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, are you on, Prabhu? We also are going to hear from Janani Vas Prabhu from Mayapur. And so before we do that, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, are you able to unmute and speak, Prabhu?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing
Yes.
to Kunti. She's holding up a picture of Tamal Krishna Goswami and me sitting on the ground in Vrindavan.
Mm.
And I also have that picture on my wall
Nice.
in my bedroom. Thank you, Kunti.
Thank you, Kunti Prabhu. Thank you, Saujan Prabhu. Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, are you on? Maybe not. Okay. So in that case, we'll have Vignesh Prabhu. Can you put on Janani Vas Prabhu, and then hopefully Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu will get ready by that to speak it. It's a short video from Janani Vas Prabhu. Here it is.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Ram Ram, Hare Tamal Krishna Maharaj ki jai, Tamal Krishna Maharaj Vyasa-puja Mahotsav ki jai. Hare Krishna. I first met Tamal Krishna in Kolkata, 1971, and he was one of the very first devotees I met, and Sri Tamal Krishna Maharaj had that mood of being a loving brother, older brother, caring brother. Of all my god-brothers, he portrayed that more than anyone else as an elder brother. So I was always happy to have that relationship with him. And I remember one time in 1972, no, 1971, I was in Calcutta, and I went to Benares to see my brother, the country trouble. And I've been in, I joined in Calcutta Temple, 3-hour road, and I've been there a few months, and I found that I think I was already initiated and shaped up from wearing stuff on the cloth. And the feedback that gave it to me, Martin gave it to me from their own old feedbacks and every other feedback. Anyway, so I went to Benares. I left the temple. We were taking prasadam at noontime. I left the temple, and everyone was taking prasadam. I said, Hare Krishna, see you later. And then I went to the bus stop to get the bus to Harrow Station so I could go to Benares. I hadn't seen my brother for 3 months. I didn't know where I was. Anyway, I got to the bus stop, and then Tamal Krishna Maharaj was coming running up the road. And he said, "Hey, where are you going? Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Benares." He said, "What for?" I said, "Well, I want to see my brother. I haven't seen him for a long time. He doesn't know where I am." No, he said, "It's very dangerous to happen. It's really wild. You stay here with us." I said, "Yeah, I'm okay, Maharaj." He said, "Did somebody say something to you? No? Did anybody upset you? Did that type of Maharaj said something?" "No, it's nothing to do with that, Maharaj. I just have to see my brother." I said, "I know I want to Krishna consciousness is that what I want. I'll definitely be back home wearing one. Back. But showing how loving he was, how caring. He was concerned that I get lost again in the jungle, which is very, very easy to do so. And he's so concerned that he was running towards the custom. Thank you, try to stop it from going. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, easy. Yes, Puja Mantra, easy.
Thank you, Vignesh Prabhu. What you called it was a little low, so it's for some of us it was a little difficult to hear that. But that was such a nice offering by Prabhuji Jani Vasu. So is Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, are you ready? I don't see him. Let me just see if I see him online right now. Charles Young, he's there, he's unmute, still muted. So if you're there, you're muted, you have to unmute. Let me actually see if I can ask you for unmuting. Okay.
He has to tap the picture.
Yeah, no, he can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Bruce. Thank you.
Yeah, when you did that, then it allowed me to, because I was pushing the button the whole time, but it wasn't unmuting. Sorry about that.
So no, sorry, I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Is there a picture?
Oh, the video, your video.
I'm trying to do it, but I don't know how to wait.
It can happen, yeah. I don't see, it doesn't say anything
Yeah,
about
I just prompted Prabhuji to
Vignesh
start
Prabhu,
over here.
Vignesh Prabhu, can you sort that out?
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, great, wonderful.
Sorry about that. I just
All
didn't
right,
know.
pretty well. Nice to see
I
you.
appreciate
Face.
All right, sorry about all the inability here and no experience of this with Zoom very much. Anyway, Srila Gurudev ki jai. Vanchakopatrubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitarang pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna, such a powerful Vaishnava, Srila Gurudev. Yeah, Janani Vas Prabhu, when he was saying about how he first met Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I remember when I first met him, Keshava Prabhu, my dear godbrother who passed away maybe 10 years ago in Los Angeles. He had moved back from Brazil and was very ill, some kind of cancer. Anyway, so he took me to San Francisco. I went to San Francisco under his recommendation. And when I got there, he brought me onto Gurudev's bus. And it was Tamal Krishna Goswami, Vishujan Swami, and Tripurari Swami were there, like each speaking to the devotees. It was really sweet. I didn't really know that much then. Of course, I was totally long hair, long blonde hair. I was, not even a bhakti yet, but I was chanting 16 rounds. Anyway, so I walked on the bus and there was this devotee, Chaitanya. I think his name was Chaitanya Mongol. Anyway, I don't know if he was leading the kirtan or if he was playing the drum, but he was playing the drum. I don't know if he was leading the kirtan or not, but he was playing the drum. And I was pretty captivated by the drum. And Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj said, wow. He goes, you want to learn how to play that? And I said, yeah. He goes, you'll learn how to play the drum. He gave me like a blessing to learn how to play the drum, right? And so we stayed there for 3 days, and then I went back to my house, shaved my head, and then went to Los Angeles to see Srila Prabhupada. Of course, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was there, and he said, so where did you go? I was like the new bhakti guy who was supposed to be joining, right? And me and Keshava took off in the middle, like really early one morning to go back to my house and get rid of all my stuff and get some money together and get a car so we could go see Prabhupada in Los Angeles. So he sees me with Keshava there and he sees me, pulls me over to the side and he goes, Keshava's too passionate. you shouldn't have left like that, you know. And I was like, all right. Anyway, I didn't know anybody else. I didn't know him, but he was already kind of being protective. So after seeing Srila Prabhupada there for the week, Tamal Krishna Goswami asked me, said, look, I want you to join our party. That was the whole idea. Keshava was traveling with him also on the Radha Damodar party. And they'd come from Washington State to Oregon and then to San Francisco. And I flew up to San Francisco to meet him and everything and to see Keshava. So anyway, so he said, okay, now I want you to drive back to San Francisco. And there's two ways to get there. You can go 101 around, or you can cut through like the desert, kind of through the center part of California. He goes, you should go that way. Obviously didn't want me to drive by my old house in case I wanted to make a stop. And he said, I'm going to ride with you. And I said, really? All right. You know, I mean, I don't even know how far it is. It was like 300 miles or something like that. Maybe it was further, 380 miles or something like that. I forget. Anyway, so he goes, okay, I'll be ready at such and such time. And, you know, so this car that I had was actually a kind of a piece of junk. It had some problem. And, but I didn't know about the problems. Okay. We made it to LA, no problem. And so then just a few minutes before we're supposed to leave, he comes and says, well, you know what? I can't go with you. I have to go. I have to take a different.
There seems to be some kind of internet connection problem on Prabhuji's end.
It's frozen.
Yeah.
But wait, he'll come back. I think it should come back on. This area has this internet issue. It happens to me as well. Let's see if he comes back. Sri Rupa Prabhu, I was going to call you next. Maybe you can start speaking, and if Prabhuji comes on, then, you know, obviously he's your father-in-law, so it won't be an issue of both of you, you know, can juxtapose with one another a little bit. Prabhu, can you say something, please? Sri Rupa Prabhu.
I was not expecting to say anything. I was just ready to listen.
Sorry, I don't know what happened, but
okay, he's back. Nice. Perfect.
Yeah, sorry about that. Somehow I just lost connection. I don't know what happened. Anyway, so I had to drive back. I was like probably halfway to San Francisco, which there's still quite a distance. And I had to drive back with the key. And that means the car was only going full blast, and I turned it on and off with the key, and that's how I drove back, speeding like 80, 90 miles an hour, and turn it off and just coast, and then turn it back on and keep going. But luckily it was midnight, so I somehow or other made it to the temple and joined his beautiful Radha Damodar party, the Bhakta program on the Radha Damodar party. And it was really amazing just to jump right into getting up early and go into the program. And he always made sure we had blueberry halava and glubjamins for prasadam as part of the meal. So we were always very highly motivated to because this devotee that made the glubjamins named Brikasanga made the most beautiful, huge glubjamins. They're just incomparable. And of course, blueberry halava to us. So he knew how to keep the young guys motivated by really, really good prasadam. And, you know, different times he would give me sweets off of his plate. And sometimes he would chastise me. Like one time he said, "You're chanting too slow."
Looks like it's frozen again. Sri Rupa Prabhu, I think if you come on, he might come on faster. Seems like you brought some nice energy the last time you started speaking.
I guess I could just say quickly, Srila Gurudev was like a grandfather to me, I guess, in a sense. You know, he initiated my mother and father, and my earliest memories of him was, you know, I was very young, probably 3 or 4 years old, and I hear so much. Oh, there he's back. Perfect. You've got to unmute, bro.
Yeah, prompted for unmuting. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess Krishna didn't want me to speak. I don't know. I keep getting taken off the program here. But anyway, so he and several devotees, we went to San Francisco. I mean, excuse me, to Denver to see Srila Prabhupada for about
Krishna's really testing us. Ah, here he is. No. Sri Rupa, please.
So I guess you know, as a grandchild, I never experienced any sauce or any heaviness. Srila Gurudev was always so kind to me. I remember I had a problem with my eyes; they would get a little red, and he would ask me, are your eyes okay? Do you need anything for them? And you know, my mom was getting me things for them to take care of them, but he was just always so personal and so kind with me. And when I was around 17, I asked him one time if I could do some service while he was here. He was at SMU at the time, and Radhakrishna Prabhu was cooking for Srila Gurudev. He would cook the lunch, I think every day, if I'm not mistaken, or at least 5 days a week. And so I got to just assist. I would cut up vegetables and wash pots and, you know, just help. And it was wonderful for me. And sometimes if Srila Gurudev didn't have, if he was taking lunch by himself, he would have me come and just sit right inside the door, you know, right next to the, you know, kind of close to him. And, you know, he would just kind of make very light, small talk, ask me how I was doing, what I was interested in, and just, you know, very personal and kind. And sometimes there would be other devotees visiting, and he would still have me come in and sit and just, I would listen to the conversations. And, but I just, yeah, I just remember how personal he was, how kind he always was to me. Growing up, I don't know the details of it, but you know, I know there were times when my mother was raising us by herself, and things were difficult at times, and you know, we would be behind on rent and on Gurukul payments and all kinds of different things. But we were never, you know, we always had a place to stay. We were never kicked out of our house. You know, the Gurukul never told us we couldn't go there anymore, and I can only imagine that he had something to do with that, as much as he was involved in everything that I saw in the community. Whenever he was involved in every detail of if a van wasn't inspected, and he knew about everything. And I, you know, so I can imagine he was part of that also, and part of the reason why we had shelter here and never really wanted for anything, despite, you know, things being challenging at times. But yeah, I'm just so grateful to be here. I feel like I continue to be surrounded by his love and mercy, just being in this community with all the wonderful devotees, his disciples, and his god brothers like Giriraj Maharaj and Vyasa-puja Swami are constant sources of blessings in my life. So just very grateful to be here, and I'll keep it short. Thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu, for insisting on me speaking. You're very kind. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Prabhu. And Mother Kunti, you're there, right there, and I can see you. Shvagram Prabhu, please chime in, because it's a good segue. Him speaking about your struggles in the early days, such difficult struggles.
All I can tell, I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay. All I can say is that Srila Gurudev is the factor in my life that made everything happen. That's all I know, is that I'm nothing without his mercy, and I'm so grateful. Everything that has happened in my life, I owe him everything. I've made so many mistakes. He somehow helped me fix those mistakes. no, not just somehow, he fixed them, and he gave me the inspiration and still does today. I feel that inspiration, and it's really true. What would Gurudev do? And if you just say that and pray and meditate and go within, the answer always comes. It's amazing. And I unfortunately, he had to leave the planet for me to realize that. So we just can use that beautiful mantra and push on the mission of Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON, and pray to be part of the solution. Thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu.
Thank you. Thank you.
Heartful.
Just for reference purposes, isn't it your photo on that picture that says flower people? There's a very iconic photo in ISKCON that says flower people. And I think it's yours.
Oh, that's me.
It's you, yeah. Again, for posterity, people will know that that's going to be an iconic picture for ISKCON.
There's two kinds of devotees, and Srila Gurudev actually, that brings up an instruction that Srila Gurudev said. There's fruit and flower devotees, and then there's devotees that actually offer results, like big results. I am a fruit and flower devotee, that's for sure. Posterity will know, yeah, she was a lightweight.
No, the devotees, the deities actually become very happy with fruits and flowers. That's what we offer the deities, so you're the best offering.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Shagram Prabhu, you're sitting right next to her.
Yeah, please.
Please.
Just turn around.
There we go. You can see both of us now.
Yes.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Bastaya Bhutale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Nityanamane. He's Srila Gurudev for his disciples. He's obviously our savior. And somehow this isn't. That's all right. So I was very fortunate I was a brahmachari for many years. And in that capacity, I was fortunate to have some personal service. So, wow, it's 10 after 9. Are there more devotees waiting?
You have about 5 minutes, so do
All
what
right.
you can.
I think you're muted, Prabhu. That's all right.
I just want to say you can speak. We have time.
Okay.
We'll just continue into the night as much as we can.
Okay.
And then we'll have more sessions, so nobody's going to feel left out.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Prabhu.
So I first met him in 1978. So a year after Prabhupada departed, basically. I was living in Michigan. I long story, but I got a book. And then finally, I became a devotee from Bhagavad Gita. And then I met Brajendra Nandana, who was a traveling Sankirtan devotee. And so he said, he took me out to the van and gave me prasadam, and he said, you should visit the Houston temple. And I'm in Michigan. And he said, because there's a good brahmachari, a good bhakti program. There's, what else was it? He gave 3 reasons. There's a good bhakti program. It's a brahmachari temple, and the spiritual master is there. Something to that effect. There's a guru there. So he looks at, my cousin was with me at the time, and my cousin said, well, sure, I'll visit. And he looks at me and I say, absolutely, I won't ever leave. So somehow or other, by Krishna's mercy, it was Christmas Eve. And I got a flight out that night. I had to spend the night in Chicago, met the devotees, spent the night in the Chicago temple. They took me back the next day. So the word, got around immediately. And so there was a devotee, Kashiram. Yeah, it was Kashiram, met me at the Dallas airport. Went to the temple, and that was Christmas Day, 1978. So I joined the program, moved into the ashram, and That night, there was a class, Sunday feast class. And Srila Gurudev was giving the class. So that was the first time I met him. And in my memory, I recall seeing years later, I'm thinking back on it, and I'm seeing people get up and fan him, right? And he's speaking very powerfully, and he's glorifying book distribution, and he's glorifying the book distributors. So I remember in my mind, it was the third lecture, 3 nights in a row, I finally got up the nerve to stand up there and fan him. But years later, I listened to the lecture, and it actually happened that first night. So when I got up to fan him, he said, again, he was talking about book distribution and the book distributors. And he said, just like our Sankirtan soldier, Brajendanandana, he was traveling through, and he met a young man who had been wounded by one of our bombs. And and Brajendananda immediately rushed him to the hospital, where he is now recovering very nicely. And I realized at that moment that he was talking about me and glorifying Brajendanandana and the distribution of Srila Prabhupada's books. So there was an immediate personal exchange. When I got up to fan him, there was an immediate personal exchange. It was very powerful. So I shaved my own head a week later and stayed in the ashram. And I was not very good at Sankirtan, so I was made the temple commander, which means the janitor. And then sometime later, I went up to Dallas, and I was being the janitor in Dallas. So I know this building intimately. Years later, I was in charge of the remodel of the basement there. At any rate, so while I was there, Pandava Vijay became the temple president in Houston. Long story how that came about. And this was when Gurudev was sent to China, and who was it? Bhagavan Maharaj at the time came in and took over the zone. So there were some things that happened, but bottom line is the treasurer of the Houston temple blooped, which means he disappeared. Fortunately, he didn't take all the money, but he left overnight. So they needed somebody, and Dharmaraj was the vice president, and Dharmaraj was just taking money out of bags and putting it in the bank account. It was a mess, right? So, maybe after 3 or 4 days or a week of this, Pandava Vijay called the Dallas temple, and it was Jivananda at that time. He was the temple president. And no, wait. Back up. He called me. He called the Dallas temple, and I guess I answered the phone. So he's talking to me, and he is telling me that I need to leave Dallas, come to Houston, and be the treasurer. So he was trying to steal me from the Dallas temple. So while we're in conversation, Jivananda, the temple president, gets on the phone. Somehow or other, and Jivananda was with Srila Gurudev. So immediately after that, Srila Gurudev gets on the phone, and he says, Pandava Vijay, what are you doing? So there was a discussion, and the bottom line of it was he thought it was a good idea. So I went to Houston, and I became the treasurer. So, like all of his disciples, especially in the Texas zone, he was in my life all the way through, especially when there was anything big, like a change of service or something like that. He was involved. So I became the treasurer, and I had no experience at all. It was just a mess, and I just started figuring it out and put it together and figured out how to do bookkeeping and so forth. And then the result of that is that, because he was, during that period, there were periods where he was in the Houston temple in his quarters. where he stayed there. And so I remember the Christmas marathons, everybody was gone, everybody was out, and he was there, the Pujari was there, that was a Dunny, and I was there. And maybe Pandava, the temple president, was there, that was it. So at that time, he wanted a report on the Sankirtan results every single day in detail, right? By devotee, still, you know, like any professional accounting. So I had to produce that every day. And so I would be sitting in the meetings and, you know, he would go through it. And so I had more association like that. And I remember the first time he came into the treasury room, he said, "Ah, this is where Shalagram makes all his mistakes." And, you know, true to form, he would immediately spot if there was one thing wrong on the report. You know, it was a lengthy report, and he would immediately be able to spot one thing wrong. So out of that, you know, I developed a more personal relationship through that service also. And then over time, I started to become more of a personal servant. And there was one time when he was leaving to go elsewhere. Obviously, he traveled a lot. And the temple had a car, and I was the driver. So I drove him to the airport. And there was a bit, and it was always rushed last minute because his agenda is just packed full to the last minute. And then it would go a little over, and then now we're going to be late. Now he's going to miss the flight, you know, so you're in great anxiety. So on this particular occasion, there was a traffic jam going up 45 on the way to the airport. And I immediately got on the shoulder and just kept on driving. He was in the back seat with another devotee, somebody else in the front seat. And I looked at the rear view mirror and he was smiling. It wasn't too long after that, it was maybe a couple of years after that, that because he grew up in New York, he never had a driver's license. So a year or something like that later, I don't remember how long it was, but he wanted driving lessons. He wanted to get his license. Now, of course, you know, he doesn't really need driving lessons. Even if he'd never driven, it's not the kind of thing where you know, he's super intelligent. He can figure it out. He can drive around the block a couple times and go take his test. But he wanted me to give him driving lessons. So we used to go in the late afternoon driving, and he was driving and I was the instructor sitting in the passenger seat next to him. So I would tell him where to go and what to do. And I never had a plan. He would just, you know, buzz me. I would go, you know, I would get the car. He would come down, get in the driver's seat, and he'd say, okay. And I'd say, okay, turn right. I never had a plan. I just said, okay, turn here, turn here. I remember one time we were driving down a street, and it was usually back streets. It wasn't on the freeway very much. And there was a big parking garage. So I said, okay, turn left. We went in the parking garage. We went up, 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 up. You know how you go around in those parking garages? And we were going pretty fast. And then down, 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 down. So that was a very, you know, that was a very memorable time. And then, oh, Kunti wants me to show up. I don't know if you can see that. I think it needs a light.
Yeah.
This was later.
This is in Houston, when he was a brahmachari.
It's not in Houston.
No?
No.
Somewhere else, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see.
Probably
This
Singapore.
doesn't do it justice, but he's just, you know, just in his look, he could just bestow so much happiness and pleasure and mercy. So after some time, there were many things that happened, but the next thing that was significant was that I started to become more of a personal servant. And finally, I got to massage him. So for example, in Dallas, I remember, in Houston too, but more so in Dallas, when he was taking rest at night, I would come up, he'd have his prasadam, and then he would retire into his bedroom. And Maternath was there a lot of times in the late evening when he was winding down, you know. He didn't want to be around any managers because you don't wind down when you're around somebody who's got some big management responsibility, you know. And so Maternath would be there a lot of times, and then I'd be there, and then Maternath would leave, and I'd adjust the lights, and basically I got to tuck him into bed and give him a massage. And so those times are, they sustain me. They sustain me. You know how when you tuck someone into bed and they're sleeping on their side, and he would usually sleep on his side, and you bring the sheet up and you put it like this, right? Like over their ear and not around their mouth. So I got to do that.
That's how he liked it.
That's how he liked it. And I massaged only his legs. There were other devotees did back massage and that kind of thing, but at night I would massage his legs, and at a certain point he would start to drift off, and then he would turn over and I'd tuck him in and leave. And offer obeisances, of course. Then the next significant thing was, is there any more time? Sorry, I can't hear. I think you're still on mute. There we go.
Yeah, we have other speakers, and we'd like to have you on again another time.
Okay.
Have a longer discussion with you.
Very good.
You have so much to say, I know, and you've done so much. You know, I remember the time in Fiji when you came, you paid offered obeisances to the deity, and you fell off asleep by offering obeisances because he was working you so hard, you know. So devotees still remember that. They never forget that. How hard you worked in his service. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All glories to Srila Gurudev.
Yeah, glories to you, Prabhu. Glory.
Hare Krishna.
We have Henry Prabhu online as well. Henry wanted to speak to you earlier, but are you still available to speak, Henry Shilpaf Prabhu? If you can unmute yourself, don't see where you are. Henry. I think he might have left.
Yeah, we can hear you, Henry.
Henry's there. He's about
He's here. Oh, wonderful.
He's here.
Wonderful.
I'm here.
Thank you, Prabhu. Please speak.
Yeah, I remember when he used to come and visit my house. It was so incredibly fun. You know, I just remember it was just fun. That's what he was. He was fun, and he was so personal and so friendly, and treated me so nicely. Just a dear friend. I'll never forget his kindness, and I'm so happy to be on here today with all you wonderful devotees. It just does my heart so much good. And I'm just going to keep this brief. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Yes, he loved you so dearly, and so much association. And even recently, I mean, you came to Dallas and you did the great paintings, of B.G. Sharma. You remember that? Just yesterday, I had a call from a very wonderful lady from a very big art group who was saying that they really loved your presentation, and they were saying, they'd like to have something like that again happen. I said, well, I think we'd have to wait for the pandemic to get over a little before we can invite people again, but we'd love to do that. But thank you so very much, Henry Prabhu. So much contribution you've made to the movement and to, of course, to all of us here. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
You're very kind. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So Rupanuga Prabhu, are you still here? Because, you came on, I remember, to the temple and you missed the program. And I felt so bad about it, but I thought in the evening we'll have you speak and say something. But are you still with us, Rupanuga Prabhu?
He's not here right now.
Okay. Mother Jayanti, you're here, Mother Jayanti.
Yes, I am.
Please, would you like to say something?
Just maybe a short thing.
Yes.
I wanted to thank Srila Gurudev for letting me be in this community and be part of the community, because it's been my life practically. It's been the most glorious part of my life to be able to be in this community and serve the families by being involved in the school, getting to be part of the children's lives and helping them out, to be able to learn so much about Srila Gurudev's likes and dislikes about food and why he liked things the way he did. I took prasadam today with Leela and Maturanath and Mishra Bhagavan and Nandapriya and Gopal, and Rupanuga and myself were there. And we were talking, and our whole conversation was just about Srila Gurudev and the different things that happened. And Mishra Bhagavan was telling us of a certain situation that had occurred, and where he had gone up 12 flights of stairs to carry Srila Gurudev some prasadam once, and he was it was Mahaprasadam. And when he got to the top of the stairs, of course, it was 12 flights of stairs up to take it to him. And by the time he got up there, of course, the prasadam was a bit cold to begin with, since it was Maha. And by the time he got there, he said, Srila Gurudev just removed the cover and he put his finger on the chapati and he looked over at Mishra Bhagavan. And I said, and he didn't want it because it was cold. He said, it's cold. And he said, exactly. So, there were so many things like that we shared today. And it was just so wonderful to be able to sit and talk and share. And I'm so glad that Radha Charan is writing this book to put out, because I was saying at this point in my life, I love being able to read the books that devotees have written about their relationship with Srila Prabhupada. And it's very inspiring to me to see how much they seem to show their love for Srila Prabhupada and how he endeared himself to them. And the thing is that we don't have that for Srila Gurudev. And so what happens when all of us leave this world and there's no one else to have this type of relationship that we've shared with him all these years, and there's no record of it. So I think it's a wonderful thing, that devotees can, of course, we have our recordings now. So that's something that people can listen to in the future. But we really don't have books that we can send out or share with others about Srila Gurudev's life. And I think that will be such a nice thing to have in the future. And I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be able to live in this community and participate in the learning process of becoming a devotee. And I hope one of these days I can get there. Thank you. That's all I have to say today. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Jayanti. You're such a wonderful devotee, very exalted devotee. Done so much service for so many years. You were the principal of the school that we've had. We went through so many challenges and saw the school today to where it is today, a very successful school. We've been successful when you were there also. But it's growing now, and it's nice to have you in the community with all of us feeling we're all very inspired by you being with us. So thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you.
Turn, can I ask you to unmute? You've been mentioned a number of times, and you have always a lot to offer. Are you here, Prabhu, with us? Maybe walked out. Okay. I think I'm hearing somebody come on. Is that you, Maturana Prabhu?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, wonderful. Please.
Sorry, I don't have a computer with a screen, where you can see me. So that's probably to everybody's advantage that you don't get to see me anyway. So, but yeah, I was, the theme today was Srila Gurudev honoring prasadam. And I was thinking of that word honor, I take prasadam, but Srila Gurudev, I never saw anyone honor prasadam like he did. That was was a special time for him actually, because it was a time where he could be with his, sit with his god brothers and not have to worry about management or making, all these decisions and all these problems and everything. And it was a really, a transcendental break for him to be able to sit and take prasadam. And so, I was just remembering that with Srila Gurudev, when he would put something in his mouth, it was like putting it in a food analyzer. He could tell you every spice, every ingredient in that prasadam, and he would tell you, what you did right, and a lot of times what you did wrong. It was too spicy or too this or whatever. So, so it was like I said, a very special time for him to sit and take prasadam, and so therefore, the mothers that would cook for him, he wanted you to cook whatever you cook the best. Just like, and he kind of labeled the ladies, okay, you got the Southern ladies. So if it was Leela or Jayanti or Nandapriya, so they cooked Southern. If it was, somebody that did Italian well, like Mother Nandini or Mother Gopanandini, they cooked Italian. If it was Indian, they cooked Indian. So that's what he wanted. Whatever you cooked the best, that would was what he wanted you to cook. And I just was remembering about how special a time that was for Srila Gurudev in taking prasadam. And when I told Yudhisthira Prabhu what the theme for the program was, I said, it's Srila Gurudev honoring prasadam. And he said, oh, that's an easy one. He said, anybody that's ever served Srila Gurudev or ever cooked for Srila Gurudev has prasadam stories for sure. Everybody has a story about Srila Gurudev taking prasadam. And we know how important prasadam is to, our Krishna consciousness. I remember reading a story about how Srila Prabhupada was sitting in a room with several disciples, and he started around the room asking each one, what attracted you to Krishna consciousness? And everybody in the room said it was prasadam. It was prasadam to Srila Gurudev he definitely honored it, not just taken it, he honored it. And I remember once, it says it in the Bhagavad Gita that when you get a little angry, you lose your intelligence. So once I was, Srila Gurudev, sometimes he would travel, and then when he would come back, somebody had made him something that he really liked. So he had this milk preparation that took about 25 to 30 minutes to make in the evenings, and he would take it every evening. So one evening I made it for him, and I made just enough for him. And so I went and served it to him, and he's all of a sudden Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu came. And I thought, oh, I hope Srila Gurudev doesn't ask me to serve Chaitanya something because I don't have anything left. So sure enough, he said, Materna, I'd get Chaitanya some milk. And I said, well, Srila Gurudev, I didn't make enough for anybody else. And he said, well, go make some. So I went in the kitchen and I started making it. And after about 5 minutes, the bell rang. And so he said, he called me in and he said, so where's the milk? And I said, well, Srila Gurudev, I'm making it now because it takes about 25, 30 minutes to do it, So I went back in and I was continuing to make it, and then the bell rang again after about 3 or 4 minutes. And he said, Materna, where is the milk? And I said, well, it's coming, Srila Gurudev. So I went back in the kitchen and I burned myself, and I was getting all frustrated, and all of a sudden the bell rang again. And so here's what I was telling you about when you get angry, you lose your intelligence. I went in and I said, Srila Gurudev, ringing that bell is not going to make that milk boil any faster. And then I went back in the kitchen and I thought, did I just say that to Srila Gurudev? I thought, wow. I said, he's going to have toast with his milk because he's going to toast me when I go back in there, in the room. So I finally got the milk together and took it in and offered my obeisance to Srila Gurudev, and he just looked at me and smiled because he knew I just had, I guess had gotten angry, and but he accepted it, and he just gave me a sweet smile and like, okay, I forgive you. And so that was just one Prasadam story. And another time, we were at a program with, it was in a prison program in Oklahoma. And Sunanda, everybody, I think a lot of the disciples know Sunanda Prabhu. He was like expert in pretty much everything, especially cooking. And so we had this program at the prison, and we were leaving. It was time for, for prasadam. It was in the evening, getting dark. And so we had one of these little cook stoves in the back of my van. I had one of those like kind of long vans. And so Sunanda, in the back of my van, while I'm driving down these back roads in Oklahoma, he's cooking a meal for Srila Gurudev. And so it's getting dark and you can't really see. And, as far as bumps in the road, and Srila Gurudev said, turn out, whatever you do, don't hit any of the bumps in the road. Don't hit any of the potholes. And so I'm trying to drive, and Sunanda's back there cooking on one of these camp stoves in a van while we're driving. And anyway, somehow it worked out. I don't know, maybe Srila Gurudev gave him, blessed the van so it didn't touch the road or something. I don't know, but we had a smooth ride, and Sunanda, we pulled over, and Sunanda made Srila Gurudev's plate, and he sat there on the side of the road honoring prasadam. So prasadam was like I said, a very special time for Srila Gurudev, and everybody, probably everybody, like we said, that's ever served him has some prasadam stories. I have many more, but I don't want to take too much time. But I just wanted to also say that just listening to all of Sri Gurudev's God brothers, like this morning and then this evening, such amazing, talks about Srila Gurudev, and it just kind of gives me a little bit of realization about how fortunate that I was, and all of us are, that we're able to serve him and got to spend some time with him and actually get his association. It's I loved hearing Mother Malati talk, and Yogeshwar and all of them. Just Mother Malati, I was going to text you and say, just let her go on, for hours. I could listen to her for hours. So anyway, that's just a few things I wanted to say. So thank you. Jai Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Jai.
Thank you, Maturna. Of all the devotees, I think you're the one who spent most time with him here in Dallas, and he loved you so dearly, and we all do as well. Thank you so very much for your contribution. Mother Indranila, I'd like to have you speak next if you can, because someone suggested that. And Mother Antaryami had put a hand up. Apparently, I didn't see it. But if you did, Mother Antaryami, you might come on after Indranila Prabhu speaks. Indranila Prabhu, are you here with us? Probably not. Okay. Unless you're not muted. I don't see again your name there.
She's here, Prabhu.
Oh, she is there. Okay. For some reason, I'm not seeing everybody.
Under Shamali's name. Under Shamali's name.
Oh, Mother Shamali is there. I think that.
Hare Krishna. Krishna my praises, everyone. Jai Shri Gurudev, Jai Maharaj. You want me to speak then?
Please, yes.
I thought I was going to just have the privilege to hear. But anyway, I don't know if to tell some prasadam pastimes or maybe something that I thought throughout the day after I heard Kalachandji Prabhu speak about Gurudev empowering us through his instructions. So I don't know, maybe I'll just go for it in that way. Well, I heard this morning how Kalachandji Prabhu, he was saying, Hare Krishna Kalachandji Prabhu, he was mentioning how Gurudev would give him service, and he would say, here, have these essays, you edit them and bring them when you're done. And how much he put so much faith in him or in any devotee when he gave us an instruction. And that made me think how Gurudev was expert in engaging everyone in devotional service, not discriminating, our backgrounds or our struggles or natures without, he would always knew how to inspire us and empower us. And that took me back to when Radha Vinod and I, we joined in 1981. We were two hippies that we were coming from living in the mountains in France. And we had like the clothes we wore and just a backpack, So anyway, so we joined the temple in Dallas, and we were engaged in service, and Radha Vinod was helping with the construction of the temple. At that time, the temple was like a basketball court, and then it was transformed into this beautiful temple. And I was engaged in sweeping the floors and washing the pots and the transfer containers and cleaning the prasadam room. And then later on, they added helping in the kitchen, cutting vegetables and these kind of things. And I did that for several months. And then one day, after like almost 6 months, I bumped into Srila Gurudev, who was walking with some devotees in the alley, that little alley on the side of the temple that connects to Kalachandji's park. And he told me, Indranila, how come you're not going out on Sankirtan? And I said, well, Srila Gurudev, I don't know, I'm doing this other service, cleaning the temple, and I feel a little shy. And I think, I would be afraid of going and meeting people. And he said, no, you should go out on Sankirtan. You'll do very good, I think. And joking, he said, and I think then people will be afraid of you instead of me being afraid of people. And so that's what happened. So then Mother Leela trained me, and those days we were doing paintings. Well, devotees were doing paintings, and through the painting business, they were funding the remodeling of the temple, and they were developing the restaurant and paying for the farm community they had in Oklahoma. And then 2 or 3 years later, one devotee who was walking with Sri Gurudev, when Sri Gurudev told me to go out on Sankirtan, he said, oh, I was there when Gurudev empowered you to go out on Sankirtan. And then right in that alley. And then I realized, as the more I did Sankirtan, in which I did paintings first and then book distribution, how the meaning of that, how through the instruction comes the empowerment, the ability to carry on instruction. Because really, I was thinking how I really didn't have any ability to sell things, but then thinking of a lot of the pastimes that happened while doing paintings or books, so many wonderful things happened. And I can mention just 2 or 3, like when doing paintings, I remember selling paintings to a blind man. We used to sell paintings in front of a grocery store, and this blind man came with a white stick. He had a driver, and they brought him, and then he came and said he needed to decorate his whole house. If I could just describe the paintings and the measurements, and in this way he bought like 20 paintings, although he couldn't see. And then I remember another time when selling paintings in front of a grocery store, that a man came and he said, I'm moving, so can I donate a painting? And I said, yes, you can donate a painting. So he came and he brought this huge painting. It was almost like a mural that if I didn't sell, I couldn't fit it back in my van. And it was a changing bodies. It was like a painting that had philosophy in it, because there were all these faces from a baby to boyhood to youth to old age. This man, like random man, he was explaining to me. So we spoke a little bit about the soul and how we're not this body. Well, and then he left. And if I didn't sell the painting, I had to leave it behind. But right before closing down, I sold the painting for like $1,000. So, and then one more thing about when I sold books, I remember this particular day, I used to sell books in Denton, this college town. And I used to, especially in the marathon where we work long hours, I used to work on campus, sell books to the students, and then I would go door to door in the evening. So I remember, sold the Bhagavad Gita to a student. And then later on, when I went door to door, I would go to any set of apartments, just randomly I knocked in one door, and the student opens and he says, oh, you're the girl with the books, the philosophy books, the spiritual books, yoga. I'm so happy I meet you because you sold a book to a friend of mine this morning and he told me about you. Come in. And then there were a lot of students and I sold books to everyone. So anyway, all these things made me realize how when you think of the spiritual master and you pray unto him, how wonderful things happen and how the ability to carry on the instruction manifests. No, of course, I have a lot of experiences when I didn't connect and the days were long and the book bag was very heavy, and the paintings. So it's not that I always was able to do that, but it was wonderful just to remember so many instances when I could feel Gurudev's presence in my service and how, he empowered me to do when he gave me the instruction. And anyway, all these memories are, what keep me enthusiastic in my Krishna consciousness, and that makes me feel that it's his mercy that makes me feel his presence every day. And well, that was about empowering and how he instills faith in us to do the service. And I can say one more little pastime about prasadam. I remember during Vyasa-puja in the farm in Oklahoma, when they did the Rath Yatra and Bhakti Charuswami was there. And so we did this wonderful Rath Yatra and then Vyasa-puja celebration. And I gave him a Lakshmi pie. It was a Lakshmi had crust and then like $1,000 worth, of $100 bills, and that was the filling, and then crisscross crust. And so I wrapped it. And so when he wide opened his eyes, and he said, "Oh, what is this?" And I said, "It's a Lakshmi pie, Srila Gurudev." And so he grabbed a little bit of the crust and he tried it, and he said, "Oh, but Indranil, it doesn't have any sugar. It's not sweet." And I said, "Gurudev, honey's in the money." And he said, "Oh," he laughed. So then he loved the Lakshmi pie. From then on, every year he would tell the story of the Lakshmi pie. And whenever one time he asked me to try from, I think her name was Rupa or Krishna Rupa, and she did this incredible burfi made of hazelnut burfi. And so he told me, get the recipe from Krishna Rupa and you learn it, Indranila. So, well, I tried, but cooking was never my forte, no? So it was so complicated. We had to get the hazelnuts from somewhere imported and I had to grind them. And then when I made it, there was all this oil coming out, from the burfi. It was not good. So he tried it and he said, "No, Indranila, I have no hope for you. I have no hope for you cooking. Just keep making the Lakshmi pies and you'll be fine." So that was my only experience trying to cook for Srila Gurudev. And although at the end, when he was going to SMU, he was very merciful and he had Mother Chandravali and I once a week cook for him. And Mother Chandravali would make the baked potatoes and I would make steamed vegetables. So he found a way for us to be able to cook for him, and sometimes we would sit with him while he was honoring prasadam. And Mother Chandravali became the queen of the baked potato, and I didn't became the queen of the steamed vegetables, but he was happy at least, with the steaming. That was simple enough that I was able to make it. So anyway, Jai Shri Gurudev.
Thank you so very much, Indranil Prabhu. You've done so much service at the temple here in Dallas and other places as well. And the contribution has been so much today. What the Dallas temple looks like is because of you, actually. The facade, the work that was done, and how you contributed to that. Carl Chandji must be beaming every day, just thinking about you. And
but we know it's Gurudev's mercy, as I said before. It was all his mercy and desire to please Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
We all know how much he loves Shamali Prabhu as well. And so Shamali is there. We'd like to hear from her.
Yeah. Come sit here.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Oh, well, I was not planning to speak at all. I feel flustered, but hearing everyone's offerings, it's been so nice to see the ripple effects of how profound Srila Gurudev's mercy infused everyone's life and continues to infuse. Like I was hearing Mother Jayanti and how her whole world in becoming a teacher was thanks to his mercy. And that brought back so many memories of being in the Gurukul and how much Mother Jayanti impacted my life. And I've become a teacher myself, and just reflecting on the silver lining through everything is Srila Gurudev's mercy. And oops, a little kitty. And like Sri Rupa said, I think that also being from the younger generations, I felt a lot the sweetness of Srila Gurudev. Not so, I didn't get to experience so much the sauce. Like whenever he would come over to eat the baked potatoes and the steamed vegetables, he was so personable, and he would always, still remember, he would be like, Shamali, come over here, when he would sit on the couch afterwards to try to digest everything. And he said, bring whatever book you like. And he would, very in a fatherly way, I felt it was like my second father, that he would just read to me the books and then look at me and ask me how I was doing. And he was actually the one that taught me how to ride a bicycle for the first time. So I feel like there was so many little interactions, and I was very young at the time, and just through hearing everyone speaking, I still remembered really missing Srila Gurudev whenever he would leave. And I thought, for a little child to be so impacted by someone, I felt what a powerful effect Srila Gurudev had on everybody. And he knew how to really connect to so many different personalities. I remember in the temple, whenever he would come in, me, Sarat, and Kalindi, we were the three little girls, and we would always be kind of wanting to be first there to run outside and have his shoes after the morning program. And he would joke with us and put the right foot in the left shoe and vice versa. And then we'd all run upstairs, and all of the youth of the temple, they would line up on the stairs waiting for Srila Gurudev to come pass sweets. So he had such a loving fatherly side. Yeah, that I feel grateful to have even been a part of, and to continue feeling his mercy through all of the connections to all of the devotees and his god brothers. So Jai, thank you for letting me say something and for hearing all of everyone's offerings. Jai.
Thank you so very much, Shamali. Very nice, very nice. You're such a great speaker. Such a great Facebook presence and everything else as well. So we know about that. You're quite famous. Speaking like this is quite easy for you. Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Antriyami Prabhu, are you ready? Because you put your hand up here, please.
I think so, Prabhu. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, first of all, please forgive me for not putting my face there, but I'm getting ready to take rest because I have to get up early in the morning. Okay, all right. But please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Gurudev. I wanted to make it a statement every time you have an anniversary for His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami, any celebration, to impart the fact that I knew nothing about this community. I'd never met His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami, but I wanted to make a point about devotees and their relationship with Guru. One should be able to see the mood of the Guru through his devotees. And I must say that I've been here for going on 6 years. And that, besides Radha Kalachandji, who's keeping me here, that's the other part of my stay in Dallas that keeps me here. I see through a handful, a nice amount of devotees, the mood of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. And I've fallen in love with him because he reminds me so much of his other god brothers. I pray that that never changes. I like his energy, the time, place, and circumstance, how depending on what year you talk about him, he's different. What was going on, he was different. But I like the fact that there is some consistency in his mood, in his devotees. And I pray that that never changes. And I pray to at least impart or at least gain some of that experience from them, because it's a very sweet mood. So thank you very much for having the Association of Devotees and having this celebration, because I feel humbled to be in the company of so many of his devotees. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Antarya Prabhu. Antarya Prabhu is a chaste disciple of His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami Maharaj, and who was very beloved to Gurudev and all of us. And actually this morning when we had Radhanath Maharaj speak, he gave such a nice account of Maharaj and how Srila Prabhupada loved him so much as well, how much, how close he was to Srila Gurudev. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Ever since you've come to the community, we've been very happy to have you with us. And, you know, you've made such great contributions. Your classes are great. You know, everything that you do, we really appreciate very much. Thank you so very much. Now, I don't have people who put their hands up, but I do notice that we have some devotees here from China. It could be, I see one saying Jiming, who's on an iPhone, and the other one has Chinese lettering. We did want to allow people from different countries to speak because this is a bit of an international program. If either of you would like to speak, can you please come on and mute and come on? I'm asking you to unmute. Hare Krishna, yes? No? Somebody's trying to come on, I think. All right, then, well, maybe as you're trying, Sarvabhauma Prabhu, are you near your computer? Can you speak, please?
They decided to stay till 10 o'clock, so it's just a couple minutes. I thought I would tell a couple of negative things that happened that had a positive spiritual influence, for me at least. Many years ago, I joined in Dallas, and Srila Gurudev said that he would initiate me when I felt I was ready. And it took some time, but during some Christmas marathon, I decided, yes, I would like to take this step. And he told me on the telephone that he would initiate me. And I invited my mother to come out from California. And she was not so excited about it, but when she got to the temple and the Kalchandi's restaurant, and she met some parents of other devotees that were going to get initiated, she started to feel better about it. And then the night before the initiation, the Gurudev said, I don't think you're ready. So I was really psychologically devastated and deflated. And I went to my mother and I said, I'm sorry to bring you all the way here, but I'm not going to get initiated. And I was almost crying. I was just really, you know, sort of, I felt like I don't fit into the material world. I'm trying to become a Hare Krishna. And the Hare Krishnas don't want me either. I don't seem to fit in. So I was very sad. And the next morning, I went to Mangalarti and then got in the japa period. And I was chanting the best rounds I ever chanted in my life. I mean, I was felt lower than mud on the street. I just felt like worthless, and the holy name was the only thing that I had. It's probably the only time I've chanted properly as I've been a devotee. But, you know, just by later I realized it was, when I went to my mother, she said, why aren't you getting initiated? I think you're ready. And just by him not initiating me, it made my mother much more favorable. And it made me humble because I was kind of proud that I was doing Sankirtan and thinking, I'm as good as the other devotees, but I had some other mental hangups. I'm trying to remember the other thing I was going to say. anyway, I can't remember the other thing I was going to say, but just They did the best thing for each person, and I realized the spiritual master is supposed to test the disciple. When I finally got initiated, my mother wasn't there, but I was so happy to be with my god brothers and god sisters. So I think that Krishna was also telling me that my spiritual family is the most important one. And but that's all I would like to say right now.
Thank you so very much for your service to Gurudev in Sterling. Such intimate service. I mean, obviously at some point we'd like to interview you and go deeper, dive deeper into your wonderful relationship with Gurudev and bring out all these wonderful gems that you right now in your heart. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Guru Bhakti Prabhu, are you able to unmute and speak, please?
I won't speak today, maybe some other time.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, you're
Hare
welcome.
Krishna.
You're welcome. No, you're more than welcome. We've had Krishna Priya Prabhu with us for a long time as well. Krishna Priya Prabhu, would you like to say something? You can unmute. Looks like we might have lost her as well. I don't see it anymore here. Nitikishori Prabhu, are you here? Can you please speak?
I won't be able to speak now, Prabhu, sorry.
You're not able to speak now.
Thank you.
All right. Wow, it looks like Rati Manjari Prabhu is with us again. Rati Manjari Prabhu, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Ah, wonderful. Please say something. You were the MC this morning, but didn't say anything about yourself. So we wanted to hear from you as well.
Yes, I'm here again after, it is a marathon now, right?
Yes.
I went to sleep and I got up again and you're still talking and I kept it on the whole night.
Oh,
So I
wow.
would wake up like from this one and oh goodness and fall asleep again. Anyway, in the modes, but becoming enlivened by seeing all of you. Jai Maharaj, Kiraj Maharaj, wonderful to see you and to hear you. Oh my goodness. I just by looking at you and Indranila and Shamali, and I mean, we know we have a lot of history and it's a wonderful, yeah, I call that the rainbow of mercy. All of you I got to know, or at least to see or to hear about by the mercy of HH Tamal Krishna Goswami, who actually brought my husband and me to visit many of his zones, his communities that he personally built and crafted. And yeah, I remember meeting Indranila Mani and Ravi Nod before they became parents in Vrindavan, right? Following the course, the VIHE course of, he was giving what was a Brahma Samhita course. I mean, very hard, this course. It was so difficult to understand how the universe was created and writing about the Mahatattva and getting exams. And this is back in 1990. I was just, a little bit on Sankirtan and suddenly you're in this cosmology and His Holiness is there and teaching and everyone was so absorbed. He was really a teacher. I just had randomly, clicked on the tape yesterday, and it was the Vrindavan Mahimamrita, another VIHE experience. And Gurudev couldn't start his class because there were so many people. So he just said, "Get chairs, get chairs. Are there numbers on the chairs? Well, they're staying here now. Yeah, put them in the back. Don't waste time." Like this. And filling, and I realized, yes, it was always packed. His classes were packed because he was a great teacher and he was very, of course, we know, serious about everything he was doing. So He was very well prepared, and then when he wasn't, he said, "This course, I didn't prepare anything." That was like what was it? The prayers of Narottam Das Thakur, or the prayers of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He said, "You're not going to get any homework for this course." I didn't, so that's easy. So he whatever he did, even if he said that he didn't prepare, it was still wonderful. I mean, what a Vaishnava, so absorbed in Krishna consciousness. That was, I think, the thing that most struck me upon first seeing him. I think I told this last time, but there is a thread. I had like some devotees also said, I saw him here, then this happened, then that happened. And so many times he was there. I met him, I didn't meet him, but I saw him in 1986. Yeah. And when I was still under the shelter of Bhagavan Das Goswami, which was soon to be changed after that, because he kind of, at least distanced himself from ISKCON, which was devastating for the whole yatra, many countries. But Krishna already put Srila Gurudev in my path. He was presenting the appearance of Lord Jagannath. What is it? The Leela appearance? What was the exact name? Jagannath Priyanatikam? Yeah. He was presenting that for the first time in the Samadhi of Srila Prabhupada, which was barely finished, but it was used as a theater. I don't know if any of you were there at the time, Maharaj. Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
No. But I later found out that Indranila Mani, she was there. There's a picture taken of us sitting literally with a few people in between, but we didn't know each other. But we were sitting in the same row, watching the same play, and I was completely absorbed in this wonderful drama. It was, I don't know, I've never seen it after that personally, but it was done well. I mean, really, like the whole spiritual world opened up. Those of you who have heard the tapes, tapes, nowadays it's all digital, but you can get transported easily by this wonderful narration, which he had written. And so he gave an introduction that we shouldn't think that theater is Maya. And I go like, wow, because I never heard a sannyasi speak like that. And I also actually used to be, maybe you can see, because I'm such a drama queen, but I was involved in acting before I joined. Quite seriously, I was on national television, I was pursuing something there. So just the fact that he was involved in that, and he was so expert in that, and he said like this, it really kind of, in one sentence, it kind of made me hopeful that some things that I was into before could be maybe useful in Krishna consciousness. So his words have such power. So he introduced, and then and I was mesmerized by the whole experience. And then there's so many seeds. The most beautiful thing, apart from, of course, his holiness, his divine grace, I find, is that Lord Krishna, he really takes care. He really takes care of all of us, how we can meander ourselves to his lotus feet, through this one, through that one, through this meeting, through that association, through that instruction, so many ways. And I'll say one thing, one which I didn't say the other time, I think, which was pretty profound. Some of you may know this because I've said it before, but not on Zoom. So as I said, I was living in Holland, in Belgium, in Radedesh, and we were under the zone of Bhagavan Das Goswami, who was a very able preacher and very successful also in spreading Krishna consciousness, and especially in inspiring people with book distribution. So we were on the street the whole day, and I was eating so many sweets, and I was losing my voice regularly. And sometimes I wouldn't have a voice, but still we would have to go out, and I had to chant my rounds. So there was a practice. Somebody, I don't know, it was already there, And said, yeah, you just use the japa tape. Okay. So I had this japa tape, you know, Srila Gurudev chanting japa on my head, walking, and actually chanting with the, we thought we were chanting with Bhagavan, yeah. So I used that tape for a couple of weeks until my throat infection was gone. And then later, much later, after I already had found the shelter of Srila Gurudev, I went to my god sister, maybe she's here, I hope so, Jai Radhe in England. And there was this, you know how devotees, we have our little libraries of books and tapes and things. So there was this tape in some basket, you know, and I said, hey, Srila Gurudev chanting that. It reminds me, can I play that tape? Yeah. And I thought, oh my God. It's him. It's Tamal Krishna Goswami. I chanted with Tamal Krishna Goswami. How is that possible? And it was only possible because in those days, the zones were quite tightly, you know, how you call that, sealed. But Bhagavan Das Goswami and Tamal Krishna Goswami both had received this title Gurudev. There was Acharya Dev, Acharya Pad, Vishnu Pad, so many beautiful titles. But Gurudev and Bhagavan Das Goswami, they both were called Gurudev. I think that's the only reason why a tape like that could have made it into the Brahmacharini ashram in Radhadesh, you know, or wherever it was circulating around in our parties. Yeah, so of course, at some point I wrote to Srila Gurudev and I told him this. And he was so pleased with that. He said, actually, I initiated you. And he also said, I wonder who else has, you know, used this tape. Anyway, so, but the feeling I got when I put on that tape and I heard that it was him, it's like, you know, even before my world crashed because of Bhagavan's leaving, which was devastating, Krishna already put in place, but there is a shelter for you like this. And that I find very, very comforting and very, yeah, it's beyond words. It's divine, you know, and it's amazing that this one personality, Krishna, has so many wonderful messengers and so many empowered. I mean, as the lady was just saying, sorry, I missed your name, who couldn't turn the video on, that she feels that the mood of Srila Gurudev is kept alive by his devotees. And I thought, yeah, I'm a devotee of Krishna, but I'm also a devotee of Srila Gurudev, and of course Srila Prabhupada. But I mean, I'm devoted to, you know, all of you who properly represent the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So it's very yeah, universal almost, but I don't want to sound like an impersonalist. I know some of you better than others, of course, but I think we, some or other, this is our lucky life. This is it. We really struck the more than the gold, you know, we are actually invited to come home. So by your mercy, all of your mercy, especially Maharaj, please enliven me and help me to help my country and our yatra here. Maybe is there another opportunity for a little story, local preaching story, or is there many others?
I have others, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's very meaningful also because it has to do with instructions. Again, let me just take a little more. I was just at some point a few years ago I put a tape on. It's called The Causes of Lord Chaitanya's Descent. I actually put the tape on, I think, because I have tape still. Yeah. And it was actually before the course started, or the lecture that Gurudev wanted to deliver. I was just talking to the guests coming in, or those who came to hear. There was a man, apparently from a Balkan country. And Gurudev said, "So, where are you from?" Or something like Croatia. And then he said, "So, how's the preaching going over there?" And almost within a minute of that, or half a minute, he said, "How's the book production going?" And I thought, wow, I was just like kind of maybe washing my clothes or whatever, and hearing that, thinking, that's it. You know, in our country, the book publication has been like flatline for I don't know how many years. And the preaching isn't very great either. And I suddenly got this together. Gurudev, gave me that insight that unless we start focusing on book publication, we can forget about the preaching. It's just not going to take off the way some of us hope it will. It won't, because we don't actually take serious the core business. I'm talking about Dutch, Holland now, and Holland Dutch speaking. So this he kindled in me this fire by this little remark that we should somehow or other get the book publication going again, which was really, turns out to be quite difficult. But it's 53 years ago, but I'm working on it, and now more people are working on it. And now we found out that our books are still sitting in the warehouse. So the BBT says we're not going to print anything. So now from that, now we're having to get the book distribution going again, which is also, it's like waves, And then I also thought, yeah, what about Harinam? Why are we not going on Harinam? So now, since about a year, we have a national Harinam every month. We go to different parts, different province, and it's also, it's growing. So we're all becoming hopeful again. And I remember that it was this little remark of His Divine Grace that, gave me that insight. And so much more will come from what's going on now in our country. So, and this is also something I loved about Srila Gurudev and love about him, is his preaching mood, which never ceased. So, thank you so much, and I look forward to hear more now. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Pratimjoy Prabhu. Being isolated as you are from so many people, to have this determination to serve the mission of Srila Prabhupada and with the instructions of Srila Gurudev is more than commendable. And you put it together. I remember in 1993, while I was sleeping in the ashram downstairs in our temple here, Prabhupada came in the dream and told me that publishing is our family business. And he encouraged me to go out and book distribution. I didn't tell Gurudev that. In about a month's time, I got a letter from Gurudev and said, I want you to go out and book distribution. And he also wrote in that letter that I want you to win the marathon this year. And so the first time I went book distribution. I'd never done book distribution. I was very shy. I didn't want to go and meet people and ask them to buy a book, and they tell me no. And, so it was like, and here I was getting these instructions. But, thank you so very much. You're right. This is going to be revolutionary now that you're getting back into that swing of getting the books published, distributed, doing Harinam. These are the core activities, and Prashadam, of course. And now we got it, and it's going to just take off. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inspiring us like that. All right, I've asked a number of the Chinese devotees to speak, but apparently not one of them is agreeing to speak, even though they're all very qualified speakers and such powerful devotees.
Well, that is not acceptable, actually.
Thank you. I need
no,
to
come on.
push this on people.
No, really, who are here?
Well, we've got Ziming. She said she can't because she can only hear. But there's Yashoda Kumar Prabhu here with us. There is also Krishna Kirtan Prabhu. Of course, he's very famous with us. He's our tape ministry person. For some reason, he won't speak. Then
Well,
we have one other devotee. I was looking at the name.
You're already now forever on tape or on the digital, you know, that you didn't want to speak to glorify your guru. So there's still room now. You can still come out if you want, but don't feel pressured, but a little bit. Gurudev would pressure them. Come on, you know, China mission. You are the fruit of his success.
I think the other devotee.
At least you can say Hare Krishna.
Yes, the other devotee is Jiangshu. I think she's.
Jiangshu, please.
So there you are. These are the ones.
You know what to do. You don't have to turn your camera on. That's all right.
Yeah, that don't have to.
That's all right. You don't have to, and you can just say Hare Krishna, Jai Gurudev,
Jai.
or something.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah. I'm rude. Dutch people are rude. We have that karma. I'll take it on myself.
Thank you.
No, but really, okay, I'll say something about the Chinese devotees.
Okay, please.
Because we were there.
Yeah.
Gurudev took us there. Of course, I don't know if I saw you over there, but I saw your countrymen and ladies, and it was amazing. It was another lifting of a curtain. I mean, and a real curtain, because it was very scary at the time for them to even want to go to a meeting of Hare Krishna devotees. And I saw the devotion. You know, I saw people falling down like sticks and staying there, laying on the floor, crying, you know, because they're so happy to see Srila Gurudev.
Yeah.
This is 1991 in Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Xi'an, 3 countries, 3 cities he took us to. And everywhere it was like this. It was so devoted. So, and that was very moving. So even, don't mind, I didn't want to pressure you really. If you don't want to speak, it's fine. But actually, we already know that Srila Gurudev made a great impact on China. And the fact that you are here is enough.
And the Chinese devotees made a great impact on the whole world. You know, going to Mayapur, and so many people becoming so impressed seeing the Chinese devotees. And in Vrindavan, of course, wherever they went. But these are the 2 places mainly that they went to. Great impact, great impact. Shabia Prabhu, are you, can you say something? Shabia, please, you're from
Yes, she can.
Singapore. Some representation from Singapore. Shabia?
Oh, shy, yeah, devotees are shy, you see.
It's so shy. People don't speak.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Haribol.
Yes!
Oh,
Haribol.
Haribol.
Happy Vyasa-puja.
Yeah, you.
Happy Vyasa-puja.
What to say?
Enliven us.
Tell us one nice memory you have of Srila Gurudev.
Actually, there was one time we were doing parikram at Navadip. This was after Gurudev left. And then I think just 2 days before that was Panchatattva's installation, the big Panchatattva. And then after everything was over, so we went parikram. And then the parikram finished and we were actually getting ready for Prashadam. And then Jayapataka Swami walked to us. So when he came to us, then he was telling us, were you there at the installation the day before the eye-opening ceremony? And you saw how the whole temple was like in fire because they installed Panchatattva. And then Jayapataka Swami told us that, you know, Tamal Krishna Maharaj went back to Krishna so that Panchatattva can come to us. He went there to send Panchatattva to us. And actually, like, I just felt like so touched, and the way that Jayapataka Maharaj said that is only Tamal Krishna can do that. Because actually they were waiting for so long for Panchatattva to come to Mayapur, the full size. And then when he told that, he said that like, is whatever difficult task that is there in ISKCON, only Gurudev can do it. And we were happy, but at the same time we were sad. Why Gurudev leave us? But then, I mean, this have to happen. And then one more quality of Gurudev that I was thinking, it's not that I know, but it's what Gurudev told in one of his Vyasa-puja in Houston. That was after his surgery. I think even Giriraj Maharaj, Dandara Swami, Nitai Chand Maharaj, all of them were there. And Gurudev told that Krishna have given him the power that even in his sleep, he can do whole management. Prabhupada know that quality of him. That's why Prabhupada have given him I mean, we can see that even in Dallas, in any part of the world, that Gurudev gets just manage. He said, just give me ISKCON. He can do it. He can just manage it in the sleep. He has the power. And actually, I was just thinking of these two qualities, and I just wanted to share with you all. Very well.
Very well. Thank you so very much, Vivya.
Powerful, eh?
Yes.
Really powerful.
We want to mine all this nectar.
Yeah.
Don't we?
And then one more thing. This is after our initiation. After I and Ajeshwari got initiation, Gurudev saw us and then he said, you must thank Giridhari Swami because he recommended you all. Because we were in Vrindavan and Gurudev, a few of them who watch us before he gave us initiation. So after that, we wrote a letter to Giridhari Swami thanking him for this, for recommending us to Gurudev. And then he wrote a letter back to us. He told us that, I don't know how both of us got connected. Gurudev Goswami Maharaj told me to watch you all before your initiation. And then he wrote in the letter, you have made a good decision. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Goswami Maharaj have dedicated his life, his soul, his word, everything to Prabhupada. And just surrender your life to Goswami Maharaj and everything will be taken care of. And actually it's true. But the thing is that we are not surrendered yet. But still, Gurudev actually took care of us, both me, my sister, and in fact my family. And today I wish him happy birthday. Haribol. And thank you for the opportunity.
Haribol, Jai Shai, nice.
Very much, Prabhu.
Very
We have
nice.
somebody here from the Desai family. Is this Chaitanya Prabhu or is it Shyamsundar Prabhu's family? Can you unmute, please?
Yes, Desai family.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's Chaitanya Prabhu from Houston.
Sometimes people are really not available, eh? They
Yeah.
may be, who knows what they're doing. They just want to stay connected. Like I was sleeping and just, I couldn't come on Zoom, just on YouTube, But actually yesterday I had Shamali's here. So nice to see you. I just sent to Indranila, I sent one lecture that I happened to hear. It was a home program, these home programs of Gurudev. So I felt a little distance, from Gurudev. I have that. It's my trauma, I think, from so many lifetimes. So sometimes it's painful because I don't feel the closeness. So I thought I just have to hear. So I just randomly picked this program. It was a home program. Gurudev, I don't know, maybe it was in your home. It's possible, I don't know. And also in Arnila. And Shamli was very little. And Gurudev was talking to her. Shamli, yeah. And then it was, do you like popcorn? Yeah. Are you gonna eat more popcorn? Yeah. And then a little bit more. Then he said, yeah, these are my conversations with Shamali. Usually it's a string of yeses, And then a little later in the program, he said, Shamali, and she goes, what? And everyone laughs, what? And then a little more of that, It's just so sweet. And I thought, oh, Gurudev, it's really me, with my frozen heart. It's not him.
It's so
whatever.
funny. She's such an eloquent speaker, She's a very eloquent speaker. She's one of the best speakers I've heard, actually. Extemporaneously, she can start speaking, and it's amazing what she can do when she's talking to people.
Shamali is in her own frequency.
Yes.
And she can draw everybody in.
Wonderful frequency.
Ja, toch wel. It is true. So
Is she going to talk to us?
Sorry?
Is Shamali going to talk to us?
She did speak, but again, she
just said, didn't hear what?
When did because I've been listening. I heard Indra Mani speak, but I didn't hear Shamali speak. Maybe
Shamali, say more.
Oh, I don't know what more to say. I mean,
I have a question for you. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so as you now you are a grown-up lady, you know, and you know all the childhood pastimes. So can you give us a reflection on something that you now know about Gurudev that you didn't know at the time? It doesn't have to be no, but something occurred about him, because now you can look from a different perspective.
Right. Well, one of the things that I had mentioned briefly earlier, hearing everyone's stories and seeing the ripple effects that he had in everybody's lives, and realizing how much he was able to impact me as a child also. Now reflecting on it through different lenses, I was seeing what a special personality Srila Gurudev is, because he's able to reach every single person, no matter what stage of life they were in. So I remembered times when he would leave after a long visit and I would genuinely really miss him. And I remember sitting in my backyard once just playing around with sticks thinking, when is Srila Gurudev going to come back? And I was feeling really sad. I was feeling this longing towards him. And I thought that even through just a few interactions that weren't so complex, he was able to have such an impact on my heart. So just through, you know, without words, sometimes through the feelings, you're able to communicate even more. So he was able to reach everybody's heart so deeply. And so I think that's one thing that I realize now looking back, how special the impact he was able to have and the way he was able to connect with so many different hearts at whatever level or age they were in.
How old were you when Goswami had the surgery? How old were you in 99?
Well, she was born in 93.
6 years old in 99.
Yeah.
So I was just recounting when I spoke some pastimes of, you know, in the mornings, it was me, Sarat, and Kalindi. We were called like the three little girls. So in the mornings, he would play around with us because we were so excited for Srila Gurudev to show up to the temple. So we'd run up to the Charnamrita stand and we'd be wanting to take turns like, no, I get to give him the Charnamrita today. You did it yesterday. And we'd give it to him. And then we'd sprint outside to be waiting for him to come to put his shoes on. So we'd get them all ready and he'd put his right foot in the left and play around with us. And and I remembered how he showed me how to ride a bike for the first time. And whenever he would come home to eat the prasadam that my mom would make, he would afterwards sit on the couch and be like, Shamali, grab a book. And he would read me a story. So he was so personable, and I think he had an ability to make everyone feel really special and really seen, which I think that's a special quality of his, that when you have so many people following you, I think it's very easy to have a kind of a certain distance. So Srila Gurudev, I never felt any distance. It was always with such warmth that he embraced everybody. And that's really special from someone in his position with so many followers and an ability.
I remember one time that after the surgery, I took him outside for a walk. And he saw, I think it was you, and I don't remember Survatra being there, but I remember you and Kalindi being there. And he said, and he came up and gave you big hugs, and he says, "This is the real medicine I need from these girls who love me so much. This is the medicine for me right now." You were like 10, 9, 10, no more than 10 years old, and you were so happy. And I told Yudhishthira's daughter, I'm looking right out of my brain.
Kalindi.
I told Kalindi, and she said, "Oh man, I don't remember that. I'm so glad you told me, because he was just telling me, because he didn't want to, he was so stressed, he didn't want to meet so many managers or this or that, because you girls are still so young. You're like 9 or 10 or 8, whatever it was. That was a good age just to give him all your love and stuff like that, help cure him."
I didn't remember that either. Thank you, Raja Maharaj, for sharing. You really did have a way to connect to your heart. And that's why Shri Rupa said this also, that being from the younger group and hearing all the stories of how heavy he could be, it's amazing to see the duality that existed within him and how he could tap into such a reservoir of love that was so contrasted to the
He
other
had
side.
it all. He had the full
He had it all.
He could just pick and choose whatever time and circumstance he could choose how to.
Yeah.
For the longest time, you and Surata were our entertainers because the two of you do so many dance programs, and everybody was so mesmerized by your dance program. Was it Gurudev who asked you to do that? How did you get to that situation where the two of you?
Bharatanatyam.
To do the performances.
Well, no, Bharatanatyam, we thought it would be nice for them to learn something cultural and Vedic related, and Gurudev loved
like
that.
ice skating.
Exactly. Well, then she ended up doing so well in ice skating that at one point we had to choose. She became like champion in ice skating. She was hyperactive, so I had to take her somewhere so she would run in circles in the skating.
Yeah.
And then, you know, then we said, okay, let's try a competition. And then she won, and we thought, oh, wow, well, okay, let's continue. It was just random, but it's just, she had so much energy. Gurudev would call, he laughed because my mother would call Shamli that she was a torpedo. And she thought, he thought that was very funny. But no, then when they were very young, her and Surata, they were like 3, and with Mother Kunkumangi, we would dress them like Krishna and Balaram. They had their turbans and their tilak, and one was blue, one was yellow, and with their chatters. And then they sang all these little songs, you know, like blue sky, white clouds, all these songs that the children learn in the Gurukul. And so like spontaneously, Gurudev had them singing. Without we hadn't practiced or anything, so they gave them a microphone in the middle, and they were kind of fighting, and so they were going like this, and we were singing one louder than the other. We were all laughing so much. Gurudev was laughing, you know.
Oh, he was so integrated with the children of the community. Like he gave everyone so much attention, no matter who you were.
Yeah,
That's nice. That's nice. You guys aren't still in California, are you?
Right.
We are in Santa Monica, but when I see everyone here, I mean, the Dallas community will always be my home. No one will replace Radha Kalachandji.
I think we have to come back because I heard they're going to run out of water over there.
We need to come back.
There'll be no water there.
I know, it's a
Moved all the
desert.
water to Texas now, so we've been having so many rains here right now. We're filled with water, so yeah, please come over.
I definitely want to visit soon.
There's no place like Kalachandji Dam, to us at least.
Like Kalachandji Dam. Did Bhaja Govinda Prabhu speak?
Yeah, there's Ganga as well. Ganga has been on this for a long time. So yeah, Govinda Prabhu, did you say Govinda?
Bhaja Govinda.
But he spoke. He spoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were, I think you were resting at that time.
Yeah. But we can all speak again if you can.
Some of us have not
I'm
spoken,
ready.
so let's have those who have not spoken.
What about Lalita Devi Dasi?
Yeah, Ganga, are you ready to speak, Ganga, from Houston?
No, my thing.
No, okay. It looks like she's not ready.
No, not.
Not today.
Yes, she is. Haribol.
I have to say, came all the way from India and had so much drama in her life. And then Gurudev initiated you, and you know,
Yes.
you turned
Yeah.
into this wonderful blossoming devotee. So please say something.
Well, you know, all my memories.
Who's this? Who's speaking?
Ganga.
Ganga.
Ganga Devi Dasi, yes?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it on my thing. I don't see anybody's face.
Yeah,
No,
but
she's
she's
not
here.
put a face on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Video is not on, just my mic is on, Marge.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Ganga, please share.
Go ahead, Ganga Prabhu.
Yes. All my memories of him is like, you know, during the last few years that I got to serve him, and it was so, I mean, like it was so intimate and personal, like everybody said, he's connect with each one of us. And what's so amazing is that, like, you don't have to really tell him what's going on in your heart and in your lives. He knew. He has that sixth sense, or that, I don't know, I always felt he had this uncanny power to actually realize what you're going through. And he would say the right word or the right sentence that you really needed to hear at that time, you know, to put you at peace, or, you know, whatever hope or whatever strength that you needed. And it was so amazing. At least for me, I felt it so many times, you know, like he just said the right thing all the time. And I just cannot forget that. And I always like and that's what gives me the strength to, whatever I've gone through in life or whatever, that I know he's there. So even though he's not physically present, I know he's there, and I know he's protecting us and he's guiding us. And, so that connection will never be lost. And that's what I always cherish about him. Every time when he was even hard on us, or in fact, I was just talking to somebody today in Houston here, and I said, even the daily service that we do, like the standards that he's established within us or in us, it's so high. Like, I'm not saying it's like we are better or anything. I'm just saying when I see it, it's so inherent in us because of the way he taught us. And, it's amazing. And I really cherish that. And I thank you for that. And all your association, I am so grateful and thank you for it. And I really feel fortunate that I've come back to this community again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've been trying for a long time to get one of the Chinese devotees to speak. So Jiming just agreed to speak right now. So please, can you please unmute yourself and speak? That's so wonderful to hear from you.
Who was speaking last, Nityananda?
That was Ganga. This is her name is I may
Ganga?
Yeah, Ganga.
Ganga.
I don't see it on the list of people.
No, she's there.
Sonia.
Sonia, I'd say. But Jimmy,
anyway,
am I pronouncing?
Hare Krishna.
Oh, good.
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
Hare Krishna. This is Krishna Das from China.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
I'm
how
from
much?
Guangzhou. I'm fine, Maharaj. I was one of the first disciples of Gurudev. I joined the movement in 1987 when I was 13. And I was initiated by Gurudev in 1991. I have the good fortune also to associate with Rati Manjari when she visit Guangzhou together with Gurudev. We were there, yes, and Nanda Kumar Prabhu, and we were having association with Gurudev. We have his darshan in the park. If Rati Manjari still remembers.
Yes.
And I had the good fortune to travel with Gurudev when he was in China. I was the first one who served him, accompany him to travel around the country. I would like to share a few stories when I was associated with him. Once, when he was flying from Hangzhou to Guangzhou, together with Gita Swami, I was with him on the plane. But then his Japamala broke. So when we arrived in the hotel, he got some needle and thread, want to how to say to fix his Japamala. Then for some time he tried to get the thread through the needle eyes, but he couldn't. So I was standing behind him and I got answers. And then I said, Gurudev, let me help you. Let me do this. And he looked at me and asked, why? I said, I have a better eyesight. Then he looked at me again and just get the thread through the eye needle, the eye of the needle. So it's like something very strange because he tried for some time already, but just couldn't make it. But when I say that I have a better eyesight, then he get it done himself. And Ganga Mataji just mentioned that Gurudev has this, sixth sense. I personally have this experience with him. At one point, I was thinking that I want to quit. I want to leave this association. Then when he comes to Guangzhou, I pick him at the train station. And then after putting his luggage in the hotel, I joined him and the other devotees in a park. Then I was thinking that this would be my last time to come to see him. And then after this time, I will just, go home and give up everything. And then after he finished his lecture, he called me to his side and said, how are you doing? And then I said, well, just, normal, doing the normal things, nothing special. Then he said, don't go, don't leave us. I never mentioned this to anybody that I wanted to give up and go away. But then he just knew it. And this happened, something like this, happened a few times that he can really read my mind. And I have witnessed how much love he had for the Chinese devotees, and of course for the other disciples all over the world also. But to be honest, the reason why I still stay here, mainly because of him, because I have seen how much he made his effort and endeavor, how much sacrifice he had for this China mission. So actually, for the past many years, I have just do my own sadhana and not associating with devotees much. But then a few years ago, when His Holiness Gita Swami asked me to become a member of the SPT, the Strategic Planning Team for the China mission, I promised him, because I felt the urge from Gurudev that he want me to again render whatever little service for him. So now I am the chairperson for the China Mission SPT team, and we are trying to make some changes or improvement for the yatra, because Krishna consciousness has been spread in China for more than 30 years. Since the day I joined back to 1987, 88. But to be honest, the progress is quite slow, especially after Gurudev's departure. So together with Radhachan Prabhu, Gita Swami, Nishinga Maharaj, and some other devotees, we are trying to push again and try to find some ways to improve the situation. And please bless us, all the Maharaj and dear God brothers and God sisters. Please pray for us and please bless us that we can make this Kasadesh, this special place for Gurudev. Let our preaching in this country become a success in the near future. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much, Prabhuji. We're wondering, we knew that there was some gem sitting there and, waiting to be unfolded. And so it was very nice of you to speak. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And thank you for taking this burden on your shoulders. It must really be not easy, not at all. So thank you for your determination. And it may be difficult, it may remain difficult, but that doesn't mean it's useless. It's always useful. Whatever little progress you can make, it's useful. If you want to get in touch with me somehow, then I will put my email in the chat here. You can write me if you want.
Yeah, thank you. Hare Krishna.
If you want.
And even if we just do endeavor, even if we just endeavor to do something, then Krishna counts that, even if nothing comes from it.
Yes, that's right, Maharaj.
Very good. Lalita Devi? If you can unmute. Seems like looks like she's kicked out. She's not in the list anymore. Okay.
Yes, Lalita Devi. She came on the screen.
She was on.
She's unmuted. Would you like to say something? It's a little bit amorphous right now there.
She was on the participant list, but I don't see it. No. Ah.
Yes. Hare Krishna. Lalita Devi. Yeah. Haribol. Hare Krishna. Would you like to share something about Srila Gurudev? Feel free. Yeah, you can. Lalita Devi. Do you hear me? No. Yes, no. Unmute again. No.
I've asked her to
She's
unmute.
doing something else. There's Guru Bhakti. Haribol, Guru Bhakti.
I asked her to speak as well. She said not this time for some reason.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Excuse me. Now I can't hear you. If you want to say something, please unmute.
I think Guru Bhakti's ready to go. She just has to unmute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. She looks very colorful and lively.
Wonderful.
She's like got the color back in her body.
Yes, Guru Bhakti.
I think I was just inspired by what I think Indranila said. And then before that, I don't remember who said that Gurudev would empower you to do something. I can't remember because I was doing something else along the way. But I was thinking one time when I joined, I was thinking I would not do medicine. I was so fed up. But then Gurudev told me that I should continue with my medicine because whatever I had learned, it can be used in Krishna service. And he said he wanted me to do that. He said that every father wants his daughter to be a doctor. And he said, I'm your father, so I want you to be a doctor. Just like an Indian father. So, and then when I started the process, it was very difficult and I couldn't finish my rounds. So when he came after a few weeks to New York, I told him that I think I should give this up. So he asked me why. I said, well, I promised that I would chant all my, like rounds, and I'm not even able to do that. So what's the point? I'm not even able to fulfill my basic services. So why should I? This seems to be very difficult. So he said, no. He said that, then he told me the story, and that's why it came to me. He said, Prabhupada told me that I could walk on fire. He said, I could walk on fire, and you are the same way. So he said, I think you can do this. And so once he said that, then I felt like, oh, he has that much. I felt like he was empowering me to continue with my residency. And that I went through the whole ordeal just with that, because he empowered me to do that. I wanted to just share that.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We've had a number of people who have not yet spoken also at all. And they're on the list. So I'm just going to go through down the list and see if you say something. But there's a Bharshana Rani with us. Bharshana Rani Prabhu.
I was thinking someday I can take credit for taking Guru Bhakti out of medical service.
Why is that, Mark?
Well, because Tamal Krishna is not here for the last 20 years, and I'm seeing somebody very, very dear to him and to everyone here running on 4 cylinders instead of 6, and but has a lot of desire to do something, more. So we've been working on it 3-4 years now, so finally coming to a conclusion.
Nice.
Well, life is full of variety, Guru Bhakti.
Yeah.
You never know.
Again, Bharshana Rani, if you can come on. Or there's the Desai family still not come on.
I see a Krishna Nanda Das.
There's a Girdhari Priya Das there, and Krishnananda Prabhu. Yes, true. Krishnananda.
Did Saibya go?
Yes, she spoke for a while. I don't know if
Damayanti.
Damayanti is one of our technical.
It's interesting because they don't go offline. They're still here, but they're not speaking. So maybe, dear devotees, they are not speaking out loud. Maybe you're putting the bar a little bit too high. You know, you can just say, "Oh, glories to Srila Gurudev." It doesn't have to be so eloquent.
Yeah.
This is
That's
a
a very good point.
sacrifice.
That's a very good point.
It's a sacrifice of glorification, you know, making the air sacred with our gratitude. I don't know, it's a bit of speculation, but the point is to glorify Srila Gurudev.
Now I know I just saw one of my very, very dear friends saying that we're here to hear only. But then that doesn't allow us to be here to hear only. So that's like a Nitya Kishore has to say a little something about one thing that Gurudev, Gurudev, what little boost he gave to call it TKG Academy this year. If she could just say like a one sentence thing, TKG gave 6 boxes of color crayons by whatever. It does. There's something for us to see some appreciation from her.
Yeah, and you don't have to put your camera on. You just give us your one-liner, and then we'll let you be.
Well, you got Radhi Manjari and me and Indra Nilaman. You got a bunch of big time Sankirtan dealers.
Yeah, we're gonna whip you.
We got some Maharada Sankirtan devotees here. I'm not gonna take no for an answer.
Well, it's just more fun, you know.
Yeah.
There she is, Haripol, Parshani. I know she has a lovely story. I just heard her in Houston. Hare Krishna. Hi,
All glories to Srila Gurudev.
Yeah. All right, wonderful. Okay, you're done. Or do you want to speak more?
No, please let us speak.
I mean, she said what I asked. All glories to Srila Gurudev.
Not enough though.
Yeah.
I hear so many Gurudev classes, and I'm so empowered with the Gurudev classes. First, when I newly joined in 2000, 2001, 2, 3, I just do all Gurudev's classes. I'm heard, we have so many video cassettes in our Houston temple, and I heard all of those. I seen all those videos, and I never understood Bhagavad Gita before. I start little by little understanding Bhagavad Gita by hearing Gurudev's classes, and so it's more and more I get interested to hear more about the Krishna. So first my inspiration with Gurudev. I seen Gurudev first one in 2001 in the Houston temple Sunday class, and only one time I seen Gurudev. And I start chanting since then, when Gurudev asked, who would like to start chanting? And then me and my mother and my friend, we came and we start chanting from that day. And slowly, we learning and studying, and with the Devotees Association, we learn a lot, And so I'm so blessed, so I seen at least Gurudev once, And I wish I have some time to talk with Gurudev, but I didn't get. I'm not that fortunate, but I'm more fortunate because I seen Gurudev at least, and heard him one time at least, So I'm so fortunate for that. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Very nice. Who is your guru again, Mataji?
Giriraj.
His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj.
Yeah.
Giriraj Maharaj and Gurudev are the same soul, so you still
Yes.
speak to Gurudev through Giriraj Maharaj.
Yes.
Nice. Huh?
Yeah. Hare Krishna. All glories to Guru and Gauranga.
Glories to you.
What a nice name. Varshanarani.
Girid Hari Priya Prabhu, are you still up? Girid Hari Priya Prabhu? Can you unmute? I'll ask you to unmute.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna. Nice, friendly.
Acha.
Finally.
Hare Krishna. This is Chaitanya Das.
Yeah, I thought so.
Chaitanya,
Very
Haribol.
famous Desai family.
Yeah, I've been listening all the time. I was just waiting for a time. I said, let's see if there is some time, I'll speak something.
There is time.
We have all
Chaitanya
time.
from Houston?
Yes,
Oh, Chaitanya from Houston. Hare Krishna.
Haribol Maharaj, Hare Krishna.
Whoa.
Hare Krishna Giriraj Maharaj, please accept my obeisances. My father is also sitting here.
Oh, nice.
And Draupadi also.
Oh, nice.
Haribol.
Will we be able to see you all?
No, Maharaj, I think that I don't have a.
You don't worry about the tilak.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, we can handle it. We can handle it. We prefer to see you, some little bit of you on the postal stamp.
You sure you can handle it?
Yes, of course. They're decent people. Please, Darshan. Now she's doing her hair. I mean, don't worry about it. What would you like to share?
Please, yeah, speak, please speak.
Hare Krishna. We were all fortunate enough to have a lot of association of Srila Gurudev, and he was very, very punctual. And one thing about him that he wasn't wasting any time. In '99, we went to Fiji with a group of devotees, and Sam Sundar Prabhu and myself, we had a different duty in terms of because Nayan Maharaj visited just few months before that, so he told us to talk to all our God brothers and.
Who visited? Who was that?
Gurudev told us to talk to our God brothers and God sister because Nayan Maharaj visited there.
Narayan.
Yeah, a few months ago. So we had, from Houston we went to LA, from LA to Nadi, and it's a long flight. We reached there about like 10 o'clock at night, and by the time we went to temple, it was about 1 o'clock. And we took a rest, and we couldn't get up for Mangala Aarti. And we went at 7 o'clock, and Srila Gurudev didn't even sleep whole night because there was some incident in the temple. So temple president was talking to him. And at 7 o'clock, he saw us, and he called me and he says that, do you see that devotee? You talk to them. They are the one who went to see Maharaj. So I said, okay, Srila Gurudev. So after the class was over, he called me again. He said, did you talk to him? I said, no, I just was waiting. The class is finished, and I'll talk to him, but he was gone. He said that you have to do what I told you to do. And then everybody went, and for lunchtime also that devotee showed up for a little bit and left again. So we couldn't see, and he asked us again. He said, how come you didn't talk to him? And I said, Gurudev, we just fall asleep, and by the time we came, he was gone. I didn't even see him lunchtime. And his answer was that you flew 10,000 miles to sleep here. We were exhausted, but he said he didn't sleep a minute even. So wherever he go, he was just always utilizing his time, and he was always busy. He won't waste any time. And that was such a good lesson that 10,000 miles you flew and you just came here to sleep. And we had a very long flight and everything, but so do he also had the same long flight, and he was very he was pushing us to talk to all the devotees, and we were talking and we were getting some results also. But then one day one of the Prabhupada disciple said something like, the real guru is coming. Why you want to take initiation from Tamal Krishna Maharaj? And Srila Gurudev gave a very, very heavy lecture, and he straightened out everything. We didn't have to do anything after that because it was very powerful lecture. If we get a copy to hear that, it was very wonderful lecture.
Which day was that, or which title?
It was in '99. he gave all history about Gaudiya Math and,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. It was not 99, it was actually 1998 when you
Eight.
all came. Yeah,
Yes.
98, because I was there at that time too. And then all the Dallas devotees and
Yes.
Houston devotees came that time.
Yes,
Because
I remember Baj Govinda Prabhu meeting you. Yes.
Yeah, so it was.
The title of that tape was "Listen to this tape 1,000 times." That was the title that was written on that tape.
Yeah.
Listen to this tape 1,000 times.
Yeah, it's very wonderful instruction he gave and very precise.
I wonder what it is with the servants of the gurus, because when Prabhupada came to Fiji, all the servants were sleeping, and then Prabhupada went into the room and said, "What are you doing? They're sleeping." Why? He said, "We have jet lag." He says, "I was on the same jet. Why don't I have jet lag?"
Yes.
Devotees in Fiji are very laid back, Maharaj. That's why.
Yeah. Well, it's like 11 o'clock for me, and would it be okay for me to shut down if it's getting? I'm getting like.
Please, you need to take care of your health, Maharaj. We have to have your health taken.
Yeah, it's going to be a headache morning if I don't get some sleep. So nice to see you, Maharaj. Maharaj, I always just have my T-shirt on. Maharaj got his T-shirt and his kurta and his little sweater, and yeah, he always looks first class, and I'm the one that rides. I should ride in baggage car. What do you call it, baggage cabin? It's so nice to see you, Shamali, after such a long time. Nilamani.
Oh, I feel the same.
And let's see who else I can see. Guru Bhakti and Rati Manjari. Rati Manjari, I told you a story. Maybe you should tell that story sometime if it's not.
No, you can tell. You
No,
were there. I didn't even remember it.
Yeah.
Please tell. It has to be known.
Please tell it has to be known.
Yeah.
I think I was in Amsterdam with Rati Manjari and Goswami. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think of the room.
Yeah, where was it?
It wasn't Radhadesh, but
Maybe
it
it was in England.
It could have been in England. It could have been in England.
Cambridge. I went to Cambridge in 2001. Was my
But
final time.
I used to say there was a disciple at TKG, and I would do it gender neutral. You'd never know if it's a boy or a girl or in between. You would just never know, right? And I'd say, so, huh?
I don't know. Sometimes you say
Why would
things
this-
and then what's that about?
Yeah.
Please
see-
go ahead.
Well, I would say I wouldn't say he or I wouldn't say she. I would say they, so that they wouldn't even guess if it was a lady or if it was a guy.
No,
They
it was me. You can just out me.
Well, now I'm changing it because you're giving me permission. But
Yeah.
we
I'm
went to the,
cool. Let it be known. Go ahead.
we went to Jari's house, and Rati Manjari was being challenged by the quota of japa that she had promised, and so Gurudev asked her, "How many rounds can you chant?" And she said, "I can do 8." And he said, "Are you sure you can do 8?" "Yes, I'm sure I can do 8." For this, I don't know how Goswami Maharaj could make like a five sentence conversation into a 5-volume book, But, he really wanted to get it down to the what do you call it, to the essentials, I guess you'd say. So finally, at the end, he said, "Are you sure you can chant 8 rounds?" "Yes, Gurudev, I'm sure." He said, "Okay, you chant 4." And then you said, "Well, why 4?" "Because I said I could do 8." And he says, if you say you can do 8, then I know you can do 4. So you start with 4, and then when we're ready, we'll discuss again. We'll go to 8.
This was a young divorced mother speaking to her guru.
Yeah, I mean, you were struggling, and the nice thing about it is that it wasn't like mean. I remember being there with it. There was no meanness. It was just like, "Do you want to chant?" "Yes." "How much can you chant?" "I can chant 8 rounds a day."
Negotiating.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even, it was just like, do you want, it was kind of like an invitation. Would you like to chant? Yeah, I'd like to chant. Well, how much do you think you could chant? Well, I could chant 8 rounds a day. Are you sure you can chant 8 rounds a day? Because I don't want you to be discouraged. Oh yeah, I can definitely chant 8 rounds a day. So then he just dropped the bar in half, because he knew that would give you even more relief, because then you'd be able to chant the full. But my experience has always been when I encounter devotees like that are having difficulty, who have chanted 16 rounds before, but are now slipping down a little bit, down to 8 or 10 or 5 or 4. You know, once you just bring it up and get them back chanting, immediately their ability to chant 16 rounds a day comes back quite quickly. My experience, it comes back within a year or so.
I remember writing happily to His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj that Maharaj, I'm now chanting 12 rounds. I worked myself up from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then he wrote me very candidly, I shall be waiting to hear from you when you're chanting 16 rounds. And I thought, what else can he say? You know, it's good, you know, something to strive for. So somehow it's happening. Don't ask about the quality, but somehow it is happening. I'm doggedly determined now.
I had a very
What else
close
do we have?
I mean, it doesn't take much, and especially if it's done in the proper way. In other words, like if you have a relationship with friendship, someone, and you friendly approach them. Giriraj Swami, is that a word? Friendly approach them, and I think I'm adding on too many LYs. But some of the kids told me that this person had been taking marijuana. And so I just was at the Sunday feast and I said, is it a struggle, the marijuana? Is it a struggle? And it was just like, now the cat's out of the bag, right? Yeah. Just the cat's out of the bag. I'm practically, I don't have much self-esteem, as we've been talking about on things like these things lately. But just the fact that a friend of his knew that didn't know inspired him to stop. Wow. And it wasn't like you're just a demon, you're smoking, that you think you're Lord Shiva, you smoke ganja, you have to drink an ocean of poison. You don't go in like that. You just say, where's the challenge? What can we do to where do you find yourself? What situations do you find yourself weak in? Is there any way I can help be with you so when you're in those situations, they don't tempt you? I mean, just be there to serve the person, and they feel that comfort, and then it goes a long way. Just like he literally quit on the spot.
That acceptance, huh? That is the bridge.
Yeah, in other words, non-judgmental, you know.
Non-judgmental, right? Accept.
Positive assertion. In other words, and I learned that in Gurukul. Like I've told this a million times. You know, not only kids, but adults, everybody needs attention. And so if you're not getting the proper attention, you're going to do something that'll get you the attention on a marginal side at best, right? If you're not getting it on the positive side, you'll get on the marginal side, because we need someone to notice us. And so if we can put out the positive vibes and stuff like that, so people can feel like they're, being cared for and being wanted and just being appreciated. Just like yesterday, Radhanath Prabhu, the lawnmower guy here, Tamal Krishna's disciple, was mowing the lawns. And I just sent him a little note. Thank you for your service. It means so much to me. He wrote back this long, long letter, I just appreciate you being who you are. And if it wasn't for people like who you were, well, how would I ever be inspired to just get on a lawnmower and mow the lawn? So it just takes a little personal touch. Oh my gosh. A little personal touch to get people to become happy. Everybody just wants to be loved and cared for. nurtured, loved, cared for. And if we have that, what else do we need?
That's right.
That's my philosophy.
I think you got some of that from Hridayananda Maharaj too, Maharaj. I remember one time Hridayananda Maharaj came to Dallas, and one of his disciples had started eating meat, drinking liquor, and stopped chanting. And so the disciple realized I'd broken my relationship with my spiritual masters. One day he came to the temple to speak with Maharaj, and Maharaj asked me, because I was the town president at the time, just to sit in and listen and see what I had to say about it. And so Maharaj was starting to talk to him, and so Maharaj ultimately came to this point and said, well, how many rounds can you chant? And he said, I can chant 4 rounds. So then he said, Maharaj said, well, okay, if you just chant 2 rounds, I'll be okay with it. You know, I didn't want to ask him to follow the principles or anything like that. Just chant the 2 rounds, you know. They turned to me and said, what do you think, Nityananda? The spiritual master knows best. I think that helped the other disciple also feel more confidence that spiritual master was not just saying that. And today that disciple is following all the regulated principles, chanting full 16 rounds a day. And, you know, we can see that the love of the spiritual master saved his life. You know, he would never have been.
Sometimes a little love and encouragement, you know, and encouragement can come in increments, you know.
Right.
It's incremental.
Yeah.
And Srila Gurudev was
Okay,
really
now it's-
expert at this. And that's why it's so wonderful that you, as his dear friends, Maharajas, that you have this similar mood and you're able to dispense this love so well that it's really healing, and it's really encouraging all of us.
Yeah, hearing all of this feels like hearing Srila Gurudev's words also. It's like inspiring me to also want to remotivate myself. So it's like
That's
the
good.
words that we need to hear. So thank you both, Giriraj Swami and Tadvaja Maharaj.
I love
Krishna Kirtan Prabhu keeps coming back on the screen. We can see you now, Krishna Kirtan Prabhu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to share a passing about the chanting also. So I was having trouble keeping up my rounds a few years after initiation. So finally, so I made it Gurudev that I wasn't able to chant. So he didn't even you know, like ask me to commit to a lower number of rounds or whatever. So he just looked at me and said, Krishna Kirtan said, you have to come back in another life.
It's another approach.
So when I heard that, later when I reflected on that, I think I actually felt relieved, you know, because he didn't put on demand on me, and obviously he did not reject me, as you know, he didn't say that you're not my disciple anymore because I can't keep you in the mouth. And he is indirectly telling me that he will even take care of me in my next life, right? So it took me another, I think after that, took me another 15 years before finally I got inspired by seeing my other, you know, senior god brothers who has been chanting for so many years. So then I decided to start again, and going from, you know, no rounds to 16 rounds actually is not that difficult after 15 years. So finally started, and now I try to make sure I. Because in the beginning, I remember I sometimes miss some round, I try to make it up the next day, and then you know, the debt keeps accumulating, and it becomes harder and harder to keep up. Now I just decided, you know, no matter, like, it doesn't even matter the quality of the rounds. I have to finish today, because if I leave for tomorrow and try to make up, it will accumulate, and eventually I will not keep up. So even if I have to chance some bad rounds to keep up, just get finished today, it will be better. So that's how I'm trying to do it.
Yeah, it's almost like you know, like offensive rounds lead to inoffensive rounds. So a shortage of rounds leads to full japa. That's philosophical speculation.
I can quote something from Srila Gurudev.
Yeah.
The worst round you chant is better than the best round you don't chant.
Yeah.
I like
That's
Yeah. Did he say that to
I'm
you?
gonna write that one down.
Yeah.
Shavali, you're such a fireball.
Taking notes.
There you go. Nityananda and others, do we know how many disciples Tamal Krishna Maharaj initiated? Nityananda?
when we had the list, when he left, we asked for the list. It had 700 names on it.
Sorry?
It had 700 names on it. We had 700 names when Gurudev left the planet. But since then, I've been told that we may have missed some names because in the early days when Gurudev initiated, they probably didn't keep their records. And so it's probably 1,000. The number is probably correct. Closer number is probably 1,000.
And do we have access to communicating with him?
Not that I know of, no.
How would we get that access set up, that database, so that they could get a little something from, quarterly little update or something, just to try to inspire them? I don't know who's like.
Tirtharaj Prabhu tried that because he had the list of 700 names. So he said, well, since you have 700, let's get started with 700. And so, so he did start a communication process, but for some reason, I think this didn't continue.
Yudhishthira Prabhu had a list of 1,100, over 1,100 names on it. Yes, and I think. Yes.
Sorry. Hare Krishna. Yesterday in the Vyasa-puja ceremony in Brisbane, they were saying the same point was discussed, and that time they said someone came up with a figure which was 1157. So, and Yudhishthira Prabhu recently sent me an email about since Maharaj is asking about that. So currently they are working behind the scene, I think, TKG Legacy Project, where they're going out and collecting the database of all the disciples and where they live and their email address and all the background information. So Prabhu, Yudhishthira Prabhu contacted me for Australia, New Zealand and Fiji Yatra to be done. So we are in the behind the scene, Radhacharan Prabhu is there, and I think Madan Mohini Mataji. So there's something happening about that behind the scene. It's work in progress at the moment.
And who's the overall supervisor, so that we know something will go to our particular place?
Yudhishthira Prabhu.
Just okay.
Yeah, so he's doing that, yeah.
Well, I'm at 12, I'm at 11:20 right now, so I am definitely going to say thank you so much for your kind association.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you.
And I sent you a text, Shamali.
Oh, my phone's not right here in front of me, but I will check now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was so nice to see you.
For some reason, Indranila Mani, I couldn't find your name on my email, on my text, so I couldn't add you to the text. But anyway, it was really great seeing this two of you sitting so close together and being so Krishna conscious together and delighted about Goswami Maharaj. Very nice. And Rati, you're just like Facebook personified. I didn't even know how to use it, and I see every Harinam that you ever go. Somehow or another, she knows how to stack the deck, so she gets up there in the Harinam party.
Yeah, we gotta, save the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way beyond my capacity, but I can kick my little pedal.
Yeah, well, it's amazing that somehow or another, every Hare Krishna goes way beyond their capacity. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. I'm telling you, it's a miracle.
Well, thank you, Maharaj, for your inspiration. Really, really, we can feel the love.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
We pray that you won't have a migraine tomorrow. Just not.
Yeah, the last few days have been okay, but when I stay up about an hour and 15 minutes late, I could get one. Pray for me.
That you won't.
So you maybe start up an exodus here.
Yeah. I'll come over and do an exorcist. Yeah. I'd rather have Excedrin than exorcist. Okay, thank you all so much. So nice. And my love to everybody. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
So maybe someone else now also likes to speak. After all these waves of love, you feel more like ready. Just put your little toe. Yes, it's Bhaji Govinda. He's still unmuted. What is it, Prabhu?
Hare Krishna. Sorry, I can't video because I think I'm just been paused. Video, right. I can't enable it.
We can hear you.
I remember ever since the chanting pastime was going on, how Srila Gurudev and Maharaj was saying, and Giriraj Maharaj also said. I remember one incident with me with Srila Gurudev, and Srila Gurudev didn't come to Fiji for 94 and 95. So he came towards the end of 95, which was like the last few days before the year ending. So after Christmas he came. So he came and he was just meeting disciples and just coming down to the chanting point. So what happened was when he was flying off from the airport back to Dallas, he was coming, I think he was going to Auckland after that. Normally it goes from Fiji to Auckland, then from Auckland to Sydney, and then from Sydney back to US. So I used to work in the airport, and I just started my work on 1996, 1st January. So prior to that, I used to chant 20 rounds a day. And because I started with night shift and I was struggling to chant in the daytime, because we used to work 10, 12 or 15 hours initially it started. So the new shop started. So I was struggling to wake up in the daytime and chant and sleep. Sorry, in the daytime sleep and the nighttime chant. So I was lacking behind in my chanting. So I was writing it down. So the night came when Srila Gurudev was flying off. It was 9th of January 1996. So I went to see him off. So I was new in the airport, so I couldn't basically go and take him to the plane because I was very new. Just 9 days I have started the work. So only way I could do was I was standing and waiting when Srila Gurudev would be coming, and he was going with the escalator up, and then he was going towards the boarding gate. So I quickly packed some stuffs from the shop, is that the passenger has forgotten some.
The sound is gone. I don't know why. Hare Krishna. Oh, just a cliffhanger. I think he's going to say, yeah, he's back.
Hare
Yeah?
Krishna. Sorry, I think something went off. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so he's Srila Gurudev's. So what I did was I quickly packed up some duty-free goods and told one of my next staff that I'm going to see my guru. Please, if anyone comes, just say that the passenger has left some groceries here, so I'm going to quickly deliver it. So I ran to Srila Gurudev and I paid obeisance in the airport, and I said, Srila Gurudev, I said my normal name, which is Bal Krishna. I said, Bal Krishna is here. Yeah, I was just waiting for you. Why didn't you come earlier? I was just waiting. Some of my disciples told that there's a devotee who works here. He's going to see you off. So I was waiting for you. So, and then said, Srila Gurudev, I'd like to ask you one question. And he said, what do you want to know? So I said, can I get initiated by you in your next trip to Fiji? So Gurudev looked at my face, and he looked, and straightway in my heart, I could feel the guilt that I was not chanting 16 rounds, because last 7 days I didn't finish my 16 rounds. And then Gurudev looked into my eyes to eyes, and then, you know, he's got that magic look. He twists his head a little bit. He goes like a 45 degrees angle. He twists his head like the way you're doing, Mataji. Yeah, he twisted his head and still looking into my eyes, directly looking to my eyes. And then I got the message. I got the message that Srila Gurudev has straightway said to me, I know you were chanting before, but because of your work, you can't chant now. But I'm not going to punish you for that, but I will accept you as my disciple. He was just reciprocating with eyes to eyes. And then he spoke. He said, okay, I will accept you in my next trip. So he said, I will initiate. But then he gave me that serious look. And I knew it, the answer, because he didn't wanted me to feel the guilt of he's saying it that I'm not chanting a 16 hours. And that night when I came outside, I was just walking in the car park. Normally we have 2 hours break. That's when we sleep and then we get up and then we go back to the next flight. So I was a money exchanger. So I used to exchange money for the tourists. So we need to take that break and then walk for next 6-8 hours like that. So that night I was supposed to sleep, but I didn't sleep. When the plane took off, I was still waiting and outside and watching when the plane was going. I flew like in the air. I was still watching Srila Gurudev is going, just like the gopis when the dust is still, subsiding, and the gopis were still standing and waiting till the dawn when Krishna is finished, like completely the final. So I was still looking, the plane is going that direction. I know USA was the LA, he was going to Auckland. So whole night I was watching that direction. I just finished my rounds. And from that day, I thought that Gurudev has told me in my eyes that I'm accepting you on the basis that you will chant 16 rounds. So I thought in my heart that that's it. No excuse, night shift, day shift, whatever shift, you have to finish your rounds. So Gurudev was so merciful that time. So I was just really hearing from Krishna Ketan Prabhu and all the others. So I was just thinking how it also, I had the past time of Gurudev, you know, before initiation, he did see and then indicated to me that you need to finish your rounds. You know? Thank you.
Wow.
Hare Krishna.
That look, huh? That look.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's that look.
it's like the surgeons, you know, how you call that? Like the laser beam, you know, like a transcendental laser beam going
Yeah.
through our impurities, you know. I don't know. It's, yeah, Krishna consciousness. Maharaj, would you like to?
We have here, Krishnananda Prabhu.
Maybe Giraj Maharaj would like to say something.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Because I've heard you say, Maharaj, that you got a yeah, well, I don't want to just barge into there, but I heard that you said that you are into japa, that you want to increase devotees' taste for japa. Is that true?
Well, what I said, that's part of it. What I said was that after Srila Gurudev's road mishap and he left his body, his disciple Agavit Das, who was with him in the car, came to spend time with me here in Carpinteria, California. And he described what happened, and I formed a determination that the next time I drive from Calcutta to Mayapur, I want to see the tree. And so we did. We were driving from Calcutta to Mayapur, and Agabit knew the tree, and we stopped there. So at first I was angry with the tree because I considered the tree to be the instrument for Goswami Maharaj's leaving. But then at a certain point, I felt Goswami Maharaj manifest himself and say, Srila Prabhupada called me. But that didn't really pacify me. And then he said, and you will be joining us too. So then I thought, oh, well, that sounds pretty good. I'm fine with that. And then he said, but before then, you have to do 3 things. First, you have to help devotees improve their japa, which will automatically help me improve my japa. 2, you have to write your books. And 3, you have to give shelter to more souls. So I've taken that as a sort of blueprint from Tamal Krishna Goswami, or, you know, from Srila Prabhupada through Tamal Krishna Goswami. So that's where the japa comes.
Which year was that, Maharaj, when you got those the 3 realizations?
Oh, that was right. That was like
2002?
After Goswami left. Like right after he left, Agabit Prabhu came and spent time with me, and then probably in time for Gaur Purnima, before Gaur Purnima, I went to India and we drove from Calcutta to Mayapur.
Could I ask you what it felt like when Srila Gurudev manifested himself to you, or when you felt his presence? What did that feel like?
it felt fantastic. Hard to describe, but yeah, it felt so much love, both from him and in my heart for him. Yeah. And earlier, I mean, I have pictures of him everywhere in my quarters, and I have this one on my altar. I brought it down for this.
Oh, that's nice.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah.
And there was another one that we discussed earlier of, it was on Radhastami in Vrindavan. And Srila Gurudev was holding the little deity of Krishna. And I was holding the little deity of Radha. And I was a little in front of him. Usually I would follow him, but in this case I was in front of Radharani. We both liked the idea that Radharani was, or that Krishna was chasing everyone. And yeah, so Radhacharan took a picture of that event. And Srila Gurudev really liked that picture. And he gave it away as gifts to many devotees. Yeah, earlier, his disciple Kunti from Dallas was on the call. And she showed on the screen that very picture that I was discussing, and she said that Srila Gurudev had given her that photo. So, yeah.
Satisfied hummings. Wonderful. It's so wonderful that you are still here, Maharaj. Thank you for staying. Was not
pleasure.
Yeah, it's really without devotees like you or good self, it would be more difficult, way more difficult to just plow forward, So thank you. Yeah, yes, Sean?
I was just going to say, like Nityananda Prabhu said, that you and Srila Gurudev are one and the same. So earlier when you had said the 3 instructions, it really, I don't know, it touched me in a way that I feel I needed to really hear it. So thank you so much, Giriraj Swami.
Yeah, Srila Gurudev said his exact words were that Giriraj Swami and I are one soul and 2 bodies.
Wow.
So that's very kind that you're still here. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Radha Vinod, well, I'm addressing mainly Shamali, but Yudhisthira Prabhu and Radha Vinod visited me here.
He told me.
us, yeah.
And
that's nice.
Want to connect with you too again more. So yeah, maybe we'll do something after this.
I would love to. When my mom and I went to get water, I just told her I would really love to go see Giriraj Swami. I hope it can happen soon. It's been in my heart.
Yeah, if you allow us, Giriraj Maharaj, we will visit you.
Oh yes. Oh allow.
That would be nice. Whenever, we can see whenever it works for you, and we can bring Radha Vinod as well.
Bonus. Because you're not very far, isn't it? You're all in California up there. Neighbor.
Yeah.
By car.
He's 4 hours away.
Oh, Radha.
Sorry?
You're saying Radha?
Right, Radha Vinod. Right, right. And we're not far from you either.
No, that's what I meant. Yeah.
15 minutes.
Yeah, an hour, I think.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, right?
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
That's
yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. We have to take
Kalachanji Is Kadachanji and Shraddhanjali with you right now, Maharaj, or they're gone already?
They are, and they will
Ah,
for another few weeks.
oh, wow.
So before they leave, then you'll get a bonus.
That would be
wonderful.
amazing. I've had you very present in my heart ever since my dad did also tell me that he visited you and he told me a little about the stay, and I had been wanting to write to you. So yeah, I just felt very grateful to see you here today.
His mercy is making this all happen.
Oh, yeah.
Would be wonderful.
It reminds me of this, I mean, vaguely, of this in Goloka Vrindavan. There's this different pastimes that Krishna has, and then the lotus opens and closes. Can you say something about that? Because this seems to be a hub, you know, with petals all over the world. And then, but when something like this happens, it all comes together, and then it disperses like this. Is that? Can you explain that philosophically, or because I just kind of heard about it?
Yeah. I mean, when we hear about Krishna Lila, like in a matter of hours, it seems that that Krishna goes a very far distance that would take, much longer. So the acharyas explain that Vraja is like a lotus. Sometimes the petals expand and sometimes they contract. So to facilitate Krishna going from one place to another, which is usually very far and would take a long time, the lotus contracts. So it becomes a short distance and he can cover that distance very quickly. Yeah.
Right.
That's a very nice metaphor for our gatherings.
Yeah, feels like that. It's like this timeless, I don't even know where I am right now. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Another dimension, you know, isn't it? What do you think? It's true, huh? Yes.
Right. We're like, actually, this Zoom invention has really facilitated. It's kind of the technological lotus that has brought the devotees closer, although we're all over the world, right?
Yes.
We can associate through these social media. So.
Part of the same tribe, don't they? Where did I hear that? It's like was it Srila Gurudev that said that we'll be part of the same tribe in the spiritual world when we go there? So it's kind of like no matter where, in what part of the world we're in, it's timeless. And when we hop on here, it's like all part of the same tribe again.
Right.
And time doesn't exist or distance.
The Gurudev tribe, the Prabhupada tribe, really.
Yeah, but still, Gurudev was adamant about also the importance of being loyal to one's Diksha Guru, not just,
definitely.
if you can say that, to Prabhupada.
Totally. Exactly. No,
as
totally.
I said in the previous meeting in March, I think, with the Disappearance Day, that we came in from this ice-cold Ritwik zone. At some point, the whole thing had collapsed, and it became very difficult to feel any faith in any ISKCON guru. It was horrible. But yeah, he kind of, he said, no, this is the system, loyalty to guru, he never wavered from that. Even though his godbrothers were falling left and right, apparently, we don't know what is the story behind that, but at least it was all changing. But he upheld that principle. That no, not everyone is now Prabhupada's disciple. You are my disciple, and
Exactly.
like this. So this is the parampara. So even though we are all in a Prabhupada's shelter, we still have our personal allegiance to our own guru, and it can be also shiksha gurus, of course.
Right.
But he never accepted this. Well, just let's throw the child out with the bathwater. No, he always upheld this system and. Yeah, I appreciated that. If that had not happened, if he didn't he wrote me letters, 4 pages, giving all kinds of arguments and about at this point, not to just kind of merge into some Prabhupada oneness. No, He didn't say
No,
that.
definitely.
But
Sure.
no, it's very meaningful that also we are connected to Tamal Krishna Goswami. It must be meaningful in some way, some moment in time we will probably realize that how it is. Like he was saying in the lecture this morning, or yesterday morning, kind of, that you were asking a question, Indranila. Did you see that video lecture?
I logged in right when the questions, and I heard my question, and when he was answering, somehow or other this got entangled. And when I put it back, what? And then you were saying, okay, now we have to continue because we, and I didn't hear the answer. I heard the question that went, that the spiritual master, sometimes when one is ready to receive one's spiritual identity, we receive it from the spiritual master. And I asked, well, what happens if one is ready and the spiritual master is not present? And I didn't hear the answer.
Well, what was the answer?
I remember the answer. I wrote it down here a few hours ago. Well, the point is, he said that doesn't matter. The guru is not limited by Vapu presence. So the guru will find ways to reach you. Let me quote that exactly. Nityananda Prabhu, you remember?
Yes, the same answer. You're correct. That is the answer.
Here, he said, the guru can always communicate. He's not limited by Vapu presence.
Right.
He can always communicate.
Just like he did with Giriraj Maharaj, that Giriraj Maharaj received the 3 instructions through Bani, right? Like, well, through,
through the heart, through some method of spiritual communication.
Exactly. Transcendental. Yeah. It goes beyond the material energy.
There was an event that happened when Gurudev left his body. We decided to build a samadhi in Dallas, and some disciples were not happy with the idea. They felt that the samadhi should really be built only in Govardhan. Of course, his personal samadhi was in Mayapur, but the Pushpa samadhi would be in Govardhan. But in the will, he had said that, if he doesn't leave his body in Mayapur, then he wanted his Pushpa samadhi in Dallas. So we decided that we wanted to follow that part because, technically this question was, did he live in Mayapur or did he live somewhere else? But, technically you can say it's both. He was in Mayapur, it was just outside Mayapur, like that. And so we decided to, and so because of the controversy, some of the disciples were really angry at us. And they were saying some very nasty things about us, that you're no longer our God brother, God sister. They wouldn't write your humble servant anymore. And they would say, notice we're not saying your humble servant anymore now to you, like that. So we've been pretty rough about it. Anyway, so we decided to go ahead. And then some devotees were complaining we're spending too much money building the samadhi. The samadhi cost us $90,000. And there's some devotees were saying, you're spending too much. That's too much money. It's just a small samadhi. Why do you have to spend $90,000? Well, we wanted to build this, the base to be very solid. So we're in 12 feet underground, this, that, and the other, so that, a nice samadhi could be built. And you can see it's a very ornate samadhi. We brought in people from India to come and build it, so it's obviously cost money. So at the end of it, then the day came when we had to do the installation. I mean, the samadhi itself, setting up the samadhi, putting up the domes on the top, the golden domes on the top, and things like that. You might remember that in 2002 we did that. Late in 2002 we did that, and so I think it was 2003. Sorry. Anyway, so at the end of it all, I was really tired, and I was staying at that time in the yellow house across Rupanuga Prabhu's house. There's a yellow house on Perry Avenue. I was staying there, and so I went back. Majwali hadn't come. I went back home first. And I just slumped into the sofa to relax, because I was really knocked out. I was dozing off, and I sort of slumped back like that. The next thing I saw was on the other side of the sofa, Srila Gurudev is sitting there. And I thought to myself, no, I'm conjuring things, So I was pinching myself and thinking to myself, I'm just dreaming here. As much as I pinch myself, he's still there. And he's telling me that don't worry, whatever the criticism is, you don't have to worry. If you do the right thing, everything's fine. I'm happy that you did that. And this is very good, did a very good program. I'm very happy with this program. I want you to know that all those people who are actually opposing you now, they'll give up their opposition at some time. Don't carry that in your heart. Don't feel like, why did they do that or anything like that. Don't have any such feelings. Just move on with your life. You're doing the right things. Just move on, you know. And then I just sort of blinked my eye and opened my eye again, and he was not there anymore. And I realized he was actually there in person. It wasn't like I was a dream, you know, that I had, because sometimes we see Gurudev in the dream and he tells us in the dream things to do and things like that, because, you know, he's instructing us through those methods and through others like that. But in this case, he sort of physically came there and sat there on that sofa and said what he had to say, you know. Then I realized that this is a spiritual master. Spiritual master can do anything. Just like Krishna can do anything, the spiritual master is empowered by Krishna to also do anything, to encourage the disciples or anybody else that they're encouraging to come back home, back to Godhead, because this is Krishna's love for us. He so much wants us to come back home that he will find methods to encourage us to come back home, you know. And the best method is through the spiritual master and other devotees who actually love Krishna so much that they understand that that is Krishna's will, that that's the only thing that they would like. They know that Krishna wants of them, that somehow that Krishna will be added to each person's life, that he'll be, and then that person will become sort of flourish, you know, like blossom into another person and then go back home. You know, it's amazing actually. So when the answer was given and Rati Manjari Prabhu was talking about it, I felt that it is actually a correct answer. This is the correct answer. There's proof that this is the correct answer. The spiritual master cannot be limited by Vapu, you know, presence of Vapu or whatever it is like that. Spiritual master is eternal. He's eternal Lord and Master like that, you know. The relationship may be a little different in the spiritual world for whatever reasons, you know, but the fact remains that the spiritual master has an eternal relationship with us. It's not a one lifetime relationship, you know, like that.
I got chills when you said that. So nice to be reminded of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. It's like it's not by chance that we took initiation from Srila Gurudev. It's not like, I know Ravinod and I, we first actually went to the temple. We were living in France and we went to England, and the first temple we went was the Bhaktivedanta Manor. And there was, what was the name of the guru that, not Tirtha, Jai Tirtha, that he ended up passing away now.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So, you know, anyway, like, you know, so we didn't stay there. I mean, we visited a few times and then we decided, let's go to Houston. We can work there and then we go back to Argentina and we can live in the mountains in the Andes. And so in the Bhaktivedanta Manor, we met some really nice devotees and we gave a donation for this really nice devotee to take to India. Actually, what is his name? The devotee that's a very good kirtan leader. Hari, he was in the Kirtan 50 last year.
Hari
He's from
Kirtan.
Venezuela. Huh?
Hari Kirtan.
Yeah.
Hari Kirtan?
The Lord's name was Hari Kirtan.
Hari Kirtan?
I don't remember the name, but anyway.
Oh, there was another Hari. You're right. That's right. He was
from
a
Venezuela.
Right? You're talking about Prabhupada's disciple.
Right. This devotee from was a very good kirtan leader. He was in
older
England.
person, older devotee, not a young boy.
Yeah, older devotee.
Yes,
He's
yes. I
probably in his
remember something.
60s
I
now.
forget his name too. Yeah.
I forgot his name, kind of slipped my mind now. But anyway, he was there and he was the first devotee we met in the Bhaktivedanta Manor. And we wanted to give him a donation because we sold our car so we could fly to Houston. And so we gave him this money because he was going to go to India. And we wanted to use it for some good cause. Anyway, and so he gave us a Bhagavad Gita and had all the addresses in the back. And that's how we went to the Houston temple. And then from the Houston temple, they encouraged us to move to Dallas. And that's how we met Srila Gurudev. But it's, you can see how, you know, like, it's like it's already there, the relationship.
Right.
You're guided from within, right, to the right spiritual master. You know, if we would have ended up in England, we would have been different, but we didn't.
And you know, the amazing realization we have now is that actually it is Krishna who's doing all the orchestrating, you know. He's orchestrating everything and sort of moving us along like pawns on a game board. And then, you know, you get to a certain point and you win, you know. It's like he's trying to move us into a winning position. But our problem is we sort of like resisting it and
Right.
all sorts of deviations, which Krishna has to manage. But Krishna is so kind that life after life after life, he never gives up on us.
Hmm.
One life we can see that actually, we are starting to make some progress now. And this life was that life, for me at least, this is that life. I feel that. And, and so we treasure all of the devotees and, particularly those devotees who have dedicated their life for such a long, steady period of time, like Giriraj Maharaj. Actually, because of their steadiness, actually give us the encouragement to stay steady. And, and how Krishna explains in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita that the most important quality of a devotee is their steadiness, that they stick to the process, And it's like Rati Manjari Prabhu was saying, Gurudev said, no, stick to the process. We should believe in the spiritual master, the Diksha Guru, and the acceptance of the Diksha Guru, and not give up on that just because some things go wrong in life. Things are going to go wrong in life. It's like how many times you've heard Prabhupada saying that if something goes wrong, you should not be surprised. It's when something goes right that you should be surprised. Right? This is a world where everything does go wrong, And so we should be surprised when somebody stays in ISKCON instead of leaving ISKCON, that type of stuff, And so that's where, the older devotees become very encouraging to us because they've stayed in the process through all the thick and thin of the movement, And now we can say, it's like Malti was saying this evening, that there is no doubt that the opportunity that was there in the 60s to preach is back again. The people love the idea of Krishna consciousness. This is such a nice time to reach out to people. They're confused. They're looking for answers, And it's just us, how well we are able to communicate that and not become sort of like the go-between between Krishna and them, rather the cheerleader, is cheering people on with Krishna and cheering Krishna on too. Come on, Krishna, you got to help us out here, and telling them, get closer to Krishna. That's the right person you need to get closer to. And in that way, I think I can see that this movement will probably be the only religion on the planet. Because the other religions are all falling apart right now. As I'm seeing it, they're fighting each other, and they're so confused, and they're using all sorts of excuses in the name of God to do abominable things. Whereas Krishna consciousness is still continuing its pristine process, It's still really
therefore it's so important that we don't, get on that level of fighting and bickering and this one, that one. No, that will be most disappointing.
So true.
When then how will people develop faith in us? It's not
That's
possible.
why these programs like the Vyasa-puja program we're doing today is so important, because this brings us together. We get to hear the stories of other devotees, and by hearing the glories of other devotees, our own Krishna consciousness catapults to a higher level, because it's real. It's not, imagined. It's real. Here's a devotee, and they're experiencing this,
Right. I feel recharged after today, so it is so important.
Thank you. You've been recharging us for a long time, so we owe that to you.
No.
You're such an enthusiastic person. Even when you're a young girl, I remember whenever I saw you in Surata, like that, you always felt enthusiasm, bounding with enthusiasm, jumping with enthusiasm. And we go through many difficulties in our lives as older devotees because of the challenges we face now, service or family situations or whatever else it might be. So it's for us, we get a little jaded at times, but the younger ones don't get jaded. They're so encouraging.
I hope Krishna can inspire us in how to use this enthusiasm. Then, it start with prayer, I guess. We'll see.
Yes, and japa, right, Maharaj?
And japa.
Exactly.
Japa. Yes. I just ran off to get this final letter that I got from Goswami Maharaj. That's really February 27th. So it's like two weeks before his departure.
Wow.
Departure. So I had written to him to congratulate him with his sannyas anniversary, and so he writes back, My dear daughter Rati Manjari Devi Dasi, please accept my blessings and offer the same to your son. Please offer my greetings to Ananda Swarup Prabhu, which I was with at the time. As I have told you before, our relationship is meant to be eternal, and none of the ups and downs of the material world will change that. Be always assured of this fact. Thank you for remembering me on the 30th, sorry. Hare Krishna. On the 30th anniversary of my sannyas. Yes, it was a great sacrifice, but I think we have all benefited by it. May you be Krishna conscious, exclamation mark. Your ever well-wisher, Tamal Krishna Goswami.
Oh, Jai.
Nice,
When you
huh?
put the glass on, you look more like the daughter of Tamal Krishna Maharaj.
My vanity will not, how you call it, be victorious, as you just said. No, yeah, it's, but my point was, I remember this because of what we talked about, that the relationship with the spiritual master is going beyond
Eternal.
time, ups and downs. So it's this extended hand, you know, that they're willing, he's willing. And like he said to Krishna Kirtan, you'll have to come back another life. I'm so practical, you know. It's like that's not a good idea, right? So he just told him like this, you have to come back. But he didn't say that I'm not your guru anymore if you don't chant your rounds.
And he's saying that it was so nice for Krishna Kirtan Prabhu to see that, get that realization that he's going to force the spiritual master to come back too, right? Because if you're going to come back, the spiritual master comes back because he wants to take you back. So you're forcing the spiritual master to come back in another life as well, you know? That's not fair.
You don't want to think like that.
Let's get it together in this life.
No, but it's Krishna consciousness is so amazing. I mean, again, here I feel you get in touch with some kind of an eternity. You know, that we belong there and we are in this dream world, we are bewildered and they want us to come back and they will keep coming, just like the waves of the incarnations of the Lord. And we're like, no, all the incarnations of the Lord, they come like waves in the ocean. I mean, why? To this black corner of the creation, yeah, but they love us. So they always come. And this is like, it's so far beyond my little shriveled heart. It's always calculating, shall I give you this because you didn't give me that? It's just so beyond. That's again the divinity. It's so attractive and it's so high, but it's so attractive that we keep trying. Yeah, that's my life anyway, more or less in a nutshell. But it's beautiful, right? That eternal love is actually eternal. It's not dependent on me doing the right thing even.
I remember you asked that question, Maharaj, you know, whether chanting is such an important thing, you know. And I remember reading just recently, Bhaktivinoda Thakur saying that only two things important in a devotee's life. One is to be attracted to the holy name, to have that attraction for the holy name. And two is jivdaya, to be compassionate to other living entities, to actually give the chance that they can also come to know Krishna is the greatest gift we can give anybody, right? So he says, if you do these two things, then everything else won't matter as much. Everything else will fall into place. But just focus on those two things, your own chanting and doing kirtan like that and helping others, you know, seeing others as children of Krishna and whatever I can do for them so that they can get closer to Krishna, you know. Even a smile is so valuable, right? A prayer is so valuable, like Shamali Prabhu said. We can pray. It doesn't cost money to pray for somebody. It doesn't cost money to smile. I mean, you know, Bhaja Govinda Prabhu comes from Fiji. I remember when I was in Fiji, amongst the Fijians, everybody had to smile because Fiji made its money by the tourists who would visit Fiji. So, you know, they came to Fiji because they liked Fiji so much. It was a nice tourist destination. And the Fijians would sometimes slap their children when they wouldn't smile, you know.
No.
Smile. If you smile, then, you know, more tourists will come and we'll have an income, you know, and we'll be able to live. So smile with the slap. Don't smile.
So sad.
Smile is so valuable, you know. The whole country can run on a smile. You know?
It will be Krishna conscious will be smiling from the inside. You don't have to, you know, put things here.
The show.
But Prabhu Nityananda, that's very nice what you said. I just is that the same as this Nama, Ruchi, Vaishnava, Seva, and Jivadoya? Is that
Yes, also the same thing, yes.
Yeah,
The
so
same
there
thing.
are three things.
But it's true, actually, there are three things there. But then some of them are related to one another.
Mhm.
You know, Jiv there, Nama, Ruchi, Vaishnava, Seva. Vaishnava Seva is like also, you know, helping other people.
Helping, serving the Vaishnavas,
Yeah,
particularly.
Vaishnava is serving others also.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This
Yeah,
is-
that's very nice. This is an easy life plan because like when you are on studies, schools or a job, they always want you to get goals and set, you know, I mean, that drives me nuts because I don't really function on that level. But this I like. This, you know, these three things. Namaruchi, Vaishnava Seva, Jivadaya.
Yeah.
If it can be in that category, if you can connect your life or your activities with that, you're safe.
Because by serving the Vaishnavas, it's actually you're serving multiple jivas at the same time, because each Vaishnava is so much impacting so many souls, right? In the I think it's the Chaitanya Mangala. Yeah, I think it's Chaitanya. It could be the Chaitanya Bhagavad. I think it's Chaitanya Mangala. It says that wherever there is a Vaishnava, 25,000 miles from that, every living entity is liberated. I mean, you know, there is no place on this planet that's 25,000 miles away. The greatest distance is around 13,000 miles. So now you go another 12,000 miles into space. You know what I mean? And our rockets don't even go that far. I mean, you know, these satellites, they hang 60 miles above us or something, 100 miles above us. To what to speak of another 12,000 miles of all living entities in that 25,000 mile area are liberated just for one Vaishnava. So if you serve a Vaishnava, you really are serving all the living entities of that 25,000. So in a sense, it is Jiv there, but Jiv there at a much more elevated level. So you know, it's a smart thing to say. It's like, you know, it's smart to make $1 billion instead of just $1,000, right? So you know, so in the same way, to serve a Vaishnava is smart, very smart. So
I'm seeing Vignesh Naik. Do I pronounce it well, Prabhu? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You're getting tired, right?
A bit.
Why don't
Past my bedtime.
you can make me the host.
get some water, Prabhu? Get some water.
Make me the host. Make me the host so that, you know, I can be the host. So then you can leave, and then I'll take care of it.
So
Yes, thank you.
Oh, he's the host. My goodness, thank you.
He's our host.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're facilitating everything.
Damian Prabhu also is a host, co-host again.
But still, you can stay. Huh? You're welcome. And if you drink water, then you'll get a little more energy, maybe. That's how I see it.
Your formula.
Rati, it's your morning, you know. For them, it's like, you know, like midnight or something.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's,
You slept already.
If you drink too much at midnight, you don't go through your sleep properly because, you know, you have to get up in the bath, go to the bathroom every so often. Now you can't sleep properly. So they generally tell you not to drink too much just before you fall off to sleep.
Right. Exactly.
anyhow, make your own decision. You're a big boy. No I have to listen. Now, my son is 25 and he's about to leave home. So my automatic, you know, patterns are motherhood and caring.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like wired in me now. So if he's not there, I'm going to mother more.
Yes.
More others that maybe inappropriate, but it's meant well.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so what, Nityananda Prabhu, you're on a marathon too, right?
Sorry?
You are on a marathon.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. How are you feeling? Are you okay or you want to wind down?
No, I'm not going to wind down. It's not. Oh, you mean for this program here? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I mean for the program.
Marathon that I'm doing. Okay. No, I'm okay. I'm okay with this. You know, Gurudev trained us for Ekadasis to stay up 36 hours. The night before, the whole day, and the night after.
Wow.
So we were trained to stay up for 36 hours and not even drink any water in those 36 hours. Because he told us, you grihasthas, you have too much enjoyment in your life. You don't do enough austerity, at least accept this one austerity twice a month, that you know you'll stay up to 36 hours, chant 64 rounds, and then not drink water, and, you know, observe Ekadasi like that. So we did that for a while. And then he himself